Oh no.
Okay. That's it. Got it again.
Oh, Pete, this is becoming a tradition with you, isn't it?
It's the StreamYard. Whenever I log into it and press the intro, I think next time there's going to be no intro. I keep saying it, but there we go. Well, sorry about that, but hey everybody, and welcome back to another Wednesday night movie live stream with the Playtendoguy. I hope you're all doing very well. Tonight I'm joined as always by Andy from Forgotten World of Movies,
Hi everyone.
Mike from Cinema Axeman,
Hello.
and Scott the Movie Critic.
Hello, everyone.
And tonight we have two very special guests. We have JT at Movies.
Hey up.
And we also have Sam joining for his very first ever stream.
Hi, guys.
Thanks ever so much, everybody, for joining, and thanks everybody watching at home. Sorry we were a little bit late. We were chatting all behind the scenes. But anyway, before we get into the comments, just want to ask you, I forgot what I was going to say. What are some of the films that you've watched over the past week? Do you want to go first, Mike?
Yeah. So what have I been watching? So yeah, I watched a few of the. I picked up a few movies from the Arrow video sale. So I watched that Girls' Night Out the other night. I thought it was all right. It was pretty decent. Then I also watched Hell Night. Not Hell Night. Hell High, I think it is. Yeah, I wasn't that keen on that one. To be fair, I didn't mind it, but wasn't massively keen. And last night I watched a movie that I think it might have been UJT that put me onto this one. It was a movie called Timescape with Jeff Daniels. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was. That's the one. Yeah, and I just remember when you did that, I was like, oh, I've got to check that movie out, and yeah, I thought it was pretty decent. Kind of a little underrated like time travel sci-fi movie with Jeff Daniels.
I enjoyed it as well. It was really low budget, isn't it? But it's got a charm about it.
Very TV movie kind of quality to it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was pretty good. But yeah, that's pretty much it from me.
Oh, very good selection there. That last one definitely does pique my interest. What's it called again?
So I think it goes by a few titles. I think Timescape is one of them, but I think it also goes by Grand Tour or something like that. Yeah, something like that. But yeah, I think you can watch it on YouTube for free.
Oh, even brilliant. I'll definitely check that out.
Mm.
And Girls' Night Out, did you have a fun time with it?
Which one? Sorry.
Girls' Night Out.
Yeah, I didn't mind it. It had like a good creepy atmosphere, and it was kind of fun to see the killer just dressed up in a bear costume. It was pretty unique and kind of cool, but yeah, it was fun.
Sounds good. What about you, Andy? What have you been watching?
So last two cinema trips was Super Mario, and I went to see Air as well, which I absolutely loved. I watched last night a film called Terrorvision, which was like a mid-80s horror film with great fun practical effects. Absolutely loved it. I watched a film last night as well called Some Girls with Jennifer Connelly and Patrick Dempsey, which I thought was all right. I had high hopes for it, but it didn't quite meet them. And I watched a film with Aaron Eckhart and Catherine Zeta-Jones called No Reservations, which I really, really liked.
Very good selection there. I've heard of that No Reservations before. That is a pretty good film.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah. So did you enjoy Air? That's the new Ben Affleck film.
Yeah, I just absolutely loved it. I thought it was just fantastic. A lot of fun, great cast.
I definitely do agree. The cast looked good. I'll have to check that out.
I'm buzzing to see that one as well.
Yeah, I want to see that as well.
Yeah.
I'm not really into sports stuff, but the cast and everything I'm hearing about it sounds great. So I do want to check it out.
Yeah. Same, Pete. But I think for me, it's the fact that it's a Ben Affleck movie that's selling me on it. Like, because I don't really think he's had many misses as a director, has he?
I think his only bad one has been Live by Night, is it? What's called?
Yeah, I was going to say that was the only one I think I remember not particularly caring for as well.
Well, what about you, JT? What have you been watching recently?
Well, I've not watched as much as I would have liked over the last couple of weeks because as we were chatting backstage, as it were, obviously I've been away on tour. I watched the legal sort of thriller about the Harvey Weinstein Me Too thing. She said, and I thought it was bloody brilliant. I really, really sort of liked because they got sort of Ashley Judd in it to play herself and sort of like a fictionalized version of herself as one of the victims of Weinstein, and it just added another dynamic to it. The fact that she was actually there and sort of talking about it, it sort of evoked very similar sort of vibe to things like Spotlight and Bombshell, and that sort of expose type film. I had a really good time with it. And then the other thing that I watched recently that really stuck out with me, and I wanted to mention it to you guys because I'd be curious. You guys might have seen it, but it was one that Kermit's Ghost put up about, and I bought it on his recommendation. But it was called Return to Paradise, and I was expecting sort of mid to nothing from it, really. Just the thought that the premise sounded interesting, and it blew me away. Yeah, absolutely. Like just the I can't quite put my finger on what it was, but it's basically these lads, Vince Vaughn, Joaquin Phoenix, and another guy who's a bit of a '90s that guy. I couldn't tell you what else I've seen him in, but they're in Malaysia, and they're partying and having a bit of a fun year away sort of thing, and they're doing drugs, and then two of the lads, that guy and Vince Vaughn, decide to go back to America, but Joaquin Phoenix's character stays behind and then ends up getting busted for the drugs, and so they're going to put him to death. And then his lawyer comes over and says to the two guys in America, like years later, he served all this time in prison, they're going to put him to death, but if you guys come over and accept responsibility, they'll commute the death sentence and give you like each 10 years in prison or whatever it is. And it's the whole sort of like, there's no legal grounds for them to actually go back. They don't have to do it. It's all about like the ethics and the moral compass, and it's been a really long time since I've watched a film where it made me really think and put myself in the character's shoes about, like, what would you do if you found yourself in a situation like that. And yeah, it was one where I just let sort of the credits play and just sort of sat there just like just open jawed.
Wow.
I would thoroughly recommend it.
Sounds really good, to be fair.
I'll definitely have to check that one out. Ticket to Paradise, is it called?
Return to Paradise, and I think Imprint are bringing out a Blu-ray of it in the not too distant future, because I think Alan
did hear about that. Yes. Oh, I'll have to keep an eye out for that one. Sounds thoroughly interesting, and what a cast as well.
Hopefully I've not hyped it up too much, but like I say, I were expecting nothing and it blew me away.
Brilliant stuff. What about you, Scott?
On Saturday I watched Preferred Parts of a Caribbean film at World's End. I thought that was pretty good, enjoyed that one quite a bit. Also watched the first Iron Man for the first time, going back and watching some of the Marvel films that I haven't watched yet, and decided to watch that one and really, really enjoyed it. Thought it was a really fun time. Also watched for the first time on Sunday Dirty Dancing, which I thought was quite fun actually. I did enjoy that one. Also watched Child's Play 3, which I thought was actually a really underrated sequel. Really did enjoy that one. And last film I watched on Monday was The Last Matinee, which I thought was a really great slasher film. Really had a good time with that one.
Oh, great selection of stuff there. So you're going through the Chuckies, you're going through the Pirates. Which one of the series are you enjoying more at the moment?
I would say probably Child's Play, just because horror is more my thing rather than fantasy and stuff. But I'm still enjoying the Pirates films though.
Yeah, you're on to the worst one next, though, unfortunately, with that On Strangers' Tides. Oh,
I hated that film, Kate.
Yeah, it's not very good. What was I going to say? Last Matinee, you thought that was a good time? Some kills in that were absolutely brutal, don't you think?
Yeah, definitely. There was some really good kills in that. I was actually quite surprised with it, to be fair, but did really enjoy that film.
It was definitely made on a budget, but they really used it well, and the soundtrack was excellent.
Yeah, the music in that film is really creepy, and it's really, really good, to be fair.
Great selection of stuff there, Scott. What about you, Sam? What have you been watching?
I've done a lot of rewatching recently. I'm probably going to just go off the bat and say I rewatched one of my favourite films of all time. And if I'm not mistaken, Mike, I think this is your favourite film of all time. If not, it's Batman Returns. But I rewatched Falling Down with Michael Douglas.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And
Yeah.
I absolutely adore that film. It is Michael Douglas at his absolute peak there.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah.
It was
Love
a
that
great
movie.
one.
So good, isn't it?
Have you watched it, Pete?
Yes, I watched it for the first time last year. Loved it. Thought it was a fantastic film.
It's bloody amazing, mate. It's Joel Schumacher's masterpiece. You know, considering, I think as he had the two Batman movies that came, I think it was a couple of years after Falling Down, I think it was.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
It does boggle the mind, doesn't it, that Joel Schumacher's filmography is pretty much like Falling Down, The Client, then Batman Forever, and then A Time to Kill, which is another masterpiece, and then Batman and Robin, which
Oh,
is just
yeah.
Mm.
an absolute dumpster fire.
I haven't seen A Time to Kill, James. Is that worth watching?
If you like your courtroom dramas and legal thrillers, then absolutely, mate. It's spectacular.
I love that.
Awesome.
It's amazing film, that.
It is.
Another one to add
Yeah.
to the list, I think. I haven't even heard of that one.
Oh, mate, it's on Netflix at the minute. It's well
Is it?
worth a watch.
Cast
Oh,
is
is it?
amazing.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, absolutely love it. And then I rewatched the original Planet of the Apes, which is fantastic. My favorite Planet of the Apes films, and what my favorite Planet of the Apes film, and what I did probably going to become one of my favorite movies ever. I absolutely adore it. And then I'm trying to think. Do you know what? This might come across as a bit cliche and maybe a bit of a guilty pleasure because I grew up with this movie, Stuart Little 2.
Oh,
I grew up with
Oh,
that film as
yeah.
well.
I love
quite
them
enjoyed that
films.
film.
They're good.
I really have a soft spot for that film, and I actually think it is also one of the sequels I prefer over the original as well.
Yeah,
Really?
I prefer the
Wow.
second one as well, to be fair.
Yeah, I just think because you've got James Woods who does the voiceover as the Vulcan in it.
Oh, yeah.
So, so I think that might be all the rewatching. I rewatched Blue Velvet as well, which is again fantastic, one of my
Great
favorite
film.
movies ever. And in terms of first time watches, for the first time, because we got our internet back up and running finally yesterday on Disney Plus, and this is going to be now. This is an interesting one because I know this film got a lot of shit when it came out, but the New Mutants I watched for the first time,
Oh, yes.
and do you know what? I didn't mind it. I thought it was okay, to be honest with you. It was kind of on the similar level, Pete, of Jodie Whittaker's final episode as the Doctor. You know, it was kind of on that similar level for me. It was okay, and that's all I wanted from it.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad you enjoyed that one. I've heard not great things about it. I did pick up the 4K of it. I haven't seen it yet, but I've seen now that Anya Taylor-Joy's in it, so I do want to watch it. So.
Oh my God, mate, you're in for a treat because she's pretty foxy in that.
Well, I know what I'm doing tomorrow, and
Well, pick it up on 4K, Pete. Oh,
yeah, I
sorry,
have
you
got
did,
off
didn't
4K.
you? Sorry.
Yeah,
If all else fails, Pete, you'll just have to Google like the timestamps of when she's in it. Just skip to those scenes and watch them, and then
that sounds like a plan. But
I
brilliant
don't
stuff
believe
there,
you.
Sam. Yeah.
Thank you, mate. Sorry, I was going to quickly say, I don't think I saw that. What was it, that Anya Taylor-Joy appreciation post from you on Monday?
Oh, it did go up. It did go up.
Oh, did it? Oh, I didn't see it.
certainly did.
Oh.
I get quite a few people who do appreciate it, and I've got absolutely red now. But the heating is on, so I'm sitting near the radiator, so I'm blaming that.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
fuck me, I am burning.
Sorry, Pete, just a couple more first-time watches. I watched because of Winnie Dixie, I think it was, which I thought was pretty meh, just average as average gets, really. And I watched The Sessions, which I think Andy's seen, and I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, great selection of stuff there, Sam. Really
Thank
good
you,
stuff.
mate. Cheers.
Yeah, nice.
For me, I've actually watched quite a few films this week. Shock horror. But I haven't seen Poltergeist yet or Head of Chinese, so we'll put that topic to rest first. But I have made up with it, and I've actually watched loads of films. I watched The Last Matinee. Really enjoyed that. What else did I watch? I watched Heat on 4K last night. Thought that was great. I watched Sam Neill's Sleeping Dogs. Thought that was a really good political thriller. Sam Neill was great in it. I think it was his first ever role as well. I watched Children of Men the other night and finished that up with Peter Rabbit to cheer me up.
That's like a real palate cleanser, isn't it? After that, yeah.
Oh yeah, I was thinking, what could we watch? And it was just, oh, shall we watch Peter Rabbit? All right, fair enough then.
We should have gone for the animated Peter Rabbit from the 90s, Pete. So much better.
I haven't actually seen that one.
Yeah, it's really good.
Oh, I'll have to check that one out. And I also watched the Mario movie, and I absolutely adored it, loved it, had a fantastic time with it. Cannot wait until it comes out on 4K.
Cool.
But yeah, before we get into the comment section, as it's been a long while since you've been on, JT, do you want to promote your channel to everybody watching at home?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, I'm James, JT at the movies. If anybody doesn't know me, I'm on YouTube, the same as these guys. I talk about collecting Blu-rays, DVDs, 4Ks. Talk about movies in general, and throw the occasional music cover up there as well, just to keep things on the toes. That's me, really. Yeah. You've put me on the spot there a bit. Right?
Don't worry, I'll get asked the same thing on other people's streams, and I don't know.
Fair enough. Yeah, come on for a natter. I wasn't planning on playing the self-promotion game.
But you've got a brilliant channel there, James. So if you haven't subscribed to James, go and give him a sub. His link's in the description down below.
Thank you. Yeah.
Sam, you've got a YouTube channel as well. Do you want to promote that?
I don't, Pete, actually. A few people have recommended that I should get a YouTube channel, and I think I definitely need to, I'd sort that out at some point. But I say, on the flip side, though, I do have my Instagram page, which is DW. It's at DWhoFan98. You can go and follow me on there, and I've just got my own letterbox account set up under Sam Glendenning.
Oh, brilliant stuff. So if you're on Letterboxd and Instagram, go and give Sam a follow. And
thank you, guys.
And everybody's links in the description down below, so give them all a sub if you haven't already. They've all got magnificent channels. So let's get into the comments then.
Thank you, Pete.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, Pete.
Right. Waiting for the comments to load up. Right. My phone's glitched out, so that's a good start. This is going really well. I think we've got about 200 comments to go through already.
Wow.
Yeah, there's still more to go through as well. My word.
Mike, quickly do the stand-up routine, mate.
Yeah. Oh, we're here with our standard first question. All comment from StreamYard saying to show comments, bring this up. But here we go. We've got Matt here, and he says, "Evening, guys. Great lineup tonight. Evening, Matt. Thank you for joining."
Hey, Matt.
Hiya.
Matt says, "Do you mind reading subtitles when you watch a foreign language film, or would you prefer it being dubbed in English?" For me, I honestly don't mind subtitles. I think they're great. I think it's like reading a book. But sometimes dubs can be quite fun to watch, especially if the dubbing is pretty awful. But I'll let Mike go next.
Yeah, I mean, my rule has always been whatever country the movie's set in, like I have to watch it in the language that it's supposed to be in, just because if it was dubbed, it would kind of take me out of the movie. And I also find that when I watch a subtitled movie, I tend to concentrate more on the movie.
Yeah.
I have to like actually,
Yeah.
you know, pay attention. I can't turn away from the screen if I miss something. The only exception to when I'll watch a dubbed movie is with spaghetti westerns, because they were all like Italian productions, but they're meant to be set in the American West, so I can't really watch them with Italian in Italian, because for me it has to be in English because it's meant to be set in the American West. But yeah, mostly I do prefer watching with subtitles.
Yep, brilliant. Andy?
Yeah, I was a bit like, if whatever language it's in, I have to watch it to that language and read the subtitles. But I'm getting a bit fed up of reading the subtitles now, because I find, because I'm reading the subtitles, I'm missing what's going on visually in the movie. So yeah, I'm kind of swaying more towards dub now, if I'm honest. Yeah,
That's fair enough, mate. What about you, JT?
Oh, well, yeah, like I spoke over you before, Pete. Sorry, I was joking. It depends how lazy I'm feeling. Is the honest answer. But I think sort of somewhere in between Andy and Mike is probably my honest answer. There's something that it probably cliche to mention something like Parasite, but obviously that doesn't have a dub. But I think if you were to watch that with an English dub, it would completely, to Mike's point, take the charm out of it. But you know. But then something like the Millennium trilogy, you know, the girl with the original Girl with the Dragon Tattoo trilogy, I can't stand those with the original with the subtitles, and I have to watch them dubbed. But and I love the really bad dubs on like the old Hong Kong cinema and like the Jackie Chan sort of stuff like that, where the mouth's going at 1,000,000 miles an hour, but somebody's just saying hello. It's that sort of thing, you know. I suppose it really does depend on, like I say, how I'm feeling. I stupidly tried to watch Everything Everywhere All at Once without subtitles the other week, and that was hard work.
Oh, I can imagine.
Yeah, I got the French import Blu-ray, and it has Dutch subtitles on it, which is obviously brilliant if you're Dutch, but I'm not. So.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Oh, great stuff there. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, it sort of depends on if I want to watch a movie with subtitles, but if there is a really good film that I've heard is great with subtitles, I will probably watch it with the subtitles.
Yeah. And what about you, Sam?
For me, Pete, world cinema is my favourite film category of all time, and I think if that movie is intended to be watched in subtitles, or say in its language, I'll go with how it's intended to watch. I mean, I know a lot of people go with the dubbed version, and I totally understand why. I see both sides of the coin, but it never really bothered me like the subtitles. You know, because a lot of my favourite films are foreign language films, like Drive My Car, Blue is the Warmest Colour, and what crikey, Parasite is phenomenal. And my favourite film of all time, and actually Mike has seen this as well, is Stalker by Andrei Tarkovsky, which I think Scott is still yet to watch, I think, aren't you, Scott?
Yeah, I still need to watch it. I do own the Criterion of it, so I will get round to that at some point.
It's phenomenal, mate. It's a real slow burn, but it definitely. I thought it was. I think it's absolutely sensational.
Yeah, I have heard really good things about it, to be fair.
Is that your favourite Tarkovsky film, Mike? Did you say?
I'm not sure. It's definitely up there. I do like Solaris as well.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
Yeah, so it's probably between those two.
I rewatched Solaris a couple of weeks ago. It's absolutely fantastic. I haven't watched the George Clooney remake. I don't know if you watched that, P.
No, I've not seen that one.
I haven't. No.
So yeah, but no, a lot of my favourite films are foreign language films, and I'm sure Josh, if he's watching tonight through the lens, will agree with me as well.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. But great answer there, Sam.
Thank you, mate.
We've got Minhalju here saying evening and hello everyone. Hope you're all well. Over the weekend, I watched a fair amount of films. Oh, brilliant! And thanks for joining, mate. We have Sinjin here saying evening all. Hope you're all good on this fine Wednesday evening. Yeah, thanks for joining, mate.
Hello, mate.
Plodding on.
Minhalju says I watched a bunch of horror creature feature flicks such as Tick starring Seth Green, Virus from 1999, The Terror Within 1 and 2, Leviathan, Terror Train, Event Horizon, and Deep Star 6. Oh, very good selection of stuff there. I've only ever seen Terror Train, I think, and that was pretty good. Haven't seen Event Horizon, but I do want to watch it. Have you seen any of these ones, Mike?
Yeah, I've seen Event Horizon. Yeah, it's a great movie. Terror Train. Yeah, that was good. I've seen Leviathan. I think that's kind of like a horror movie, but kind of like The Abyss. It like takes place underwater in like some like station underwater. And I think I haven't seen Deep Star 6, but I think it's a very similar movie to Leviathan.
It is, mate. Yeah, they did him because Cameron obviously was going to bring out The Abyss in '89. He did, but he got delayed because he got, as always, carried away with his special effects, and so
yeah,
they rushed those movies through production to cash in on the the Cameron sort of energy that was building up, and
yeah. That Leviathan's got a great cast though. It's got like Peter Weller and Ernie Hudson and
Daniel Stern in it as well. Yeah,
Daniel Stern. Yeah. There's loads of great people in it.
Yeah, I don't mind it, to be fair. I've come back to Leviathan a couple of times over the years.
Yeah.
Oh, check that one out. Andy, you seen these?
I've seen Virus, which I really do like that film. It's got a fun cast to it. Haven't seen The Terror Within. Seen Leviathan. Seen Terror Train and Event Horizon, but I've not seen Deep Star 6.
Great stuff. JT?
Yeah, the only ones I've seen on there are Leviathan, Event Horizon, and Deep Star 6, and enjoyed them all in varying amounts.
Oh, that's good to hear. And Scott, have you seen any of these?
The only one that I've seen is Terror Train, but I do really want to check out Event Horizon and Leviathan. Great things about those two.
Yeah, same here, mate. And Sam?
I think the only one I've heard of, Pete, is Event Horizon. I think, didn't that one get a 4K recently?
Yeah, it did.
But no, I can't say I'm clued up on like the others. But like I say, it says obviously with like I say horror creature feature flicks. Yeah, that's had me sold already. I'm sure I'd get a kick out of them for sure.
Great stuff. Next up, we have Danny here saying hi to you all. Hope you're all good. I'm good. Thanks for joining, Danny.
Hi, Danny.
And Hadri says, did we see those films? Yeah, we talked about them. And he also watched Unlawful Entry with Kurt Russell on the weekend also. Damn, I've been a busy bee, haven't I? Yeah, you've made the most of the Easter holidays, mate. Haven't heard of Unlawful Entry, but sounds great. Have you seen it, Mike?
Yeah, it's great. It's one of the many great Kurt Russell movies from the 90s. Kind of like a home invasion sort of thriller, somewhat. But yeah, it's really, really good.
Oh, sounds great. Andy?
Yeah, I absolutely love it. Ray Liotta is a fucking bastard in that film. He's so good. But yeah, it's just a creepy movie, and I think it's fantastic. Like Mike was saying, Kurt Russell had such a good run in the 90s with that and Breakdown and Executive Decision.
Brilliant stuff. JT?
I've not seen it. I have a feeling I might have picked this one up recently. I think I have. I haven't watched it yet.
Oh, that sounds like a great film. That's another one that's going to be added to the list. There's already about 3 or 4 already, and we've not long started the stream. Scott, have you seen it?
I haven't watched it yet, but I do own the Blu-ray of it, and I have been meaning to watch it for quite a while, so we'll definitely check out soon.
Cool. And have you seen it, Scott? Sam, should I say? Sorry.
No, it's all right, mate. I haven't actually, but I do really like Kurt Russell as an actor. I've been meaning to check out a few more of his films. What was that? Oh my God, Pete, what was that film called? And it was meant to be quite brutal. That came out in recent years. And it's meant to be really good. What's it called? Oh my God, what
Is it Bone Tomahawk?
It's that one, yeah.
Yeah.
That's brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Worth adding to the watch list, of course, though, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Cool.
We have Matt saying Event Horizon is a great film. Haven't seen any of the others. For sure. Oh, fair enough. Thank you, mate. If you feel that way, thank you. Right. Sorry about that.
Can help.
We've got Matt here from Vengeance Media saying, did you guys see the production trailer for The Penguin? Looks awesome.
I haven't seen it yet. It's just dropped this evening, hasn't it?
Has it? Oh, I'll have to check it out. Anybody else seen the trailer?
Yeah.
No.
Well,
No,
sorry about that, everybody. Just a little bit shook there, but thanks for writing that, Matt. Yeah. I'll have to check out the trailer for that. Just got to block somebody. Sorry about this.
No, don't pay it any mind, Pete, because it couldn't be further from the truth.
There's quite a few here. Sidges, there's a question for each of you. Out of all the movies you own, what is the one you rewatch the most and why? Do you want to go first, Mike?
I mean, there's so many, but one that does come to mind, and I'm sure JT and Andy will probably agree with me, but I can rewatch License to Kill just over and over again. Like, I never get sick of that movie. So yeah, I'd say that one.
Oh, great pick there. Do agree with you. It's a fantastic Bond film. So many great moments and such a dark, foreboding film. Definitely feels like what the new Bonds were trying to be like, but they're nowhere near as good as License to Kill.
Absolutely, yeah.
Andy?
Yeah. One for me is it's a movie I grew up with, but I watched this movie 6 times last year, and I just have so much fun with this movie.
I think I might know.
It gets better gets better and better for me each time I watch it. Addams Family Values. I fucking love that film.
So did I.
No, it's not. Well, not Fright Night. No, but Addams Family Values, man, is just.
It's so quotable. It's just so quotable, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I've never seen it.
You're missing out, so.
Dude. It's a great film,
much fun.
Is it? Because are there 2 films with Angelica Houston in like the 90s? Because I do need to get onto them. To be fair.
Yeah, it's the second one of them, mate.
Yeah, the second one is it just does everything better for me. That movie, I just have so much fun with it. I love Joan Cusack as the villain.
Yeah, she's superb, isn't she?
I love the 2 camp counselors. They are hysterical, and I just love the way Wednesday tears him a new arsehole over his play.
Yeah, we will not break bread with you.
Yeah. It's like, don't you want to help me realize my vision? And she's like, your work lacks any sort of character structure or development. She just tears him a new one. It's just brilliant. I have so much fun with that movie. The cast is just great, and Raul Julia, God bless him, he was incredible.
They're quite. Sorry, Andy. I was just going to quickly ask. They're quite accessible on Blu-ray as well, aren't they?
Yeah, I think you can get them individually and as a double pack.
Oh, nice
They're
one.
quite easy to get hold of. Yeah.
Oh, you often find, Sam, that in HMV when you're at the till and there's because you're buying this is $2.99, they're always there.
Yeah.
Oh, cheers, James. Yeah, I definitely need to get onto them films. I've heard that they're fantastic.
Yeah, they're so good.
They're good fun. They're good
And
fun.
what do you know? It's actually Wednesday today. Talking of Wednesday Addams.
Yeah. Check your sales section in HMV because I'm pretty certain one of them is either the first one or Family Values is $2.99 on Blu-ray.
Oh, fantastic.
What about you, JT? What's a film that you rewatched the most?
Well, firstly, I just need to say it's great to be in Andy and Mike's company because whenever I say that License to Kill is my favourite James Bond film, I get booed.
Really?
You've no taste. You don't like Goldfinger.
It's the best one.
It is absolutely categorically. There's just no other answer, is there?
It's improved so much on a rewatch for me, especially since knowing Mike and Andy. I have loved it even more. I think I've watched it 3 times in the past year.
Yeah, the Craig ones have definitely given it some kudos, haven't they? But it's always been my favourite. For me, there's 3 that I can't pick between that are like my favourite movie, my guilty pleasures. So there's License to Kill, and then there's Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade and The Fugitive, and those are my sort of my go-tos that I'll if I just need something to wash over me and not pay attention to, but just escape for an hour or two. Those are the 3.
Fantastic picks there. Scott?
My choices are probably going to come to no surprise to everyone watching, but it's the original Dawn of the Dead and Rocky 3 and 4.
Oh, mate, superb choices.
Yeah, absolutely love those films.
Yeah, can't beat them ones. Great picks there, Scott. And Sam, what about you?
I'll just quickly say to Scott, I have got a great sin to confess, mate, and I've never seen Dawn of the Dead.
You're in for a treat, Sam.
I do need to get that second sight set of it. It looks like a beautiful set. But for me, oh my God, there's so many to choose from. I mean, in recent years, probably recently, I'd have to go with the Batman from 2022 because I'm just falling in love with that film each viewing. And obviously my favourite film of all time, Stalker by Andrzej Tarkowski. And I think The Dark Knight would be up there. But if I was just to nail it down to one, it probably would. Oh my God. I think, yeah, I'll go with Stalker by Andrzej Tarkowski because I think I've watched that film about 6-7 times, in the last couple of years.
Oh, very good picks there, Sam. I'll have to check out that.
I'm going to add that one to the list. I haven't seen it. Yeah, I haven't.
It's brilliant. Have you seen it, Andy?
Stalker. Yeah, I think I have. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to have to add that to
brilliant.
the list as well. So it's on Criterion, is it?
It is, mate. And do you know what, Pete? Andrzej Tarkowski is like my, after Wes Anderson, my second favourite director. I love his other films, like me and Mike was saying, Solaris, Mirror, Ivan's Childhood. Those four, including Stalker on Criterion, and then you've got Andrei Rublev, which is the only Tarkowski film I haven't seen, and then Nostalgia and The Sacrifice are also fantastic as well.
Okay, I'll have to check them out. First things first is learning how to pronounce his last name.
And you've got Poltergeist to watch as well, Pete.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, I'm going to let myself off this week because I've actually watched quite a few. So, but still haven't had a Chinese to watch. I haven't had a Chinese yet, so that's another thing I need to address. I bet you there's some comments already about it, but for me, Movies that I could rewatch over again, I would say Empire Strikes Back, Back to the Future, Dirty Harry, and Rocky 4. I'm going to just say those ones.
Excellent.
Choices.
Yeah.
Right, we've got Edward here saying, evening all, hope you're all well. Hope you all had a wonderful Easter. Hope you had a wonderful Easter too, Edward. What's your thoughts on the new trailer for The Marvels? I watched this yesterday, and you know what? I actually thought it didn't look too bad. I don't really have much interest in Marvel films, but I thought I'd give it a shot, and I liked the trailer. Kind of reminded me of Charlie's Angels in Space. I'm not going to go and see it at cinema. I'm going to wait for it to come out on Disney Plus, but it looks better than some of the other stuff I've seen. Anybody else seen the trailer for it?
Not yet. No.
No, I haven't.
No. I kind of thought a lot of people wouldn't have seen it because definitely the interest in Marvel has died down quite a bit, and it's easy to see why.
It's just fatigue, isn't there? They've done too much.
Yeah. To be honest, sorry, P.
You okay?
I was just gonna say, Marvel. I just don't get excited about Marvel anymore. There's just too much content, and it's kind of like, I think there's a lot of the Marvel, the newer Marvel films or contents coming out today. We've just seen it all before, in my opinion. And yeah, I'm just kind of a bit hot and cold with the latest. Well, there was Phase 4 and there's the start of Phase 5, but I don't get excited about the MCU anymore. I'm gonna go and see Guardians of the Galaxy 3 when that comes out though. But I think all the other stuff that honestly, mate, all the other stuff that's been announced, nothing's wowed me.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are the same. They're just really looking forward to Guardians, and that's it. I'm really the same. But
I
Matt
honestly
says
think
here,
they should have. I'm going to say, I honestly think they should have wrapped it up with Endgame.
Yeah.
A lot
I
of people
agree.
said that, yeah.
I agree. It feels like they didn't have a plan after Endgame. They see how popular it was, and they just wanted to keep that money trainer going, and they haven't got a
Exactly, yeah.
plan for it.
No Way Home's fucking phenomenal though, Pete. I will say that. That's the only film. I think. Sorry, mate.
Oh, I was just going to say that is the best thing of Phase 4.
Yeah, that's the outlier, isn't it? That's the the sole exception.
I think that's been
more
the
of a
best.
Sony film, isn't it? Though.
Yeah.
I suppose, yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah.
I think that's probably been the best film since Endgame, and I actually really enjoyed Shang-Chi as well. I felt that was like a breath of fresh air for like the MCU.
Yeah,
that wasn't bad.
Yeah,
that wasn't bad. Matt says, at this point, I don't think anybody cares about Marvels. That is very true. That is very true there, mate. Minhaji says, I also watched, forgot to mention, I watched my stepmother is an alien. Buffy the Vampire Slayer movie. By the way, I love the series, grew up with it, and got around to watching Death Becomes Her. Wow. Great selection of films there. Really do like Death Becomes Her. Buffy the Vampire Slayer movie. I don't think I've seen that, but I think Rutger Hauer's in it. And my stepmother.
Cast, isn't it? Was it like the pilot of it or something? I've not seen it.
It was early 90s, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And my stepmother is an alien. I haven't seen that yet, but I do have it on Blu-ray. You seen these, Mike?
Yeah, I've seen them all. I wasn't that keen on My Stepmother as an Alien. Yeah, I thought it was a bit weak. Buffy the Vampire Slayer, I saw that a very long time ago. I can't remember it that much, but I remember enjoying it. Death Becomes Her, I love that film. Bruce Willis is just hilarious in it. Well, the whole cast is great in it.
They are.
It's just, it's a lot of fun, that movie.
Great stuff. Andy?
Yeah, seen them all. Kind of agree with Mike on My Stepmother's an Alien. It's got a great cast with Dan Aykroyd and John Lovitz and Alison Hannigan and Kim Basinger. But when you watch the movie, you just think, my God, this is piss weak. It's just, it's not great. Buffy, I've never seen the TV show, but I love the film. I had such a fun time with it. And Death Becomes Her is one of the most underrated Robert Zemeckis movies. I just fucking love that movie. It's so much fun. Bruce Willis is great. Took me years to recognize it as Bruce Willis because I'm not used to seeing him with hair.
Yeah, that's true. JT, what about you?
Only one that I've seen is Death Becomes Her. I obviously knew of the Buffy one, like I was saying earlier, but I've never got round to watching it. The idea of the premise of My Stepmother as an Alien, it's never grabbed me. Even like you say, with a really strong cast and whatever else, it's just never been one I've thought, oh, I must watch that. But yeah, Death Becomes as a classic and a comedy classic of the last 30 years. It's just superb.
Oh, it certainly is. It's definitely one of Bruce Willis's best roles outside of Die Hard. What about you, Scott?
Haven't watched any of them, but My Stepmother is an Alien I do own on Blu-ray, and Death Becomes Her is one I add to a collection very soon because I really want to check that film out.
Awesome. And Sam?
I haven't, mate. I pretty much echo what Scott said there. I think I've kind of heard a bit mixed things about My Stepmother is Alien, but I still quite like to, check it out of curiosity, because it is on like the Arrow label, and it comes with quite a nice slip, doesn't it? I believe.
Yeah, my copy does.
So cool. Yeah, but I'll probably will get that added to the watch list, as you would say, Pete.
Yep. Well, my watch list is like a book. It's that big.
Same here.
Next up, we've got Matt here saying, let's get some Evil Dead hype up in here. Who's seen Rise Day 1? Also, have you been watching the previous movies recently? I'll probably go and see it the opening first couple of weeks. I definitely do want to check it out. Trailers look amazing. The reviews have been positive as well. I'm definitely going to rewatch the franchise leading up to watching Rise because I didn't mind the first one, but I didn't love it, and I'd like to rewatch it and see if my opinion changes a little bit more on that one and the second one. Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I will go see it. Probably not day one. I'm kind of it's a funny one for me because I'm probably like in the minority of I wasn't really the biggest fan of the remake, like the one from 10 years ago, and this movie looks a little bit too much like that, but I'm hoping it's more like the original ones with Bruce Campbell having more of the humor. I'll still check it out because I'm a big Evil Dead fan, but I'm just hoping it's not too much like that remake because I wasn't the biggest fan of it.
Yeah, I can get that. There wasn't a lot of humor, if any, in that remake. Andy?
Yeah, I'll definitely go and see it this weekend. If it's this weekend, it comes out. But yeah, I probably won't rewatch the previous ones. I watched them quite recently.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not the biggest Evil Dead fan. I do really like the films, but they're not my favorite. It's not my favorite horror franchise or anything like that. I love the TV show as well. The TV show's a lot of fun. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing hopefully another decent horror film.
Yeah, hopefully so. Yeah. JT?
Yeah, do you know it's been years since I've seen the original trilogy of them, and I'm with Mike. I didn't care for the remake at all. In fact, the only bit of the remake that I liked was the post-credits scene with Bruce Campbell. But yeah, I thought it, like you say, it was just, for me, it was just devoid of anything that would make it Evil Dead, even though it was like, sort of point for point doing what an Evil Dead movie should do. It didn't care for it. Like I said, the original ones, I enjoy them, but I haven't watched them for a good few years. I recently, not so long since, picked up the director's cut of the third one. So I think I've only seen the theatrical cut. Actually, I don't know which way around it is. The ending where he goes too far back in time and misses his stop, that's the ending I've seen. But I know that the other ending is the one that leads into the series. I've not seen that. So whichever way around it is,
that's the director's cut ending. So the other one is the theatrical cut. But I love that ending where he goes too far. It's hilarious.
Yeah, absolutely. That one's my favourite of them. I probably won't see the new one in the cinema, but I've seen the trailers and it looks quite good. So I'll probably wait for the Blu-ray, to be fair, for this.
Yeah, that's fair enough. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, well, I'm definitely looking forward to watching it. I will probably go opening weekend. I probably won't rewatch the Evil Dead films just because I'm not doing much rewatching at the moment. I'm trying to do many first time watches as I possibly can. But I would like to rewatch the franchise at some point though, because I really do like the Evil Dead franchise, and I just say put this new Evil Dead film as another solid entry to the franchise.
Yeah, it sounds like it's going to be good. So look forward to it.
Yeah, definitely.
And Sam, what about you, mate?
I was just trying to just tilt there. If you could just see, I've got my Evil Dead t-shirt on.
Oh, superb.
That's yeah. I've got an Evil Dead 2 t-shirt on. Sorry guys, the camera's probably not picking it up that well there because it's a bit dark in my room now. But absolutely buzzing. Like Matt is. This has become one of my favourite franchises now. And I was just gonna say, Pete, as well. I've actually started season 2 of Ash vs Evil Dead today, and yeah, love it.
Oh, great stuff. I'm going to have to try and watch this series because it sounds amazing.
And I will say as well, Pete, do you know what? Like yourself, I really loved the 2013 remake. I thought it just really blew it out of the water for me. And I have to give the director kind of credit here because he wasn't, doing a complete copy and paste of the original. He was actually just using like the same story into his own vision and his own development, and it was a new set of characters. It had some different scales to it, and I thought the cinematography was fucking fantastic, mate. I mean, I don't know how long it was when you last watched the 2013 remake, Pete.
I watched it last year, end of last year.
Yeah, I only watched it for the first time last month.
Oh, cool. Next up, we have Gareth here saying, hey all. Hey, Gareth.
Hi, Gareth.
We've got True Action Star here saying, evening, gents, and everyone in the comments. Me and the wife are looking forward to this tonight. Good evening to you and your wife.
Hello.
We're excited the wife is too. I bet she is. Minhaji says Evil Dead's around the corner, guys. I'm really excited for it. Count down the days. Absolutely. It's going to be a lot of fun. Right, we've got Matt here saying, congratulations to Sam on his first stream. You're going to kill it, mate. He is doing brilliantly. Can you talk to us about your Doctor Who cosplays?
Well, I'll just start off by saying, Matt, thank you so much for that, mate. That absolutely means a lot. Much appreciated. And I'm hoping to get on one of Scott's streams at some point. So it'd be great to obviously if you was on like one of the same streams at some point. But I did and I think you guys know. So I'm a big Doctor Who fan.
Yeah.
And David Tennant's my favourite Doctor. And last month I kind of wanted to do sort of try and replicate the 14th Doctor, because that's David's new costume for the 60th anniversary specials. And the actual overcoat, came all the way from China. It was like a belated birthday present. And and we just got all the, other material and that, and just compressed it, obviously compiled it together. And I had a right good old photo shoot last month. And I do want to, but in terms of in the future though, Matt, I do actually want to try and go for a similar look to like Matt Smith at some point, or even John Pertwee.
Oh,
try and get something, a kind of a similar, like, I don't know, tweed jacket or overcoat of that forte, really.
Oh, sounds great to me.
Nice one,
that'd be good. Look forward to
just
seeing
a quick
pictures.
Sorry, Pete, just a quick question, actually, because I know we're big Doctor Who fans. Who's your favourite Doctor?
For me, it's between David Tennant or John Pertwee.
Yeah, John Pertwee's probably my fourth favourite. I probably would go David Tennant, Patrick Troughton, Matt Smith, and then, yeah, probably John Pertwee for me.
Awesome. We've got Minhalju here saying, Scott, will we get a yo from you today? Whatever that means.
Yoy!
Well, after you said you watched Dirty Dancing, I was half expecting your rendition of I've Had the Time of My Life, or She's Like the Wind.
I've had the time of my life, and I've never felt this way before.
Oh,
Scott, can we
Go
hear?
grab your guitar, mate. I'll go get the keys.
Can we hear your cover of Wonderwall, Scott?
Oh, there we go.
Here we go, mate.
I don't know.
Love it.
He's even got like the Liam Gallagher mic stand thing going on where he's like, singing.
I know.
I'd love to be like in a nightclub and then basically just like some like club music on and Scott going Mortal Kombat.
As she was saying Mortal Kombat, Minhalju also says Mortal Kombat.
That's amazing.
Mortal Kombat.
Brilliant. Matt says, I'm excited to see the Star Wars Vision episode that Aardman has made. Oh, wow, that'd be quite cool. I haven't watched
What's happening?
I didn't even know it was happening. I haven't even checked in these Star Wars Visions series. Have you guys seen Star Wars Visions?
I haven't paid.
No.
We have Josh here from Through the Lens. Hey, y'all. Hey, Josh.
Hi,
Hope you're doing well.
Hi, Josh.
We have Liam here, the Classics Are Ace, saying, hey all, watched a few things past week, watched Long Good Friday for the first time, and thought it was fantastic. Great to hear it. What's your thoughts on the film, Mike?
Yeah, I loved it. It's been about 10 years since I watched it, but I remember really liking it. Bob Hoskins is great in it. And, yeah, you've got that very small cameo from Pierce Brosnan as well in the movie. He's got like 2 scenes in it, hasn't he? But yeah, it's a great movie.
Brilliant stuff. Andy?
Yeah, I really like it. Yeah, Bob Hoskins is just great in it. There's a bit in it that's really fucking brutal. But yeah, I really remember liking the film. Like Mike, it's been a while since I've seen it, but I do enjoy it. Yeah.
Awesome. JT?
I haven't seen it for years, but I remember liking it, and you can't really go wrong with Bob Hoskins. You've unlocked a bit of a core memory there. I'd forgotten about Brosnan in it, Mike.
I don't even think he actually has any dialogue in the film, if I remember.
No.
Yeah.
No.
As soon as you said it, I could see it in my mind. I'm like, oh yeah, bloody hell.
Yeah.
Oh, he's really super young in that. He must only be like in his early 20s or something.
Yeah.
Scott?
Absolutely love it. Really great British gangster movie, and Bob Hoskins is fantastic in it. Yeah, absolute quality film.
Brilliant stuff. And Sam, what about you?
I haven't, mate, but I think from what I think because what Scott said about it and a couple of the YouTubers, yeah, I need to definitely get onto that one. Is it on the Arrow label, Pete?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I'll definitely need to check that out because there's an Arrow sale at the minute as well.
Fantastic stuff. I think you'll enjoy it.
Thanks, mate.
Me, absolutely love it. That's a fantastic British gangster film. A super serious one. No silly comedy in it like what you get with the Guy Ritchie stuff. It really does feel great to watch. Bob Hoskins fantastic, and the soundtrack is great in it. We've got Josh here saying the Marvels looks like dog shite. Yeah. Gareth said, did anyone see the video of someone calling Evil Dead Rise shite? to the cast of reviewers, and Bruce Campbell told them to fuck off. Yeah, we did see the video of that. That was quite a good video. Liam says also went to the cinema to see the documentary In the Court of the Crimson King, King Crimson at 50, which I thought was very entertaining. Saw an independent cinema. Oh, very interesting. Anybody has any interest in that film? We'll go and see it.
Not heard of it.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure when I'll get round to watching it, but it is a great album by King Crimson. I'm sure Mike will agree as well, because I know prog rock is like his favourite music genre.
Yeah, it's a good album. They're not like one of my favourite prog bands, King Crimson.
No.
But I do really like them still. But I've not heard of this documentary, to be fair.
No,
I didn't even know it was a music one. I thought it was about a historical figure. JT, you heard of this documentary or think about going to watch it?
I've heard of the band, but it's not my cup of tea. So it wouldn't have been something I was seeking out. In fact, I was almost scared to speak up, because I was saying I was almost scared to speak up, because I'm thinking, like, surely that's a documentary about the band, and then I'm like, what if it's not like you? What if it's about something?
Yeah, I've never even heard of it before, but at least it's a music one. I thought it was a historical one, but at least we know now. Scott, what about you?
I've heard a couple of songs from a band before, but they're not my favourite. Some of their songs are like ridiculously long, if I remember correctly. They have some really long songs on their album, but yeah, I need to give them some more attention, to be fair, because the songs I've heard I do really like.
Awesome. Next up, we have Matt here saying thoughts on the last matinee. Picked up in the RSL and fell in love with it. Yeah, saw it at the weekend. Really enjoyed it. Mike?
I've not seen it, to be honest. But with everyone saying so much about it, I'll probably have to pick it up.
It seems to be the film of the week. Loads of people have picked up this past week, watched it.
Yeah.
I think thanks to both Nigel and Matt talking about it so much, we've all decided to watch it this week, or picked it up. You seen it, Andy?
Yeah, I liked it, but I didn't love it. Yeah, it was just, I just thought it was okay.
Yeah.
I've got to be honest. But yeah.
Yeah, that's no worries, mate. JT, you seen it?
Never even heard of it until I come on this stream, but I'm in Mike's camp. I'm intrigued, and I think I might pick it up and give it a go.
Awesome. Scott, you've seen it? You liked it?
Yeah, I thought it was absolute quality.
Absolute quality. Loved it.
Yeah.
And Sam, have you seen it?
No, I haven't, mate.
No worries. We've got Sinjin here saying, what's your favourite quote from a movie? Mine is from Deliverance, when Burt Reynolds said, sometimes you have to lose yourself before you can find anything. How true is that? Oh, a very good quote there, mate. That's a very hard one to think of. I'm terrible with movie quotes, so I'm going to pass this on to Mike.
Ooh. I mean, I'm just going to say, because Sam already mentioned it, like Falling Down, that movie has so many like great quotes in it. I remember there's like the one where it's kind of a long quote, but in the end he's like, I'm not economically viable, you know, when he says things like that. And I remember there's another one when he's in like that basement with the neo-Nazi guy, and he and he says to him, the neo-Nazi says to him, we're the same, you and I, and he just replies, we're not the same. I'm an American, you're a sick asshole. I just think that's great.
And he says, I'm trying to get home to my daughter's birthday. I want everyone to stay out of my way.
Yeah. There's just so many great quotes in that movie.
It a great
Do you know what, Mike? Talking about it now, I want to watch that film again.
Me too, mate. Yeah. Me too.
That's another one I could rewatch again and again. It's just
There's another one where he's in the restaurant and he says, Rick, have you heard the expression, the customer is always right? And he's like, well, here I am. the customer.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a good line as well.
Mhm.
I fucking love that film, Pete.
Yeah. Now you're gonna die wearing that stupid little hat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Andy, what about you?
Yeah, there's some quotes from Dawn of the Dead I quite like that I use, like "We got this by the ass,"
Mhm.
and the only fool who could afford this gun is the fool with the bread to buy it. I've probably
Yeah.
butchered that quote, but yeah, I really do like that one.
Oh,
It wasn't one of those things that nearly blew me away. Yeah, it's just got some great one-liners in it, that movie.
great stuff. JT?
Too many to think of, really, mate. But going back to one I sort of said earlier about the fugitive, I think there's some great lines in that from Tommy Lee Jones. You know, the Harrison Ford. So I didn't kill my wife, and he's I don't care.
Yeah.
And there's you did a goddamn Peter Pan right here off this dam, and why are you thinking? Why don't you think me up a donut? Yeah, one of them donuts with sprinkles on it. Just I love how much of an asshole the character is, basically, and yeah.
Mhm.
So many. I've seen so many. Like we all have so many films, and your lines stick with you, and you end up sort of quoting them.
Mhm.
Great picks. And Scott?
Yeah, there's a couple for me. One of them is one that Andy mentioned from Dawn of the Dead. I think he says the only person that commits with this gun would be the sucker with the bed spy. I think that's what he says, if I remember correctly. And one of them's going to be Rocky 3, when Apollo Creed says, "You had the eye of a tiger, man. You had the edge." Love that quote. It's so fun.
Good ones there. And Sam, what about you?
There's just so many to choose from, but on top of my head, because I rewatched The Big Lebowski recently, and I know Andy fucking loves that film, and so do I. I just love. There's so many great one-liners in that film. I loved the saying. I loved it when, obviously, when he said, because he's getting taken from this cab to that. I think from the limo to this vehicle, and he says, "Take it easy, man. There's a beverage here."
Yeah.
I'm not Lebowski, and you're like you're Lebowski. I'm the dude. That's what you call me, man.
Yeah. And do you see what happens when you fuck a stranger in the ass?
You see what happens, Larry? Do you see what happens?
Yeah.
Pete, you need to watch that film, by the way.
Yeah.
I do have it on 4K. It's on the list somewhere.
Great soundtrack as well, actually.
Oh.
I just love it when he brings the dog bowling, and he's like, "Why'd you bring a Pomeranian bowling?" And he's like, what do you mean brought it bowling? I didn't rent it shoes. I didn't buy it a beer. He's not taking your fucking turn.
Is everyone going, what does he say as well, Andy? Is everyone here going crazy? Am I the only one that's cares about the rules?
Yeah.
Mark it down to 0.
Yeah. This is bowling. This isn't NAM. There are rules.
I fucking love that film.
Yeah, it's fucking great. Yeah.
Okay, I'm one's over now. I want to watch this one now.
So, Pete,
a lot of fun.
Yeah.
For next Wednesday, Poltergeist and The Big Lebowski, definitely make that your priority, I would say.
Yeah, I'll see if I can get at least one of them watched.
I tell you what, you might have to do at one point is maybe do it like a live commentary, like a reaction. Watch it live.
Like a watch along.
Yeah.
That would be a good idea. Yeah, I'll have to
I'd
try
definitely
that.
be up. I'd definitely be up for that, of course.
Might have to be Poltergeist, as that seems to be the in-demand movie that I watch. It was Fright Night, but now it's Poltergeist. So yeah.
Is sorry, Pete.
Yeah.
I was just going to quickly ask him. I don't know if any of you guys have seen it. How is the Fright Night remake? Because I know that's got Colin Farrell and David Tennant in it.
I've not watched it actually, so I can't say.
I've not seen
It's not a patch on the original.
No.
But it is still a watchable film. You can still get things from it to enjoy. But yeah, David Tennant's probably the best part about it. But yeah, just stick with the original. If you want to give it a go, by all means, give it a go. But don't expect it to be better than the original.
How's Fright Night 2 actually, Andy? Because I know who is it? Dave at Savage Zombie Reviews. He reviewed it, and I tell you what, it sounded really awesome. To be fair, that was meant to be a solid follow up to the original.
I really like the second one. Again, not as good as the first, but a solid sequel. It's just it's missing the cast because you only get 2 returning characters, and yeah, it does hurt the movie. But the new characters you get are still fun.
Yeah.
Cool. We've got Classics Erase here, Liam saying, also rewatch Samurai Cop, which was hilarious. The backgrounds behind it is even crazier. I need to check that one out. I know, Andy, you've mentioned about that one a few times,
God,
Samurai Cops.
It's got to be seen to be believed, that film.
Is this the one who had his hair cut and then had to go back and wear a wig or something?
Yeah.
Oh,
he thought filming had finished, so he cut all his hair off, and then he has to wear like a mannequin's wig. So like the rest of the movie, it's insane. It's pretty much someone watched Lethal Weapon and decided to make their own version of it, and it's just a mess. The acting in it is abysmal. The dialogue in it is hilarious. It's like a low budget porno at times. It's just it's got to be seen.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't oversell it enough. It's so bizarre. I think the scenes where like the car chase, they only had like a limited time to film it, so when they put it all together, it's like different times of the day. It's like 1 minute. It's ridiculous. You've just really got to see it. It's a mess, but my God, is it a delight?
Oh, brilliant! I'm gonna have to check that one out as well.
Same, mate.
Yeah, so
We've got Red Room Antics here saying, hi all, I watched Suspiria for the first time the other night. I liked it, but didn't love it. Is the remake worth a watch? I haven't seen the remake, but I do want to check it out. You seen the remake, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I will just say quickly, I know he said he liked Suspiria but didn't love it. I was the exact same with the original. When the first time I saw it, I liked it, but I didn't love it. But on rewatch, it's really grown on me. The remake, I really like it. I know it's not for everyone. It's very, very different, completely different, in fact, but I still enjoy it.
There's a good cast in that remake as well, I see.
Really good cast, yeah.
Yeah. It's on the movie label as well, isn't it?
Yep.
Andy, have you seen the remake?
Yeah, I've seen them both. I do prefer the original, but I know there's a lot of people who really do like the remake more. But yeah, the ending to the original creeped me out, and I love it when a movie can do that. But yeah, like Mike was saying, the remake's very, very different. I think Tilda Swinton's got a couple of roles in it. She plays like multiple roles in it, but it's it's a good solid remake. Creepy at times, but I do prefer the original. I've got to be honest.
JT, you said you haven't seen it?
No, sadly not. No, so no commentary to offer, mate.
Scott?
I haven't seen the remake, but I have watched the original and I absolutely love it. It's probably my favourite Dario Argento movie. And the score by Goblin is fantastic as well. Just one of my favourite movie themes of all time.
Absolutely. Goblin soundtracks are wonderful.
Definitely.
And Sam, have you seen it?
I haven't seen the original by Argento, and I haven't actually got round to watching the remake, from a couple of years back, but it is quite surprising I haven't got round to it yet, because I bought the, movie edition like nearly a year ago now, and Tilda Swinton is one of my favourite actresses, so yeah, I'll definitely have to give it another go. But I do want to check out the original by Argento first. What is that on a particular boutique label, by the way, P? The original.
It isn't on Arrow. I can't remember what it is. I think it's on the Shameless label, but it's in like a clear case with like a black slip cover.
Yeah, that's the one I've got.
Yeah, I need to check it out.
There is a triple pack with that, opera, and a different one. That's also available, and I think that's about 20 quid for the 3 films. So that's probably one to check out for.
Oh God, that's good.
Next up, we have Matt here. He says about Peter's on mute and still hasn't seen Poltergeist. Wow, we are over an hour behind on. How about this? We'll do a watch party of Poltergeist. If I haven't seen it within the next month, we'll do a watch party. If you're in the comment section, put it down, and I'll see if I can do a watch party of it, and you can see my first time reactions to Poltergeist.
I want to watch that version.
Minhaji says, I finally added Fright Night and Urban Legend to my horror collection. I picked them both up from H&B a few days ago. Brilliant to hear that, mate. I hope you both enjoy them. And what did I say? Or eating a Chinese. Liam says, lastly, I'll watch whatever that is. Jean-Claude Van Damme film Black Eagle, which I thought was dreadful, is a terribly dull Bond knockoff. And The Muscles from Brussels himself was barely in it.
Oh. I'm looking at that one on shelf over. Just behind.
We've got Red Romantics here saying thoughts on Black Swan. I haven't seen that one, but that's the one with Natalie Portman, and I think what's the name's in it from Family Guy as well, who voices Meg. But I do want to watch that. Yeah. Mila Kunis, definitely. It's on Disney Plus, so I'll check it out on there. I've heard it's quite a creepy film. You seen it, Mike?
Yeah, I didn't mind it, but I did love it for one particular scene. And being a man, you probably know what that scene is.
Oh, was there a saucy scene in it?
Involving the 2 lead actresses, yeah.
Like a Poltergeist, that's the next one on the watch list. Oh, that is one way you sell a film. What about you, Andy? Thoughts on Black Swan?
Yeah, just got to echo what Mike said. I really do like it. It's got a great cast, and that scene gets the heart pumping. I'm telling you.
It's getting my heart pumping now, and I'm not even seen it yet, so I can't wait. You seen it, JT?
I haven't, no, but the chaps have sold it, so.
They certainly have. Scott, have you seen it?
I have, yeah. And I liked it, but I wasn't a massive fan of it. I think I respect the film more and I actually enjoyed it. But I did it. There was some really good cinematography in it, to be fair, and it's decent overall. But yeah, that scene is really good, yeah.
Great stuff. And Sam, have you seen it?
Oof. Well, I remember when this film came out, like, oh God, 2011. And I still haven't seen it yet. I mean, I remember the trailer being quite creepy, actually. Quite dark. But I do want to check it out because it's got the the same director of Requiem for a Dream, which is phenomenal. And recently the Whale as well.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that sounds like a great watch. We've got Sai here saying evening, Sai.
Hello.
Gareth says they're both cracking films. Minhaji says, what is your most prized collection? Well, it's come up now. What's your most prized collection in your Blu-ray 4K collection? Pete, Scott, Andy, and everyone. Mine are the following: the Disney Classic Complete Collection, Infinity Saga from Amazon. Very good picks there, Minhaji. And he's got some more here. His Harry Potter Philosopher's Stone 20th Anniversary Collection on Blu-ray and 4K, the beautiful looking train set. Such a nice train model. Well, there's some wonderful sets there, Minhaji. For me, I'll probably just say my Arrow collection as a whole, because I've got quite a few of them and I've got some really nice limited edition sets. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, probably something similar. Just some of the Arrow limited edition sets. I really like the Clint Eastwood box set that I've got. It's like the big white one with pretty much all of his movies in. That's one of my favorites. Yeah, and probably like the Bond 50 collection as well. Yeah, there's probably quite a few.
Oh, great stuff. And what about you, Andy?
Yeah, just like some of the Arrow limited ones, the Harry Potter train set, the Godfather 4K set as well, and maybe the Criterion Godzilla as well.
Great. That is a nice addition, the Godzilla set. It's a bit impractical, but when you've got the boxes, they look great. What about you, JT?
I don't know. To be fair, there's plenty of things in here that I like. I'm not overly bothered about buying like the fancy editions and stuff. I'm usually all right with just the standard release. Obviously, really love my Bond set. Same as obviously what Mike said. I've got while the film's an abomination, I've got a copy of the Mummy from 2017, but signed by Tom Cruise.
Oh wow!
Yeah, a friend of mine met him and got us it signed, so that's a prized possession in the collection. And then I've got my sort of prop replica of the mask from The Mask as well. I think that's my favorite, even though it's not a film. It's my favorite thing in the whole collection.
That's very impressive. Scott?
Yeah, there's quite a few for me as well. I'd probably say the Second Sight 4K box set of Dawn of the Dead. That's absolutely incredible. I love that set so much. Also, the Criterion set of Godzilla is pretty awesome as well. I really do love that set.
Top stuff there, Scott. And what about you, Sam?
Well, recently, I have to say, the limited edition of Doctor Who, the collection, season 19 with Peter Davison, because on eBay, there's very few copies of them around now, the limited edition, and they normally go for about 100+ quid. But I won mine in like an auction, and it came down to £21 because of some like case damage and some outwear damage as well. So that I'm quite thrilled about that. I mean, I say that's probably my most bargain in my collection, thinking of it. But my most prized one, oh my god, well, I mean, probably some of my Doctor Who, the collection limited editions, and probably just recently, the Ash versus Evil Dead Blu-ray set with the box included. I think on top of my head, probably just those for now.
Oh, great picks there, Sam. Very good stuff.
Thank you, mate.
We've got the viewer Drew saying, no worries, Scott. Viewer Drew saying, hey, mate. What's your favourite Joan Crawford film? I don't know. Yes, I do know who she is. I'll have to check her up. Mike, what's your favourite Joan Crawford film?
Do you know, honestly, like, I obviously know who she is. I know she's like a legendary actress, but I don't think I've seen a single movie with her in. I can't think of one.
Sunset Boulevard one.
That's it.
Not sure.
And Whatever Happened to Baby Jane?
Whatever Happened to Baby Jane is the one I can bring to mind.
Yeah,
that's one of them.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah. Well, I can say for certain, out of checking the list, I haven't seen any of hers either, Mike. So, Andy, what would yours be? Whatever Happened to Baby Jane?
Yeah, and Sunset Boulevard, if I'm right about that.
Yeah, that one's on there as well.
Yeah.
If she's in that, I'll say that one. That's a great film.
Yeah.
Great stuff. JT?
I've not seen the whole thing, but am I thinking of the right film with Whatever Happened to Baby Jane is the scene where she's ready for the close-up, the famous.
I think
ready
so.
for the
Yeah.
close-up.
Sunset Boulevard.
Yeah.
I was at
Oh, is that Sunset Boulevard? Oh well, then that's the only one I've seen anything of with her in, but I've not seen the full thing.
No worries, that's a good pick. And Sam, what about you?
Yeah, I was just actually just doing a bit of research there. I think the only one I've seen is Whatever Happened to Baby Jane, which I actually thought was really good, Pete. It's been compared to actually Misery with James Caan and Kathy Bates. Yeah, I think those two films have been actually compared before.
Oh, that's cool.
But yeah, really good film. I think I got it for I think it's only about $7.99 in HMV on Blu-ray.
Not bad, not bad. We've got. Oh, what about you, Scott? What's your favourite Joan Crawford film? I keep saying John for some reason.
Haven't seen any, unfortunately.
No worries, mate. Minhaji says I have other crown jewels in my physical media collection amongst all others, but I would just narrow it down to 3 collector's set I have mentioned for now. But no worries, mate.
Fair play, yeah.
Red Romantic says most underrated director. I'll tell you a good underrated director. Whilst I don't think she's done any films, I know she's done some good directing on The Mandalorian, and I really want to see her do a film, and that's Bryce Dallas Howard. I think she's a very good director, and I think she could do a great film. That's Ron Howard's daughter, isn't it, I think?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yeah, so if she gets a film, give her a chance. I think she'd be very good. So that's my pick. Mike?
Yeah, there's 2 that I can think of. There's Walter Hill. I think he's got a lot of great cult movies out there. Yeah, I really enjoy his movies. And also, I'm gonna say Francis Ford Coppola. I know he's obviously done the Godfather movies and Apocalypse Now, but other than those movies, I feel like the rest of his filmography doesn't really get talked about that much. And he's got some other fantastic movies like the
Got some hidden gems, hasn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, like Rumblefish and The Outsiders, and just
Jack with Robin Williams is really good as well, Mike.
I like Jack, yeah, and The Conversation. Yeah. There's so many great movies that he's done that don't really get talked about, to the same extent as The Godfather and Apocalypse Now.
Great pick there. Andy?
I might just have to go with a couple we've mentioned already tonight. Ben Affleck. I think he's fantastic, and probably gonna have to say Joel Schumacher as well.
Yeah,
you know, when he's good, but I just think he's only really remembered for the 2 Batman films.
It seems to be the case now, doesn't it?
Yeah,
but I still like the Batman films he's done.
Yeah, I do.
I still get enjoyment from them.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
I was just going to quickly say as well, Pete. I actually thought Phone Booth was quite a good film as well. Because that wasn't that Joel Schumacher?
That was one of his later efforts, wasn't it? Yeah, I like Phone Booth.
Yeah, that wasn't bad. That was okay.
Flatliners is a good one as well.
That's good.
Flatliners.
Oh, I do like that one. Great cast in it as well.
Didn't care for the remake though.
I haven't seen the remake.
Yeah, I dodged that one. Luckily, I think.
I took a punt. Wish I hadn't.
What about you, JT? What's your most underrated director?
Well, I'd agree with both of Andy's picks, Affleck and Schumacher. The one that came to mind straight away, and I've just sense checked that I got his name right, but was Peter Weir, the guy that did Dead Calm, and I think he did Patriot Games and Truman Show, Dead Poets, and he's not a name that you hear getting talked about, but when you look at the filmography, it's there's some heavy hitters on there. So I would have to say him, really.
Yep, great pick there, Scott.
I'm gonna have to go same as Mike and say Walter Hill. I love Walter Hill's movies. The one that gets talked about with most is obviously The Warriors, and that's a fantastic film, one of my favourites of his. But he's done so many other great cult movies as well, such as 48 Hours and Southern Comfort and stuff like that. Just so many great movies that don't get talked about all that often.
I need to check out The Driver as well. Scott, have you seen that one?
I have, yeah, that's quite decent to be fair.
That's a great
really
film.
Good thriller.
Yeah.
And what about you, Sam?
For me, and actually, funny enough, Pete, I was thinking about this the other night, actually, in prep for the stream, in case we got asked about underrated directors. But the one that comes to mind for me is actually Shane Meadows.
Yes.
Right.
Very good pick there.
Have you seen Dead Man's Shoes, Pete?
I don't think I have, no.
What a phenomenal film that is. That film actually broke me as well. But Jordan Movie Worm, I have to thank him actually for recommending me that film. But he's done some other great films, mate, like Summer's Town is a great little indie film. And then you've got A Room for Romeo Brass as well. This is England, which is fantastic. And the TV series, I think, is even better. So, yeah, I'd probably go Shane Meadows for that one.
Very good pick there, Sam. Very good pick. And I can think
Cheers,
of another
mate.
one. This guy's only done one film, from what I know of, and that was the Warzone Tim Roth's film. I thought that was brilliant, and it's a shame he's only ever directed one film. It would have been great to see him to do more.
I never even knew he'd done that.
Yeah, it's one that came out in the late 90s, starring Ray Winston and Tilda Swinton. It's a very, very dark film, but it's brilliant.
I shall add that one to the list as well.
Sinjin says, have any of you cried watching a movie in the last year? And what was it? Honest answers only. Oh,
Trying to think what I've watched. I definitely will have them. I cry at Weather Me. But
I think the closest thing recently has been The Children of Men. Damn, that is bleak. But I can't think of anything recently. What about you, Mike?
It didn't make me cry, but I think I probably did shed a tear or two. But I'd have to go with After Sun, just because the ending was very, very powerful. And I just remember when the movie finished, I was just kind of sat there, just watching the credits, just like as you were saying before, JT. You know, just when you're just sitting there watching the credits in like a stunned silence. Yeah, it really floored me, that movie. And yeah, that's probably the closest I've come to tears with a movie in the last year.
How can I forget After
phenomenal
Sun?
movie, yeah.
How can I forget After Sun? That's Josh's favourite film, and yeah, that is very emotional at the end, especially when Under Pressure kicks in.
Yeah,
that's a great film.
Yeah.
Andy?
Not in the last year, no. I've only ever, well, I say cried, but I've been really, really choked up only with one film. That was Marley and Me, but yeah, never.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually, Andy, I remember being in tears watching that at the cinema.
I know. I watched it again the second time. I think it was crying for my mum. Yeah, it was just. It was rough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think I could watch that film now after losing a dog. I don't think. JT, what about you?
I think the only one I can think of where I was very emotionally moved after the Return to Paradise, the one we were talking about earlier on. But it didn't bring me to tears, but it definitely moved me. But me and our lass have a Christmas tradition. At end of every Christmas day, we'll, when family's gone and it's, end at night sort of thing, we'll watch It's a Wonderful Life, and the ending of that where he comes back to Bedford Falls and he's realizes just how how wealthy he is. It's really, really hits home, does that? And I think that, like all films do, it evokes stuff you've been through yourself, doesn't it? And sort of just puts you back to a time and a place. And that's probably the last one that I've probably been really sort of like moved to tears by, but it happens every time I watch it, so I kind of know it's coming.
Great movie, James.
It's superb, isn't it?
Yeah, love it.
I just sort of thinking back to like you were saying, Andy, sort of like historically, I can't watch Castaway.
Okay.
That destroyed me. My mum and dad let me watch that far too young. and just the whole concept of him losing his life and losing his love and then losing the bloody football. It's just like at the end of it, sort of. I know it's sort of like a bittersweet and whatever else, and he's he's determining that he's going to deliver the package and whatever else and stuff. But it's just like literally the guy comes back and he's got fuck all left. Excuse my language, and it's just so miserable. I just can't bring myself to watch it again. It just
Yeah, I can get that. Great film, nevertheless.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I haven't cried while watching a film yet, but I was really close with the ending of Tamed Heart. That has a really sad ending, and also the father nearly got me as well.
Oh God,
that's upsetting.
Yeah.
Good picks there, Scott. And what about you, Sam?
Well, I'll quickly say in terms of, I will just quickly say, Pete, if it's okay to say in terms of TV series, the one that really hit me was probably Afterlife by Ricky Gervais. I was talking to my dad and a couple other people. That series, it's a fantastic drama, but it broke me. So yeah, but it's phenomenal TV though. But in terms of films, and I'm trying to think. For me, probably The Green Mile gets me every time. That it just that ending. It's a phenomenal movie, Pete. But the ending just it brings a few tears to me. And
an emotional one.
I'm trying to think of anything else. I probably would say that. Oh, what is it called now? Oh, crikey! Sorry about this, mate. I'm trying to think what it's called. That anime film called A Silent Voice. That is heartbreaking. Have you watched it, Pete?
I haven't heard of it.
It's fantastic, but it is really upsetting at times as well.
I'll have to keep an eye out for that one.
Fantastic film, though. Yeah.
Edward says, have you guys watched the new Guy Ritchie movie, Operation Fortune, on Amazon Prime, and is it any good? Haven't seen it yet. Not in a hurry to watch it. Nobody else seen it? Gonna watch it?
We'll do at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same as JT, some point.
Yeah. Matt H says, name 4 films that should have not won the Oscar for Best Picture.
Oh, let me pull the list up.
I'll have to see now.
Yeah, that's going to be a research
remember them all
one.
off the top of my head.
4 films that shouldn't have won.
Right.
Out of Africa in 1985.
Oh. Let's have a look. Anybody else got any ones they don't think should have won?
I'm just having a look through the list, mate, to remind myself.
Yeah, me too.
Loads of people were up in arms that Brokeback Mountain didn't win and Crash won instead. And
well, one here that's springing to mind is Chicago. That apparently won Best Picture.
Yeah, 2002.
Bit of an odd choice.
A lot of people didn't like the fact that Shakespeare in Love won over Saving Private Ryan.
That's a fair shout.
Yeah.
I were never mad on Dances with Wolves either.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Titanic for me.
Yeah, Titanic. Mike, what about you?
I'm not sure, to be honest. The only ones that come to mind is I would probably say that Crash movie. I wasn't really that keen on that one. I did prefer Brokeback Mountain. And the other one is probably Moonlight. I wasn't really that keen on that one, to be fair.
That's fair shout, yeah.
I'll probably give like Slumdog Millionaire. I thought it was a great film, but I didn't thought it was like film of the year sort of stuff. But I can't remember what came out that year. What about you, Sam?
I'm just looking now, mate, to like sort of remind myself. 2 ticks.
No worries.
Let me see. Well, from up here, I mean, the last few, I pretty much agree with them all. Pretty much, I think. I'm not sure if I would have gone with Spotlight. I mean, I did really like Spotlight, but I'm not sure if I'd given that Best Picture. I'd probably say maybe. Oh my God. Well, probably as much as I love Birdman, I think it's a fantastic movie, Pete.
Yeah.
I was because I believe Whiplash was going up the Best Picture that year, I think, as well. Because if so, I probably would have gone with Whiplash.
Yeah, that's fair enough. They're both fantastic films. So yeah, good.
I'm trying to think. Oh my God. Well, I probably. I'm sorry, guys. I am struggling with this one. Maybe Crash as well, actually, because I'm not sure if I'd given that one Best Picture myself as well, and actually, I think it's just the Hurt Locker as well, which I thought maybe that was a bit of an oddball in my opinion. So I'd probably just go with those for now.
That's fair enough, mate.
Sorry, mate. I didn't really come prepped for that, didn't I?
Well, I don't think we all were.
Yeah.
We have Mike here from Did You See That? Hey, fellas. Hope you're well. Hey, Mike. Hope you're well, mate.
Hey, Mike.
Red Romantic says for me it was Twin Peaks Fire Walk with me. Sorry says, has anyone seen the Continental trailer that dropped earlier today? It's set in 70s New York, 3-part miniseries. This is the John Wick TV series following Winston in the 70s. Did see the trailer. It's more of a teaser than anything. Looks pretty cool, but you can't really tell. Just showing you little tiny snippets of it. But more John Wick sort of stuff. I'm sold. Anybody else seen the trailer?
No.
No.
It's going to Peacock, I think, in September. So a little while to go yet. Got David here saying, good evening, guys. Good evening, everybody, should I say. And guys, this is going to be a good evening always. Good evening, David.
Oh, David.
Evening, mate.
Hello, mate.
Minhalju says, if you guys haven't seen any of these movies I watched over the weekend, I'd highly recommend these absolute fun horror films. I have added them to the list, mate. Right. Red Romantic says, what's your favourite Renee Zellweger film?
As you can tell, Pete, I'm just researching a lot of these, aren't I?
Don't worry, that's what we do. The only thing that's coming to my head is Bridget Jones's Diary.
It's a good movie.
I don't mind the first one, yeah.
I think
ironically,
might have the same choice.
I think
Yeah,
so,
you can-
Scott.
Yeah. Is it me, myself, and
Me,
Irene?
myself, and Irene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've forgotten about that one, to be fair, lads. I was going to say Chicago because I agree it's probably not Best Picture worthy, but I do enjoy it.
Yeah. I like Cold Mountain as well. I fucking love that film.
Ooh. I'm just looking for her stuff now. Certainly not Shark Tale. How about Jerry Maguire? That's a pretty good one for me.
Yeah,
I
good
like
film.
What a film.
Yeah. Judy's not bad either. I quite like Judy.
I
I need
like
to see
as well.
that.
Yeah.
I need to see that. Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I'd probably just have to go with the Bridget Jones movies. I do quite enjoy them. The third one in particular, I thought that was like a big surprise for me. I thought that was quite a funny movie. And yeah, probably Me, Myself, and Irene as well.
I haven't actually seen that one. Me, Myself, and Irene, so I'll have to check that one out. That's a Jim Carrey one, isn't it?
Yeah,
Very
it's
funny.
hilarious.
Oh god, it's funny.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Okay. Twin Peaks says, St. John says, Twin Peaks thought I was horror Red Room.
Oh, sorry, Pete. I was just going to quickly say I have got an answer for that one, and I think Andy really likes this film as well. Reality Bites. Ben Stiller, Ethan Hawke, and Winona Ryder.
Great cast, Did you say yours, JT?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I said Chicago.
Brilliant.
And all that jazz.
We got Minhaji saying, I just love getting my popcorn whenever I watch my monster films. Nice. We got Marvel fan here saying, hey everyone. Hey Marvel fan.
Hello.
Mac chats here. Hey lads, I'll join the chat in a few. Just need to take my mouth for a bath. Brush my teeth. Okay.
Be back in a minute, lads.
No worries, JT. What is your favourite Universal horror film, says Sinjin? For me, it's got to be the original Dracula. I think that's a fantastic film. But I do like The Invisible Man and Frankenstein. That's pretty good. Wolfman's not bad as well. Mike?
Yeah, I like the two Frankenstein and Bride of Frankenstein, and I like The Invisible Man as well. That's a great movie.
Great choices there. Andy?
Yeah, I just thought The Invisible Man was such a surprise. The effects in it are great for the time.
I agree.
Yeah.
Definitely. Scott?
I still haven't watched any of them, but I do plan to watch them out very, very soon. Really do want to watch them.
Oh, great stuff, mate. You're infiltrate. There's some classics there.
Yeah, I've heard really great things about them.
And Sam, what about you?
To be honest, a lot of them I haven't seen in like many years. I know James Movie Bug went on a bit of a kick with them movies, I think in recent months. But one that does spring to mind is probably Creature from the Black Lagoon. I thought that was excellent.
That's a good one there. Yeah, great pick there, Sam.
Cheers, mate.
The View Drew says, excellent news. I just made a Lego Marvel short film. Very
Awesome.
nice. Are you going to
Well done,
upload
mate.
it to YouTube? Be great to see. We have Edward here says, can you believe it's been 21 years since Johnny English graced our screens? Which is your favourite of the Johnny English films? I pretty much can remember the Barclaycard adverts with him in. Was it Barclaycard adverts?
Yeah, it was, yeah. Do you remember before the James Bond videotapes? Like the trailers before the films, yeah.
Wow. For me, it's the first one. I've seen the second one. It's all right. I haven't seen the new one. Mike?
I'm the same as you, Pete. I've only seen the first two. I can barely remember the second one, but the first one's pretty fun.
Andy?
Yeah, it's the first one. I've seen all of them, but yeah, I just remember rewatching that first one so many times when it came out.
Yeah, it was a fun film.
Yeah.
JT?
Same. First one, it's brilliant.
Scott?
I haven't watched them. They're not really appealed to me, if I'm being honest. But I wouldn't mind checking them out at some point, though.
Cool. And Sam, what about you?
Yeah, I quite liked it, actually. I just think it's such a self-aware, fun little movie. I wasn't too big on the what is it? This actually, just answering to his question, the first one's my favourite. I wasn't too big on the sequels, though. They didn't really do much for me, unfortunately.
Yeah. We have Ian here saying, hi everyone, hope you're all well. I'm enjoying watching the 4K releases of Star Trek Next Generation. I'm doing a review of the 4 films. First Contact is outstanding. Oh, great to hear. Look forward to watching them, mate. Marvel fan says, I thought Johnny English came out in 2003.
I can't remember.
It was 2002, I thought it was.
I think so, yeah.
Mm.
We've got Sinjin says, has Pete been on the pig juice again? I thought he said 7:30.
How far behind we are on the comments?
We are 2 hours behind on the comments. Oh my word. We have Lisa here saying, hey everyone. Hey Lisa.
Hello,
Hi, Lisa.
We've got Josh here saying, amazing to see Sam here. He's going to knock it out of the park. He's absolutely doing wonderful tonight. It's great to have him on as a guest.
Thank you, Pete, and thank you, Josh.
We have Red Romantic's thoughts on Inland Empire. Haven't seen that one. That's a David Lynch film, isn't it?
It
Haven't
is.
seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mike?
It's probably the most David Lynch of all David Lynch movies. It's basically Eraserhead, but it's like 3 times the runtime. It's like 3 hours long, and it's very, very dense, very confusing. I've only seen it the one time, and I enjoyed it, but I've never had much desire to go back to it, just because it's just quite exhausting to sit through it, just because it's so long and it's so confusing.
Andy?
Yeah, it's probably my least favorite David Lynch film, but I still do like it. Yeah, it's just a weird trip, that movie.
Sounds like it. JT, have you seen it?
I've not, mate. No, I've not even heard of it, to be honest.
No worries.
David Lynch is one I need to delve into a lot more. To be fair, I get probably a lot of my recommendations of his through watching Mike's channel and chatting to Mike. So not really somebody I've explored all that much, I'm afraid to say.
No worries. What about you, Scott? Have you seen Inland Empire?
I haven't. No, it's one of these films that I still need to watch. But I do really like David Lynch as a director, so I will get around to watching that one.
Cool. And Sam, I think you've seen it.
Oh, dear me, mate. Now, I am a Lynchian, you know, I'm a big David Lynch fan. He's one of my favourite directors. And one of my work colleagues, this is her favourite David Lynch film, because I watched it, you know, a couple of years ago, first time probably 2-3 years ago, and I really just couldn't get on board with it. It was just, for me, a complete bore fest. And when obviously one of my work colleagues started, obviously who I started working with, we found, obviously we both discussed that we're both big David Lynch fans, and yeah, Pete, I thought, okay, I'm gonna give it a fresh start. I'll watch it again. And yeah, it did bore the fuck out of me, to be honest, mate, on second viewing. It was kind of like how I felt at that. It was kind of how I felt a lot of the time with the Jodie Whittaker, Chris Chibnall era of Doctor Who. It just bored the fuck out of me, unfortunately. And I really hope this is not David Lynch's last film as a director. I do not want him to end his filmography on a slog, in my opinion. But I do think the man is talented. He's a fantastic director. And I kind of see where you're coming from, Mike, about, you know, the comparison to Eraserhead. But even though Eraserhead I thought was batshit crazy, I did had a much better time with that movie. I went to go and see it at the cinema as well.
Wow.
Like it was on a double bill with the, oh my god, the Cabinet of Dr. Gary, is it?
Calamari. Calamari
Yeah.
has a fish, isn't it?
Caligari.
Yeah. And controversially, P, I actually didn't like that film, unfortunately.
I've heard that's quite a popular film, or quite a highly regarded film.
It's an acquired taste, though, is Cabinet of Dr. Caligari.
Yeah.
It sounds like it.
David Lynch, I think's an acquired taste, James, but
He is.
but he's obviously Blue Velvet's my favourite film of his, and I love Mulholland Drive and The Elephant Man, and what's probably his other most accessible movie. And talking about underrated movies, Pete, I would say probably The Straight Story.
Of the Disney one, yeah.
That's really fantastic.
Oh, I'll have to check that out. A David Lynch Disney film. You ever thought of it? But he's currently now a part-time weather forecaster, isn't he, on YouTube?
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
really?
he's like, yeah, he just goes on YouTube. If you go on his YouTube, so he sits there with his sunglasses, say like, "Oh, today's we've got sunny in California," or this, that, and the other. It's quite funny to watch.
I thought you were
Sometimes
saying
get-
for a second. I was racking my brains, like trying to think, where's the punchline in this?
it popped up on my feed on YouTube once. I watched it. I was like, I'm strangely fascinated with this, even though I don't know where half these places are he's talking about.
And now
Like,
Jim Cameron.
what is it? The White Lodge or something? The Black Lodge. If you know Twin Peaks, P.
Yeah. Oh, he's a character, all right, is David Lynch.
I fancy some cherry pie now.
Winslow says, been watching some Joe Dante this week. Small Soldiers, Looney Tunes back in action. Cool, that takes me back. Matinee and The Burbs. What's your favourite Joe Dante film? Well, out of them ones, I would say Small Soldiers, but I do have a soft spot for Looney Tunes back in action. Used to love that as a kid. Also, you got Brendan Fraser in it as well. Haven't seen Matinee, but it looks really good. And The Burbs, unfortunately, haven't seen that as well. And I've heard that's very good. Mike?
It's got to be The Burbs for me. I love that film. It's just so fun, and Tom Hanks is great in it. He's always great when he did his comedy roles, like back in the 80s. And yeah, I just love that movie.
Andy?
I might have to go with Matinee, to be honest. I just love John Goodman in that film.
It's a great film.
That's on Arrow, isn't it?
Yeah. And I'd have to go with Small Soldiers and Gremlins as well.
Oh, yes. How could I forget Gremlins as well?
Gremlins
Fantastic
is
film.
good.
Yeah. Actually, both of Small Soldiers, I'll say Gremlins, my favourite. JT?
See, like, I feel like to keep my movie reviewer card, as it were, I need to say Gremlins, but it is Looney Tunes, for better or worse.
I love that film. That's a great time. I can remember the PlayStation 2 game as well. I used to play that for hours when that came out.
Same, mate. Yeah, absolute nostalgia.
Yep.
And that's 20 years ago now.
I know. That's kind of scary.
Yeah.
Scott, what about you?
Probably The Burbs for me. Just a really great, fun 80s movie with Tom Hanks. He gives a fantastic performance in that film, and it's really funny as well in places.
Top pick there, Scott. And what about you, Sam?
It's got to be Gremlins, because Gremlins is my favourite Christmas movie ever. Love it.
Yeah, brilliant. Sam, and we've got another question for you, Sam. From Mike saying, Sam is a huge Doctor Who fan. I'd love to know what got him into the series.
Thank you for the question, Mike. Well, for me, it was kind of through my brother, because my brother, he sort of introduced me to it, just through some of the old VHS tapes, and kind of like, I would just dip it in and out when it was obviously Christopher Eccleston and then David Tennant's first season, obviously with Billy Piper. And I got all these Target novelizations given obviously from my brother's collection. But when I fell in love with the show was probably when I sat down and I watched obviously it was season 3 of Modern Who, and David Tennant, and then obviously Martha. I remember sitting down watching the first episode of season 3, Smith and Jones, and from there my love for Doctor Who just began, really. And I'm quite proud I've been with Doctor Who for so long, for probably, 16 years now. It's a bit of a shame, Pete. It went through a bit of a rocky road under Chris Chibnall. I don't blame Jodie Whittaker at all. It was just down to the writing, unfortunately. But now RTD, Russell T Davies is back, and then obviously my man, Mr. David Tennant's back as the 14th Doctor. Before he hands the bat to Ncuti Gatwa, I'm hoping Doctor Who's going to finally get back on track again.
Yeah, I agree. Chibbers can't write for shit. He can't write a birthday card for a 10-year-old. He's that bad.
Do you know what, Pete? I will say I absolutely loved Broadchurch that came before it, but
it was a good series, but the second series and the third series was nowhere near as good. It should have been a one-off.
Yeah, I agree. I did really like the third season. Second season, I thought the second season was a bit boring, but it was like I just thought it was too big of a jump to go from an ITV drama like Broadchurch to Doctor Who, and it just didn't really
He
suit
actually
his
did
style.
he did write episodes for Doctor Who, like
Oh, he did.
back in the Matt Smith era, and even some episodes for Torchwood as well.
I quite liked his the two-parter. I think he written, was it with the Silurians in season 5 with Matt Smith, Cold Blood, and I can't think what it's called. It's the two-part with the Silurians anyway.
I know the one. That is a pretty good episode. I do agree.
Yeah.
We got Winslow here saying also watch Slumber Party Massacre, solid slasher. Great one. I haven't seen it. Mike says Sam's passion is Doctor Who. Do the rest of you fellas have a huge passion for a movie or TV series? Well, it was Doctor Who for me until the Jodie Whittaker era. Have you got a big passion for TV, for a certain TV series, Andy? I think I know yours.
Yeah, it's Batman the animated series, hands down. Yeah.
I think JT approves.
Yeah,
absolutely, it's superb. I would say TV wise, that's my favourite bit of TV. The whole original DCAU from Batman animated right through to Beyond and Justice League and Static. I love the lot.
Yeah,
absolutely adore it.
I've never seen Static Shock, but I need to see if I can
do you know
find
what?
the DVD.
It holds up. It's really good, and they cross it over with Batman and Justice League and make it work and tie it into like Batman Beyond and stuff. Really, really good stuff.
No.
And
Batman Beyond's great as well, and
that is my favourite iteration of Batman ever.
Batman Beyond.
Batman Beyond's brilliant. I remember that.
I can't blame you because it is phenomenal.
Absolutely,
it is great.
Just adore that concept. I don't know what it is. I've always enjoyed that sort of concept. Like I always loved the Mask of Zorro, like the old hero handing the baton down to the new hero sort of thing. I really enjoy that story. But yeah, and then obviously anybody who knows me knows that it's Bond for me, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mike, have you got a big TV series that you've got a lot of passion for?
Yeah, there probably is. I mean, I do really like Batman the Animated Series. Even though it's a kids show, I do have to say, like the original Power Rangers franchise, like because I just grew up on it, and it's just the nostalgia attached to it. I can still watch that show even today, even though it is basically a kids show. And my favorite TV show is it's a show called Battlestar Galactica. It's the reimagined, because it was originally a series from the 70s, but they reimagined it in the 2000s, and it's a phenomenal show, and it's my favorite.
Oh, great stuff. I have seen the original Battlestar Galactica from the 70s, but I've heard this new reboot series is very good.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Oh, great stuff. And Scott, what about your passion for a TV series?
Probably Bottom with Rick Mauer and Ed Edwardson. I absolutely adore that show.
Me
Probably
too, Scott.
Oh, that's a great one, Scott. Josh says he rewatched Minari this week and adored it. Such a beautiful film, which score enhances the film emotion. That's the one with Glenn from The Walking Dead. Haven't seen it, but heard it's good. Anybody else seen Minari?
Not watched it.
Oh yeah, Minari,
yeah,
it's good.
Yeah, it's good.
We've got Jackson here from Horsetooth saying, "Hey guys, can't stay for too long, but I'm here for a bit. Have a great stream. Thanks ever so much, Jackson."
Oh, Jackson.
We've got Red Romantic saying, "If you had a chance to remake your least favourite film and turn it into a good film, what is it, and who do you cast as a lead actor?" Oh, very good one. I can give you an easy one. I absolutely detest the film, yet I bought the 4K and wearing a t-shirt of it now. Thor: Love and Thunder. I'd make it more darker and follow on from Christian Bale's storyline and Natalie Portman's storyline. Kick out all the crap Taika Waititi comedy and make it a bit more grounded, a bit more serious.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of that film either, P.
Yeah, I'm such a fan. I've got the bloody 4K, like a fool I am. What about you, Mike?
You might have to come back to me on this one. I'm struggling to think of anything, but I'll see if I can find something.
No worries, Mike. Andy?
I'm just gonna say the title, and I think you'll all guess why I want it remade. Last Jedi.
Couldn't put it better. Brilliant. JT?
I don't know. I honestly don't know, you know. Trying to think. As much as I do get enjoyment from Batman and Robin and Batman Forever as well, I love that one. I'd probably try and remake Batman and Robin. Probably lose Ivy, lose Bane, cast somebody else as Mr. Freeze, cast somebody else as Batman. Probably get rid of Robin and Batgirl as well, and maybe try and do something a bit more like going back to the animated series, like Heart of Ice.
That would be good. Very good there.
Definitely.
Scott?
Well, my least favourite film is probably Nine Lives, but the only problem I'm having with that is I don't know how to turn it into a good film. It's hard.
You polish a turd, but it's still a turd, Scott.
Yeah. And I don't know who I'd have as the lead character, to be fair. Struggling with that one, unfortunately.
No worries, Scott. No worries. What about you, Sam?
Well, for me, on top of my head, I don't know who I would recast it because I was quite happy with the cast. But I think me and Andy, we're on the same boat here. I really didn't like Hail Caesar from the Coen brothers. I thought I love the Coen brothers, but I thought Hail Caesar was one of the biggest missed opportunities out there. It could have been on the similar vein of I haven't seen it, but Babylon and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. It's got that sort of not too dissimilar sort of feel, vibrancy to it, but I thought the film was just fucking boring, to be honest with you. In my opinion, I thought George Clooney he was completely wasted in that film. Not drunk wasted, but he was wasted in the film, definitely.
Yeah. Good pick there, Sam. And Mike, have you got an answer?
So my answer is slightly different. I don't not like this. I actually really like this movie, but I'd love to just see GoldenEye as it was originally meant to be with Timothy Dalton.
Oh, mate, what a shout!
Yeah.
So I still really like GoldenEye. It's one of my favorite Bond movies, but just that curiosity of what it could have been when Timothy Dalton was still attached to it.
Can you imagine though? Because it was going to be Anthony Hopkins, wasn't it, as Trevelyan, as like his mentor?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That would have been good.
Yeah.
I can think of another one. The Uncharted movie. That was a pile of shite.
Did you not like that?
I didn't like it at all. I couldn't stand Tom Holland in it or Mark Wahlberg in it. I think we needed Nathan Fillion in it as Drake, and we also needed J.K. Simmons as Sully, and that would be much more better.
That would have been inspired casting, to be fair, but I did have a good time with that one, you know.
It had its all right moments, but for me, it's just like Mark Wahlberg as Sully just did it for me. I just could not stand him in that.
He wasn't really anything like the games. It wasn't a patch on the games, to be fair, was it?
No. But I quite like the Tomb Raider one. I thought that was really good.
The recent, it's about 6 or 7 year old now, isn't it? But
yeah, the Alicia Vikander one. I like that one a lot.
Yeah, I like that one as well.
Decent film.
I've got a question here from Jackson, and I think Andy will know what he's talking about here. Watched Society for the first time last night. Holy hell, those last 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's it called? The Shunting?
The Shunting, yeah.
Oh my days, yeah. It's a pretty good, cool film, but yeah, those last 20 minutes, certainly something indeed.
I love every second of it.
Yeah.
I kind of don't want it to stop because it's just amazing.
There's fantastic practical effects in that final 20 minutes, mine. It's incredible.
The whole movie is David Cronenberg meets Baywatch. That's all I
Yeah,
can
it
describe it as.
is. What do you think
Yeah.
about it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty cool, to be fair.
I was just gonna say you've piqued my interest with that. That
Yeah.
so definitely, mate.
Just don't sit and eat whilst watching it.
No,
Noted.
my word, like no,
Just
fuck
like
it. Get a bowl of spaghetti.
Oh,
You'll have a right good time. Get a bowl of spaghetti and just watch the last 10 minutes of that fucking mess of an orgy that happens.
it is
I'll do
something.
It's
I'll do it as a
amazing.
YouTube video, Andy, for you.
Now that is a film that should be watched along. Oh,
It's amazing. The ending kind of reminds me a little bit of Rosemary's Baby.
that's a good film.
Yeah.
That's a great
I
It's
still
film. Yeah.
need to watch that one.
Kind of in the
That's what it
sense that, you know, what's scary is everyone's the villain.
Yeah.
That's kind of what the end of society is like.
great stuff.
But my God, the practical effects are incredible in that film.
It is. It's incredible. It is a great film.
Yeah.
It's on
I need-
Arrow, right?
Yeah.
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 Awesome.
I
I'll
need
have
to
to
go-
get that
Yeah,
soon.
of that as well.
You might have your pink flamingos face, Scott, when you watch it.
I think
Do you
it
know-
will be.
Do you know what, Andy? I was just gonna say, because, like, there's, people saying about advice of not to eat and watch the film at the same time, and the other film that came to mind was Pink Flamingos.
Yeah, don't eat while watching that. Definitely
No.
not.
No.
No.
I don't think I'm gonna watch the film, Scott. To be honest.
I think it's a film that everyone should see at least once, because
Yes.
it's a film
Okay.
that has to be
Yeah.
seen to be believed. But yeah, it's not a very pleasant experience, that's for sure.
Well,
Yeah.
if you watch Society, Scott, you'll probably get a reaction, and we can put that on front of Home Alone 2, Lost in Society or something.
I'll
Yeah,
keep
it's-
that in mind when I watch it.
Yeah, but Society is great. If you've not seen it, check it out. It's fantastic.
Is it in the Arrow sale, Andy?
Yeah,
I think if
Yeah.
it's still in print, I would imagine so. Yeah.
yeah, it's $8.99.
Is
Yeah.
it?
I'm gonna have a look
Am
for
I
that
thinking of the
later.
right arrows? Is it like the one with like the cover looks like skin?
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
It's got the cover kind of looks like two faces
Yeah.
meshed together. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know the one. you
yes.
Yeah.
I think it's something like the Absorber off, Sam.
Yeah.
That's sort of like
Yeah.
the front cover.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna check out. I'm just gonna do a bit of research about this film, Society.
Yeah.
If you're gonna
Google it.
Google it on
Don't
here,
Google
I
legit
can imagine.
fucking hell.
I can imagine your reaction's got to be good grief.
Well, let's only one way to find out, innit?
Yeah, put in Society and Shunted, and I can imagine your reaction.
I kind of feel like I need to play along here. Am I probably offended, lads?
I've just got to
from
see your
19
reactions now.
From 1989.
Up as well.
Yeah. If you type in Society, the shunting, yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
Society the Shunting, right?
Yeah.
Let's have a look at it.
Oh,
Jesus
Oh, what?
Christ.
Look
What
at
am I
JT.
doing? What's
Ow.
going on?
Standing. That looks horrendous. All right. Yeah. Right, well, add that to the watch list then.
Yeah.
Sorry, Andy, do I need to go on Google Images for this?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
I
Right.
went on Google Images and got a lovely GIF.
Yeah.
and no, Pete, I'm definitely not going to be eating whilst watching that.
it's one to watch with the family on a Sunday afternoon.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
What, like Pink Flamingos?
Oh
What
yeah.
the fuck?
Ah.
Yeah, you got to see the film. No, it's.
Oh,
fucking
there's a
brilliant.
bit of classical
Cool.
music playing in the background, and whenever I hear
Yeah.
that classical music now, all I think of is that fucking scene.
It plays over the Blu-ray menu. That classical
Does it?
music. Yeah.
Oh no.
It's great because it's such a classical piece of music, but it's it makes the movie more eerie.
Oh yeah, it's
When you get to the
ever
end,
I
it's
hear
just,
of that piece of music, I think of that now.
That was
Are you-
weird.
Are you going to watch it, Scott?
I will watch it. It looks interesting.
It does, don't it? I can imagine. Home Alone 2, Scott and Society.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah, screenshot that tomorrow if you
Scott,
want when it's on YouTube.
because you're describing it, can you show us that poster again?
Yeah, sure.
You might as well now because you're describing it to us.
What we Home Alone one with me on?
Is it the one that Josh made?
Yes, Home
Yeah.
Alone.
God, I was in hysterics.
Oh,
Can he replace the burglars with like Andy and Pete?
oh. And Mike, have you seen Society?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It's one of those movies where the last 20 minutes kind of makes it, but
Yeah.
it's up until that point. The first 70 minutes of it is like Andy says. It's basically just Baywatch. It's basically just teenagers hanging around on the beach, and
Yeah.
for me, it's not really that interesting. But it's that last 20 minutes that really makes up for it.
Oh, it is, yeah. Next up, we have True Action Star saying the wife is in full attention mode tonight. I bet she is. With 6 dashing lads tonight, it's like prime meat at the butcher's.
Well, True Action Star's wife. Let me introduce myself, by the way. I'm Sam.
Oh, don't introduce yourself. She'll be after you next.
Yeah. Well, I'm this charming Sam after all, P. Do you know the Smiths song? This charming man.
Oh, yes,
This
I
charming
have, yeah.
Sam.
That's a quality tune, that is.
That is a song.
Yeah, I'm a big Smiths fan, Scott.
Yeah, same here, Sam. Yeah.
Yeah, great band.
I've got Sinjin saying Terrorvision from '86 is a funny horror film. I've seen that so many times back in the day. Huh?
Yeah.
Cool.
Is that directed by David Cronenberg? Or is that something else?
Probably Videodrome, you think?
That's Videodrome,
Yeah.
I think.
I've
Isn't
heard of
Terrorvision that
though.
funny thing with the tentacles on the front cover?
Yeah, that's Terrorvision.
Ah, right, yeah.
Yeah.
I think
What a
I'm thinking
movie
of
that was.
name.
Have anybody else seen Terrorvision?
Not
No,
yet,
mate,
no.
sorry.
Yeah.
We've got Red Romantics here. Would you rather raise the Razorhead baby as your own or the kid from Lamb? What a question.
Oh, it's definitely the kid from Lamb for me. That baby in Eraserhead's terrifying, and it kind of,
I agree.
yeah, and it puts me off like ever having kids. And I think that was David Lynch's intention to kind of show the, well, not the bad side of parenting, but kind of, because I think he was, I think he just had a newborn child at the time, and I think a lot of what he was going through, he kind of channeled into that movie. But yeah, it really puts me off having kids. Eraserhead.
Yeah. Andy, what about you?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the kid from Lamb, but I think there's one baby that's worse than these two, and it might be the baby from Combat Shock. If anyone's seen that.
Oh, I've heard about that one.
Never heard of it.
That ending, fucking hell, that's one of them. That movie is Taxi Driver meets Eraserhead, but it's the bit with the baby is just creepy as fuck. Yeah.
What's the film called, Andy?
Combat Shock.
I might do a bit of research about that now.
Yeah, it's just a dirty movie. You just feel like
Did John recommend it from?
Yeah, John recommended
Mondo?
it, and I watched it, and I was like, it's kind of incredible, but it's not for everyone.
Fair.
Yeah,
I've not seen either of these fully through, so I don't feel like a weigh in, lads. Sorry.
No worries. Scott?
I haven't seen either, to be honest. I can't really say, unfortunately.
And Sam?
Oh, I'm trying to think. Yeah, I think I echo what Mike said. Probably the kid from Lamb, because that baby in Eraserhead really did scare the shit out of me. To be honest,
Mm,
it's a great
no
movie
worries.
though. I love that film.
Yeah.
For me, I'm going to say the kid from Lamb. I think the kid from Lamb's quite cute. I was like, oh, look at that. But I did laugh when I first saw it. I was like, you cannot be serious in a film. But yeah, I do like the kid from Lamb. Cute little thing. Nicholas says, watched Mario for the second time around and had zero problems. For me, it's a masterpiece. I know some people will laugh at the statement, but I don't care. Hey, no worries, mate. It's your opinion, your choice. I really liked it. For me, it's a 4 out of 5 film, but I'm a Mario fan. Anybody else seen Mario? I know Andy has.
Yeah.
Not yet.
I haven't.
Not seen
You
it.
enjoyed it, Andy?
Yeah, I had a cracking time with it. I'm not. Anyone who knows me knows I'm not the biggest gamer, but yeah, I just thought the movie was fun. It was just a fun, good time. Not much depth to the story, but yeah, it was just really, really entertaining.
I completely agree. We've got Horsetooth here saying that's difficult. I feel like the Eraserhead baby would be traumatizing, but there'd be more social stigma for the Lamb one. Don't sign me up for either. We've got Rock and Roll Hal Alex here saying evening chaps. Evening,
Hello,
Alex.
Hello, mate.
I hope.
Nicholas says, this is Rhodey, I think. Top 5 of the year so far for me, it's Pearl, Puss in Boots, Babylon, Mario, and John Wick 4. Hard to pick 5 so far as we're only so early on into the year, but for me, top few films of the year, Mario, Pearl, Scream 6, Puss in Boots as well. I can't really think of anything else at the moment. I haven't seen John Wick, but I do want to check that out though.
Yeah.
Mike, what has been your highlights of the year so far?
Yeah, I mean, I just had a quick look at my letterbox, and apparently I've only seen 3 movies so far from 2023. It hasn't counted Pearl. I don't know if that's technically a 2022 movie, but
Yeah.
but I will probably just say, well, actually, no, I did watch that last year, so I probably can't count that. But I'd say John Wick 4 is definitely my favorite so far. And the other 2 that I've seen are Scream 6 and Creed 3. And yeah, I enjoyed Creed 3, but I wasn't that a big a fan of Scream 6.
Yeah. Oh, good pick. So, Andy, highlights of the year so far?
Yeah, so yeah, just looking at Letterboxd too. Air was fantastic. John Wick 4, Dungeons and Dragons was great. Really enjoyed Scream 6 and Creed 3. Champions was a lot of fun. Really like that film. Yeah, Cocaine Bear and Knock at the Cabin. They just ones.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
JT, what about you?
Well, I think the only thing I've managed to get to the cinema this year to see is Scream 6, and I didn't mind it. Thought the last act was a little bit of a letdown. It felt like it was maybe building to more. Like it felt like it promised more than it delivered. And when we got to the reveal, I was like, really? It's not the story I've been following, sort of thing. But I did like the shake up of it being in a new location and some of the things that it was able to do because of that. Like in particular, the scene stalking around the news agents was a highlight for me. But yeah, because I've been so busy with the band, I've really not had much opportunity to get out to the cinema. So I'm catching a lot of stuff when it streams or when it comes out on DVD or whatever. Just before you move on though, lads, I've not been feeling very well today, and I'm going to make me excuses and leave you to it if that's all right.
No worries,
No
mate.
worries, James.
But thanks, lads, and thank you for having me on. It's been a
You take care, mate. Thanks for joining, and all the success with the band.
Thank you. And, good night to everyone watching. Cheers for having me.
Take care, JT.
Take care, James.
And Thanks for James for joining us. Fantastic for him to join. So if you haven't subscribed to him, go and give him a sub in the comment section down below.
It was good to speak to James tonight, actually, because I've never really spoken to him much before. So yeah, cool to speak to him finally.
Yeah, he's a fantastic guy. I think he's one of the first guys that we did have on the stream way back about a year and a half ago. It's always a pleasure to chat to him.
JT and John.
Yeah.
Mm.
I can remember that stream. That was a great night.
Yeah.
Scott,
Awesome.
what's your highlight over the year?
I've only seen 5 movies this year, but out of the ones I've seen, probably John Wick 4 and Creed 3.
Great picks there. And Scott? Sam, sorry.
Yeah. Crikey. Probably, oh, dear me. For me, John Wick 4, absolutely. Creed 3. I'm probably going to have to go with Close on the movie label. Absolutely loved that film. And I'm trying to think of something else. If it counts, then probably Pearl, because I really did enjoy Pearl. And what else? I'm probably going to go with A Man Called Otto with Tom Hanks, because I really liked that film as well.
Oh, great pick there. I'll tell you what was a fun little underrated action film this year. Plane with Gerard Butler.
I've not seen it.
No, I've not seen it yet.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. I enjoyed that one a lot. Simple 90 minutes action film. Gerard Butler does a really dodgy Scottish accent, but it's a good fun time. We've got Josh here saying, I might watch either Umbrella of whatever that is and Chungking Express tonight. Plan to watch more eclectic films again as I've been slipping into mainstream, which I don't enjoy as much. Well, I hope whatever you pick you enjoy watching, Josh. Look forward to hearing what you think of them.
Yeah, definitely.
Red Romantic says, personally, I prefer the Razorhead Baby. I don't want to deal with bland parents. Yeah, I do get where you're coming from there. Marvel fan says, anybody watch the Marvel's trailers? Yeah, we did watch that earlier on. I did, either way. And
I
it was
haven't
all right.
seen it yet.
So we did talk about it earlier on. That's what I meant. Horsetooth says, John Wick, Skingamarink, whatever that is. Oh, that's that found footage one. Inside, Knock at the Cabin, and Infinity Pool. I want to check out Infinity Pool. That does look good with Mia Goth. Bradley says, evening chaps. I'm looking for a good movie similar to Unfriended. Tech horror, I suppose you might call it. Any ideas? I know they did like a sort of thriller thing called Searching with John Cho, and there's a new one coming out.
Yeah.
There's a new one coming out called Missing. I think it is available on streaming now. They're the only things I can really think of. Can you think of anything, Mike?
The only one I can think of is there's a Japanese movie called Pulse. I don't know if you'd class that as tech horror.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that's quite a creepy movie.
Yes, that is. That's on the Arrow label as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Andy?
Only one I can think of is Searching.
Yeah. Scott?
Yeah, but the only one I can think of is Searching as well, and that's a really good film. Actually, I did really like that one.
And Sam?
Yeah, just echo what Andy and Scott said, Searching, and it's really good, by the way, Pete. I think you'd like that one.
Searching with John Cho, I have seen it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this new one. Yeah, it's a good film.
It's good.
Looking forward to Missing. That's the new one that's out. It's got a girl searching for her parents, I think.
Yeah.
I do want to watch that, to be fair.
We have David here saying he always does amazing live stream Playtendoguy P every Wednesday at 7:30. Everybody needs to subscribe to their YouTube channels. All have amazing channels. Thank you ever so much for your support, David. But these streams wouldn't be nothing for the guys joining here tonight and everybody watching at home. So thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Pete.
We have True Action Star here saying, me and the wife watched The Nightingale last night. That was dark stuff. Indeed, the wife ended up drinking a whole bottle of wine to make herself feel better. You guys seen it? I've got it, but I haven't seen it, but I do know it's a pretty rough watch. You seen it, Mike?
Yeah, I really like it. Yeah, it's not going to be for everyone because it is quite dark, and the first like 20, 30 minutes of it's quite brutal and quite uncomfortable in places, but it's a really good like revenge movie.
Andy?
Yep, exactly the same as Mike. Really, really good film, but yeah, what fuels the motivation for revenge is really difficult to sit through, but yeah, it's probably not going to be for everyone. But yeah, it's still a really good movie.
Cool. Scott, have you seen it?
I have, yeah, and same as what Andy and Mike said, it's a really good and well-made film, but it is quite brutal and dark at the same time. But I would definitely recommend it. It's definitely a decent movie.
Awesome. Sam, have you seen it?
I haven't, mate. I know Josh really likes that film, and I think it's on Netflix. I think I would give that one a go, to be fair. There is a really good band, actually, called the Nightingales from Birmingham. They're like a post-punk band. Really good.
Oh. Got Pulse saying by Jackson. We've got Red Romantic saying, what films do you own multiple versions of? Well, I end up getting like DVD copies of like I've got like 3 copies of the New Mutants for some reason.
And you still haven't seen it, Pete?
I haven't. No, that's true. I think I had John Wick 2 on DVD, Blu-ray, then on 4K, and I've had like multiple films like that, but not really like different special editions, unfortunately. What about you, Mike?
It's probably just like movies that I've upgraded to on Blu-ray and or 4K, and I've still just kept hold of the original movie for whatever reason. I know like Battle Royale comes to mind. I think I've got like the 4K box set of that, but I also had the Blu-ray limited edition box set of that, and I've just kind of kept hold of both of them because they're both very nice. But yeah, I'd probably just have to say something like that.
Yeah, cool. Andy?
I try not to get too many multiple versions just for the sake of room, but yeah, there's a few I've ended up getting multiple versions of just by accident, like Back to the Future and Jaws and Batman. Yeah, just bog standard classic movies like that.
Absolutely. Scott?
I think the only one that I can think of at the moment is the original Dawn of the Dead. I got obviously with 4K, and I got the Arrow Blu-ray of it as well.
Cool. And Sam?
Probably I've got the what is it? The iconic moments of The Big Lebowski, and I've got the 4K as well. Just thinking if I've got any other duplicates. Oh crikey! Just thinking on top of my head. Yeah. 2001: Space Odyssey. I've got the premium and the 4K and the Shining as well. I've got the premium, the 4K, and the Shining. I've got the what is it? The HMV
Premium.
Like I think that I've got the premium, but I think there was another one with like a slip cover or something. But I think I've got 3 copies of that movie, so I probably would go with that one as well.
Pick. Red Romantics also says, what's your thoughts on melancholia? Is that a disease? I've never heard of it. Sorry.
The Lars von Trier film.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Right. Anybody see it?
Never heard of it.
Yeah.
Not seen it.
What's your thoughts then, Andy?
I don't remember a thing about it. Yeah. All I remember is I think it's got Kirsten Dunst in.
Oh.
Yeah, that's all I remember about it.
Sam, have you seen it?
I have. I watched it a couple years ago. I did really like it, but it is an acquired taste, though. There is a couple of other films I've seen by that director that I did leave me cold feet, but that one was pretty good. But it's got a pretty bizarre sort of concept to it. But I would rewatch that one actually because I do remember it being pretty good.
Awesome. Josh says Nightingale is rough, but it's a very important film. The way Jennifer Kent describes feminism is unlike anything I've ever seen. So I will have to check that one out. I do have the second side release of it. Minhalju says they really don't make movies how they used to. You can't beat 70s, 80s, and 90s. But what are your favourite decades for movies? I love my 70s, 80s, and 90s. I think the 80s is the best for creativity. 70s, there's some good solid stuff, and 90s, there's some of the best action films. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, probably same as you, Pete. I think overall the 80s is my favorite, but I do just love like the combination of the 70s, 80s, and 90s. There's just like great movies throughout those all three of those decades.
Andy?
Yeah, I'm the same. 70s, 80s, and 90s are great. 80s is probably my favorite, but I do kind of like the indie movies and sort of sleeper hits that came out in the early 2000s as well.
Yeah, I agree there. There's been some good ones then. Scott?
Yeah, same for me as well. 70s, 80s, and 90s, and 80s is probably my favourite out of the three.
Awesome. And Sam?
Probably the 80s, mate, because it's my favourite decade for music as well. And the thing, obviously, music and film in the 80s just goes hand in hand. So, yeah, probably the 80s for me.
Awesome. We've got Mac Chat here saying Red Romantics, not a big fan, makes me feel sad. We've got Lisa saying The Nightingale is fabulous, made her cry buckets. Horsetooth says, I've seen it, it's a rough watch for sure. I love the film though. We've got Joe here saying, hi guys, great stream as always. What do you consider to be the most overrated film ever made? I think a common one that we have said on the stream for me is The Dark Knight. I do think that is a bit overrated. I do like the film, but I prefer Batman Begins. Mike?
One that comes to mind for me is probably the Kill Bill movies from Tarantino. I like them, but I don't love them.
Yeah. Andy?
Yeah, I'm just going to say the bog standard. Dark Knight and Avatar, I think.
Yeah.
And,
very good picks there.
I'm worried. I'm really worried that Top Gun Maverick's going to go down the same route because everyone says pretty much mostly positive things about it, which it kind of does deserve, but I'm just worried that is there going to be anything else to say about it?
Yeah, I can get that.
In the years to come. But like, don't get me wrong, they are three good, well-made movies, definitely. But yeah, Dark Knight in particular, I think is I'm just tired of hearing all the positives about it when there are cracks in that movie.
It's in my top 5 films of all time, Andy.
Yeah, no, that's
that's good.
But I will
that's
say,
awesome.
I get where you're coming from, though. There are other people that have said what you've said as well. Like when it comes to the Batman movies, like some people make it out it's the be all and end all, and I personally don't agree with that because there are other great Batman movies. But whilst it's in my top 5 films of all time, mate, I totally get where you're coming from, because I think Pete isn't a huge fan of The Dark Knight as well, aren't you, Pete?
Not a big fan of The Dark Knight or Dark Knight Rises, but I do love Batman Begins.
The Batman 2022 is phenomenal. That's my second favourite Batman film now.
Yeah, I do like that one as well. We do have Bradley saying for him as Star Wars, he thinks that's overrated, and I can get that as well.
I've got quite a few, to be fair.
Scott, what are you saying?
I've got quite a few overrated movies
Yeah.
that considered to be controversial. So Magnolia is one of them. Unfortunately, I couldn't get into that film, but I do plan to rewatch it at some point. The first Lord of the Rings film as well, I'm not a massive fan of it. I do appreciate it for its filmmaking aspects, but the story just didn't work overall for me. And the first Pirates of the Caribbean film as well, I thought that was quite slow in the first 2 acts, but still a good film though.
Yeah, good picks there, mate. Good picks there. And what about you, Sam?
For me, and I might get a lot of shit for this, but Joker, I really wasn't a fan of that movie. I'm so pleased a lot of people enjoyed it. For me, though, and I'm quite scared to say this, but I thought it was trying to upsmart Taxi Driver. I felt it was trying to sort of copy and paste the story and the premise with the Joker.
Yeah.
Now, I will say Walking Phoenix was absolutely outstanding and was totally deserved best lead actor that year. But yeah, I think for me, the Joker, it's a well-made movie. The acting's fantastic, but as a film on its own, it didn't really pull me in, unfortunately. And I was thinking about this as well, Pete. Most recently, actually, for me, Tar with Cate Blanchett, I really struggled with that film. It was well made and she was phenomenal in it, but as a movie on its own, it just didn't really connect with me like it did with a lot of people.
Oh, well, that's good picks there as well, Sam.
I
can understand that about Joker. I've heard a few people say similar things.
Yeah, sorry, Pete, I was just going to quickly say, Scott, I totally get where you're coming from about Magnolia. It is a slow burn and it's a bit ambiguous. I really loved it, but it is a grower, that movie, mate. It's definitely worth a rewatch, I think, but I could totally see where you were coming from as well.
Yeah, no, I definitely need to rewatch it at some point for sure.
Yeah.
We've got Jackson here with a really good question saying, what's the most underrated John Carpenter movie? I'd say The Starman or Prince of Darkness, and they are both great films there. I'd say Starman is very underrated. I think that's a great film. I picked that up in Poundland of all places and really had a great time with that. And also John Carpenter's Vampires with James Wood. I really enjoy that film. It's a very underrated vampire film. What about you, Mike?
For me, I'd have to say Prince of Darkness. It's probably my second favorite Carpenter film after The Thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I really love it.
Nice. Andy?
Yeah, although he didn't direct all the movie, I'm gonna have to go with Body Bags.
Yeah, that's the anthology one, isn't it?
Yeah. I just have such a fun time with that film.
I will have to check that one out. Scott?
Prince of Darkness for me as well. I think that movie's fantastic, and Alice Cooper's creepy in that film.
Yeah.
And Sam?
Oh my God, I'm trying to think on top of my head now. Let me think. So, I did like his first film actually, Dark Star. That's pretty good. It was kind of like more of a student-based film. But I think, to be honest, the other one that comes to mind, because when you think of John Carpenter, you think of Halloween, and rightly so, The Fog and The Thing. I think for me, I'm in a coin toss between Christine and They Live, because I think they're both fantastic films that don't get talked about in the same league as like Halloween and The Thing.
Yeah, very good picks there, Sam. Very good.
Cheers, mate.
We've got Josh here saying Black Panther was hardly overrated. Its cultural significance is wonderful and important, but the film is very average. Yeah, I can kind of get that.
I agree. I wasn't really a fan of the sequel either, Pete. Was it Wakanda Forever?
I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. It's just average for me.
Josh also says New Mutants was such a mess to me. It tries to be like Breakfast Club and fails miserably. Studio interference ruined it. I heard it was a bit of a mess. The film came out in like 2020, I think, and it was like filmed like in 2016. So it's quite an old film. And they just kept messing about with it, and then Disney just chucked it out, hoping to get some money.
Yeah.
We've got Matt Chat saying Terrorvision is legendary, or is legend. Great stuff. We've got Joe Darkin saying Prince of Darkness is such a great Carpenter film. So I will have to check that one out. I do have it, I think. True Action Star says, checked out Air. That was surprisingly good too. Fantastic soundtrack. Nice.
Yeah.
Rhodey says, Everything Everywhere All at Once is well-made mess in my opinion. While its tech specs are well done, I just couldn't get into it at all and was begging for it to stop. Sorry guys. Hey, no worries about it. If you don't like it, you don't like it. And I can understand why. The film goes really fast, and literally if you turn your back for a couple of minutes, you've lost what's going on. There's a film that you've got to really pay attention to, really probably like a film in 2 sittings. I was feeling exhausted part way through where you think it's going to end, I must admit. And I think you felt the same way, didn't you, Mike?
I honestly did, yeah. I thought it started off really well, but it just got to a point where I couldn't wait for it to be over. I don't know, it just got to a point where I started to really struggle with it, and I just felt it was too long. I felt like it could have been cut by like 10 to 20 minutes at least.
Yeah.
But yeah, I probably just need to give it a rewatch.
Andy?
Yeah, I really liked it, but having said that, I haven't had the desire to go back and watch it since I saw it at the cinema. I bought the Blu-ray of it, but I just haven't rewatched it yet. I had no desire to. Don't know why.
Yeah. I can kind of get that. I think it's because it's such a heavy film to watch because there's so much to take in. Josh says you'll find so much more to love on a second time watch. And I think it's a film that will grow on multiple rewatches. Scott, what's your opinion on it?
Absolutely loved it. It was my favourite film from last year. Thought it was really well made and creative, and I really like the originality of it as well. Thought it was just a really cracking film. Although I will admit it's not to everyone's taste, that's for sure. It's definitely not the easiest film to follow.
Yeah, definitely. And Sam, what about you?
I absolutely adore it, mate. It was, like Scott, my favourite film of 2022. But I can understand why it's not going to be for everyone. My mate, one of the people who I used to work with, actually, he went to see it and he thought it was absolutely garbage. And I can see why people are going to find the film problematic. Like I said, I mean, beg your pardon, Pete. I can understand why people would find it problematic, but for me, it was the most mind-boggling experience, but in such a ray of joy at the same time.
Yeah, awesome. We have got Jackson here saying, Pete, how does the 4K of Pete look considering the upgrade? It's a very modest upgrade, I think. It's definitely much more darker than the Blu-ray. And I think if you've got an OLED TV, you'd definitely get the most out of it because of like how deep the blacks are. But it's nice to have the upgrade of it. I wouldn't say it's a must-have, but as it's cheap now, it's worth a go. Definitely check out John from Movie Collector. He's done a review of it and he talks in detail of how similar it is to like the original movie print back in the 90s. We have Nicholas saying maybe that happened before, but as of now, I have no itch to watch it again. Fair enough. The True Action Star says the wife would make you burn up, Pete. I bet she would. Sure. Bradley says, which movies are better on repeat? What views? Cheers, Josh. The Departed gets better every time for me. One just talked about a minute ago, Heat. I really enjoyed it the first time I watched it, and the second time I watched it last night, I loved it even more. Picked up on loads of other things, and it just feels like a just under 3 hour epic that feels like probably only an hour and a half. You care about all the characters involved, and a lot of them have detailed backstories and fleshed out characters. It's just magnificently done. So I'd say Heat for me. Mike?
Yeah, I mentioned it before, but I'd probably say Suspiria. I enjoyed it the first time, but it just gets better for me on rewatch. And there was another film that I just had in my head, and now it's gone. No, can't remember. It's gone.
No.
I just say
No
Suspiria.
worries.
It's annoying when that happens. I hate it when that happens.
Yeah.
Oh, it happens all the time. After these
Yeah.
streams about 3 a.m, I know what to say.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
Sorry,
Scott,
Pete,
what
I'm
about-
just going to grab my charger. I'm down
Yeah,
to
no
20%.
worries, Sam.
I'll
No
just go and
worries,
get
Sam.
it.
Scott, what about you?
I'd have to go with the original Top Gun because I remember when I first saw it, I really didn't like it. Thought it was too cheesy and really didn't hold up. But on repeated viewings, it's actually grown on me quite a bit, and I do actually quite like a movie a lot now. To be fair, really fun movie.
Great stuff. And Andy, what about you?
Don't really know, to be honest. Yeah, don't know. Can't think of an answer right now.
No worries.
Yeah.
And Joe says, I thought Heat was awesome on 4K. Had to adjust the HDR settings on player as the film was quite dark. So did I. But I thought the picture quality was pretty good. Definitely in the daytime sections as well. John Wick, says Nicholas. Jackson says, Blowout gets even more tense for me on repeat viewings. Knowing the ending makes it so much better. Get so much more out of it every time. Again, this is another one that's on the watch poll that I need to watch.
It's good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Brian
great.
De Palma,
Yeah.
Nancy Allen, John Travolta. Sounds amazing. I will
Sorry,
check
Pete.
it out.
I've actually got an answer to that question earlier about repeated viewings. For me, I've got just a couple. The Batman 2022. First time it was like a solid 8 out of 10. Now it's an absolute 10 out of 10 masterpiece and one of my favorite movies ever. Now, Andrei Tarkovsky's Stalker and Drive My Car. They're a couple I thought I'd mention.
Brilliant stuff there, mate. And for me, the
Thank
comments have gone entirely weird for some reason. I'm not getting no comments up at all, but now it's popped up. And we have Mike saying, I've heard Sam is a Northeast legend. He says here.
Cheers,
I'm
mate.
sorry.
I'm from West Yorkshire originally, Mike, but yeah, I'm based in near Newcastle probably for the last coming up to 7 years now.
Ah, cool. Radley hasn't seen any John Wick movies yet, but I think you'll like them if you like your action films. They're some of the best out there, mate. Josh says, Power of the Dog gets better on a rewatch. I noticed tiny details in the sound mix and the performances each time. Great to hear. That's the one with Benedict Cumberbatch,
Yeah.
isn't it? Yeah. And Rody says, what's everyone's favourite film genre? Mine is action. I feel there's a lot of variety in that genre. Me, I'd probably say horror. And it's getting to be action. I'm starting to really enjoy action a lot more. Mike?
Yeah, probably action and horror for me. Same as you.
Great stuff. Andy?
Yeah, same as well, but I'd have to throw comedy in as well.
Cool. Scott?
Yeah, same as Andy. Comedy, action, and horror.
And Sam, what about you?
Well, kind of what I think, as I said earlier, but I'd say probably favourite film category would probably be world cinema, foreign language film. And I kind of, in terms of, sort of pinpointing it, probably drama, comedy, and I really like a good thriller as well, detective thriller. Yeah, I'll probably go with those.
Great picks there, Sam. We've got
Cheers, man.
James here saying hi, everyone. Hey, James.
Hello,
hope you're
James.
well, mate. Jackson says, ever since I finished Power of the Dog, I want to rewatch it, but I still haven't got the Criterion for Christmas. Rody says, blasphemy for not watching John Wick. They're all entertaining films, they are. James says, me and Liam finally watched Samurai Cop, which was really hilarious, the fucking wigs. Yeah, Liam did say. Radley says, I keep meaning to watch it, but it seems to just be people with guns shooting at each other and then the end. Watch the first one. It's got some backstory to it, and I think you'll quite like it.
Yeah, first one's quite deep, actually.
Yeah, it's emotional, I find it is. Josh says to Horse, if I would recommend the second watch, as it can open up a new can of worms. We've got Jackson here saying, I always get annoyed when Americans or UK Blu-rays of foreign films have a dub as a default. I always have to restart the film with new settings. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had that issue. Probably with older films they do it, but I don't think I've had it with new foreign films.
I was going to actually say, Pete, one film that does spring to mind, which I don't think you can get the original one with, subtitles. And James, if he's still watching DVD and Film Block, knows about this film. He owns it as well. Mystiques in Bali. Just when I heard James talk about it, I really want to watch that film because it seems like batshit crazy fun.
Cool. And talking to James, he watched a German war film called Stalingrad, which was very good. I think I might have seen that many years ago. Yeah, it's a pretty good war film. Right, he does say, I do prefer subtitles, but dubs are good for comedy value because it's very hard to get them right. That is true. And Liam says the dub for Riccio makes it even funnier. I've heard that's quite a fun film.
Yeah.
It's very fun, yeah.
Oh, great stuff. Jackson says, I only like dubs in Italian films like Giallos or something. There's a charm to it, and it's basically inevitable given how they shot those movies. Yeah. I quite like the dubs in Giallos. I've watching them like it. I think that's how they originally intend to watch them when you pick them on Blu-ray, I think. I don't think they come with subtitles. We have True Action Star saying, bugger me, Sam is a Yorkshire lad from what I hear. You always welcome at Dell's Manor.
Cheers, mate.
Would you take up the invitation?
Well, I'm just, holy shit, I didn't think about that one, didn't I? My God. Oh dear me, I didn't even think about that one when he said that. I think
you're busy next week. Yeah.
I'm busy next week, and I'm just because I think it's just because I'm that charming, Pete. I think because as soon as I introduce myself, I think that probably maybe True Action Star's wife probably will just find me this handsome, like, Yorkshire stud.
I was not expecting you to say that, but wow.
But yeah, so and also by the way, Pete, great to see True Action Star still in the comments as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I'm glad he's back in the comments again.
We've got Red Romantic saying Snog, Marry, Avoid, Elvira, Tiffany from Chucky, and Salma Hayek from Dusk Till Dawn.
Oh my God.
Go on, Mike.
Do you know, I'd probably snog Selma Hayek, and I'd marry Elvira just because she seems like good fun. She seems like a right character, and I'd avoid Tiffany.
Andy?
I don't know. I kind of want to marry all of them. To be honest, I want my cake and I want to eat it too. I don't know. I bet they're all dynamos in the sack. So
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Scott,
I want
who would
more.
you do?
Um,
Oh my God, Kate.
I didn't realise what I said. Fucking hell.
Oh dear, man.
oh,
Well,
fuck.
Scott, who would you snog, marry, and avoid? There you go.
Give me a minute to what my list is.
God.
I'll probably avoid Tiffany and probably snog Sam Arlett can marry Alvara, although it's a very tricky one.
Yeah. And Sam, who would you snog, marry, and avoid? See, I was polite that time.
Okay, I'm gonna avoid Elvira. I'm probably gonna. I think I'm gonna have to marry Salma Hayek, and I think I'm going to. I'll probably will snog Tiffany Valentine because she did look really nice.
Awesome. For me, I'd marry Elvira. She looks like a lot of fun. Tiffany, I'd probably avoid, and Salma Hayek, rather snog in. But I wouldn't say no to all three. I'm a greedy sod.
Best way to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
James says, yeah, I could never watch Ricky O without Hong Kong dub. The shit dub adds to the comedy. Awesome. Radley says, does anyone find found footage gets a bad rap through ignorance? It's not all shaky cam running around in the dark. Some real classics get ignored because they're found footage. I think it's just because they feel kind of gimmicky. Some of them do work, like the Rec films. I think they're great. But
Yeah.
it can be a bit of motion sickness for some people because of all how like unorganized like the camera work is. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. There are definitely some good ones out there, but I do feel like most of them are a bit gimmicky, and I'm just not really a big fan of the genre, if I'm being totally honest.
Yeah.
Andy?
Yeah, I think some of them have got really, really good concepts, but the found footage gimmick kind of lets them down.
Yeah.
Like, I really like Blair Witch as a movie. Like, I really like the story to that film. But the found footage element fucking ruins it for me.
Yeah.
The way it's filmed is awful. It's got quite a creepy story to it.
I think it has, yeah.
Yeah.
Scott, what about you?
Yeah, I'm not a massive fan of found footage, if I'm being honest. I think it can be quite annoying at times, especially with the original Blair Witch Project, because I really wanted to like that film, but the found footage aspect of it actually put me off the film, which is quite a shame. But Chronicle is really good though. That's a great found footage film.
That is an underrated one, I do agree.
Yeah. But overall, it's definitely not my favourite genre, that's for sure.
What about you, Sam?
Yeah, I kind of agree what like you guys said. I'm not really a fan of the genre itself. There's just a lot of films in that genre that just don't really appeal to me personally. I'm probably gonna. I was gonna say. I think I've actually never seen the Blair Witch Project, but I know it gets quite a bit of a cult following now. I really did like Aaron Screen Star's film review of it. It was really good. But yeah, in terms of found footage, I do understand why they do get a lot of films do get a lot of flack, really. But I'm sure there's some good ones in that genre for sure. I did quite like Cloverfield. Haven't seen the Blair Witch Project, but it's just there's just a lot of films in there. either haven't appealed to me or just haven't dived into yet.
Yeah, I can get that. We've got Jackson here saying I need to give Stalker another chance. I really liked it, but I wanted more. I like Tarkovsky's Solaris more.
Yeah, they're both amazing films, mate.
And James is on about Mystics in Bali, as funny as is the shit dubbing. The actors do sound disinterested despite all the weird shit going on.
Yeah.
Right. Comments have gone weird again. We have Josh saying world cinema is so much better than English language cinema for me. It's because they have a deeper understanding of stories without being corny. I love Mirror by Tarkovsky as well.
That's a beautiful film.
I bet that's good. Yeah.
I've got Liam here on about Ricky O again. Lisa says, don't waste your time with the Clooney version of Solaris. I have heard that's not the greatest one.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to watch it, mate, to be honest, because I love the Tarkovsky version so much.
Josh's opinion on found footage is that it's such an awful fad. They feel like a sad excuse for filmmakers to make a movie on the cheap. DVD Film Bloke says, actually, 90s video game voice acting is equally as hilarious. Yeah, it is pretty corny. And we've got a good question here by Red Romantic saying, what's your favourite foreign film? Mine right now is Raw. Can't wait to see Detain. Detain's a cracker, so I hope you enjoy that when you watch that one. Haven't seen Raw myself. For me, my favourite horror film, foreign film, that's a better one, is probably Old Boy. I really enjoyed that one. I thought it was a great dark film, great soundtrack and superb performances. One of the first foreign films I've really got dug into. What about you, Mike?
I'd probably have to go with Battle Royale.
Yes, that's a very good one. Andy?
The Hunt.
Oh, Mads Mikkelsen. Very good film.
It's a great movie, yeah.
Scott?
Battle Royale for me, I think that's a really fun film. Really like it.
Absolutely. And Sam?
Stalker by Andrei Tarkovsky, but a couple of other movies that I really like in my top 10, top 20, you'd have to go. Like, there's some other honourable mentions would be Black Cat, White Cat by Amir Costa Rica. I love City of God, and another one would be well up there is Blue's the Warmest Colour. But my favourite film of all time is Stalker by Andrei Tarkovsky, so I'd go with that.
Great stuff. We've got Alex here saying, agreed, Radley. Some of my favourite films are found footage, Blair Witch being one of my top 10. It's a shame so many people wrote them off. I think it's just an acquired taste more than anything. I think because there's been so many cheap imitations of it, a lot of people can be a bit put off by it, because I gather when Blair Witch came out, there was like loads of other people trying to capitalise on the trend. Joe says, missing Rock God on the stream tonight. Saw he wasn't very well on his upload earlier. Hope he feels better soon. Absolutely. We hope we wish Nige a speedy recovery. He should be on the stream next week with us, and he'll be on Scott's stream on Friday night as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Josh says, has to be 3 colours blue or worst person in the world. We have Rosso Smile Films here saying, evening, lads. Evening, mate. James says, I know the film called Olkia from Smile Orange Productions, which is a piss take on martial arts movies with actors dubbing over their own lines. We got Radley here saying, Creep, Unfriended, As Above, So Below, Blair Witch, Butterfly Kisses, Cloverfield are some absolute classics which you probably avoided. I didn't mind Cloverfield. I thought that was pretty good. I haven't heard of I haven't seen Butterfly Kisses yet, or As Above, So Below. But I will check them out. Have you seen them, Mike?
No, I don't think I've seen Cloverfield, but no, I've not seen the others.
Andy?
Yeah, I've seen Blair Witch and Cloverfield, but that's it. I really like the ending to Cloverfield.
Yeah, it was a good ending. I do agree. Scott?
The only one that I've seen is Blair Witch, but I do really want to check out Creep and Cloverfield. I've heard they're really good.
Nice. And Sam?
Just Cloverfield for me, mate. Actually, my friend just rewatched As Above, So Below recently, and yeah, he really likes that film.
Awesome. We've got Traction Star saying, me and the wife have got a McDonald's tonight, burgers all round and a nice cola each. We've actually mixed both our colas with some drink to give it a bit of a bite. Wow, what about your piss, Dan?
Pissed as a fart.
They're probably knocked out by the time I've read that. DVD and Film Bloke says the only copy I could find is one recorded off the TV, and I've heard it's dead boring, so I think it's worth a screening. Josh says, I haven't avoided them. I've seen a few of them. The genre just died off like a pot of flies. Those movies are very predictable. Russell Smile says, anyone picking up the season 2 of Chucky, May 15? Honestly, not a fan of the Chucky TV series. I watched half of the first season and just couldn't get into it. So it's a no for me. What about you, Mike?
I've never seen it, so couldn't comment.
Andy?
Yeah, same as Mike.
Scott?
I'm still catching up on a film, so I haven't got around to a TV show yet.
And Sam?
I haven't watched the TV series, mate. I've only seen the first, obviously, Chucky film, and I thought it was good. It was really good, but not one of my favourite horror movies personally. But I will watch the other Chucky films. I've heard some people say Child's Play 2 is better than the original. I've heard from some people.
It's a good sequel, to be fair.
There's some good moments in it, especially the end.
Yeah.
I actually really liked the third one as well. I thought that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that one was quite controversial back in the day. Didn't it get banned for a bit in this country?
It was the first movie that got banned, but it was the third film that caused the controversy. Yeah.
Ah, right. Yeah. There's also Kung Pao Enter the Fist, where the director, lead actor, edited himself in some public domain martial arts films to make a comedy. Okay. We've got Matt Chats here, says, anyone seen Wolf Creek Show? Is it any good, worth owning? I haven't seen the film and haven't seen the TV series. Anybody else seen the show?
No.
No. We've got Winslow here saying, what's your favourite non-English language director? I would say Park Chan-wook, he's really good, or Takeshi Miike, he's another solid director. Mike?
Yeah, there's quite a few I can think of. There's like Akira Kurosawa is great, Bong Joon-ho, Dario Argento, and there's one I really like, another Italian director called Mario Bava. He's kind of like the predecessor to Dario Argento. I think Dario Argento was influenced a lot by him, but yeah, he's pretty good.
Great picks there. Andy?
Yeah, I might just have to say Alfonso Cuarón.
Good pick there. Scott?
Probably Dario Argento for me.
And Sam?
Well, obviously, Andrei Tarkovsky's my second favourite director of all time, but a couple of would spring to mind would be America, Costa Rica, and probably Bong Joon-ho as well. Yeah, I'll go with those three.
Great ones. Bradley says, if you don't like the genre, fair enough. It's not dead, it's just had a bad name because there's so many awful ones made on the cheap. Good ones aren't predictable. Wreck is a very good found footage.
I do want to watch that one.
Jackson says, are there any good Kurt Russell comedies you guys can recommend? I love Big Trouble in Little China, but I feel like he's not usually cast in roles like that. Wasn't he in Overboard with Goldie Hawn?
Yeah.
That's the only one I can think of. What about you, Mike?
There's one he made called Captain Ron, where he's like he's basically like a boat captain, but he's got like an eye patch. But yeah, that's a really funny movie.
Oh, good pick. Andy?
Yeah, I was thinking Captain Ron. It's not great, but my God, is it fun. I just think him and Martin Short have great chemistry in that film.
Yeah, yeah.
He's
search
sporting the
that one out.
dreadlocks.
Yeah.
Oh, oh wow. I'm sold already.
Yeah.
Scott?
I don't think I've actually seen any of his comedies, if I'm being honest. But I
Yeah.
do really like him as an actor, though.
Awesome. And what about you, Sam?
Yeah, I'm the same as Scott. I don't think I've seen any of his comedies really, but I do adore Big Trouble in Little China. Though. That is fantastic. Love that film.
The last 20 minutes of that film is just so fun and absolutely mental. It's great.
Yeah, that shit crazy in it, mate.
It's an absolute joy to watch. It is. Russell says studio must have crunch numbers and know the stats when they release 6 or 7 different formats: steelbook, day one edition, DVD, and etc. I've seen how many copies, different versions of John Wick 4 there is. There's like nearly 10 of them.
Wow.
We've got Matt here saying, did you hear that Harry Potter's getting a TV show about Harry will be trans and will identify as Harriet? It doesn't need to be remade. It's a perfect film series at the perfect time with the best actors possible. I don't think there's anybody they could have now that would be able to recreate the magic of Harry Potter. A TV series could be good because it could expand on the books, but it's too soon. These films still feel so fresh now, even 20 years after they first started. Mike, what do you think?
Yeah, the movies still feel very fresh. I mean, I know the last one was like 10 years ago now, but it still feels very recent. And yeah, I'm not really a big fan of them remaking movies and TV shows and all that. So I'd rather they just leave it.
Andy?
Yeah, I'd rather watch the movies again over anything new with the Harry Potter name on it.
Absolutely. Scott?
Yeah, I agree. I'm not really too sure why they're doing it, to be honest. I think they should just leave it as it is. But I still need to watch the first Harry Potter film.
You're in for a treat with that franchise. There's some great films in it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching them.
And Sam?
Yeah, I just don't think it needs a TV series. And my sister-in-law is like the biggest Harry Potter fan out there, and she would probably agree as well. So, yeah, I think that the films are good fun, definitely.
Awesome. We've got Bradley here saying, got this on my PC and Chelsea on TV, hoping we can nick a draw to take back to the bridge. Football invented by women to make men miserable. What's
the score, by the way, Scott, for Chelsea Madrid?
I actually don't know. I haven't looked at my phone, so I'm not too sure.
It's finished 2-0 Real Madrid.
Sorry, Scott.
No worries, it's fine. I was expecting that, to be fair, because Chelsea just can't score for shit at the minute. So
we're the same, mate. Everton have just been boring as fuck to watch all season, haven't they, Andy?
Yeah. It's really weird because that Champions League game tonight was between 2 ex-Everton managers.
Yeah. We shouldn't have got rid of Carlo Ancelotti, to be honest with you, but he wanted to leave for Madrid, so yeah.
What's a Carlo Ancelotti?
Carlo Ancelotti, Ancelotti.
I don't know. Sounds like a spicy dish.
That's what I was thinking. Sounds like something you order from an Italian restaurant. Oh, could I have a Carlos Ancelotti, please?
He's a manager in football, quite a famous one as well.
He managed Chelsea, didn't he, Scott?
He did, yeah, and he won a trophy, first Premier League trophy back in 2009-2010. Great season, that one.
Yeah.
He's won it all, hasn't he? Pretty much.
He has, yeah.
And
I don't think he's won a World Cup, but he's won it all.
Yeah, and I was actually going to say, Scott, the season prior to that, we played each other in the cup final, and Luis Zaha scored one of the quickest goals, didn't he? Did you watch it, didn't you, Andy?
I think so. Yeah.
I think it was when Frank scored the winner for Chelsea 2-1.
Yeah,
Oh
That
yeah,
absolute stunner. That was a great goal. That was. I remember that.
And yet we're still waiting to win that first trophy since '95.
I just want us to win a game.
Yeah.
It's just been a crap, mate. I mean, 6 league wins all season. Just
Joking it.
joke.
That's it.
Who have we got at the
But we're
weekend,
close.
Andy?
Fulham.
Fulham. That's a tough game because they've been good all season.
Yeah, but their striker's got an 8-match ban.
Oh, really? Oh, okay, then.
Yeah, so I'm hoping we can get something out of that.
Who has Liverpool got at the weekend, Mike?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Who have Chelsea got at weekend? I should know that, but I don't.
I should know mine as well. But yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know.
Chelsea.
Mm.
I can't remember.
Does your family relatives support Norwich City, by the way, Pete?
My family can't stand football like me. My uncle likes football. I think they support anything from like Liverpool to Man City to Man United. I'm just like, I haven't got a clue what half of it means. I just stop my head and just take it all in.
Chelsea have got Brighton this weekend, and Liverpool play Leeds on Monday.
I would say normally I'm quite confident against Brighton, but Brighton are a really good team, to be fair, and Chelsea are not doing well at the moment, so I think it could be another loss.
You know what, mate? And no disrespect to Graham Potter, because he is a good manager, but wasn't that such a big jump for him to go from Brighton to Chelsea? I thought it was a bit too soon right there.
I agree. Yeah, totally agree.
Yeah. But are you confident we're going to stop up, though, Andy?
No, I think we need to spend big at the summer.
Yeah.
We need about 3 strikers, I think.
Because we're moving into the new stadium in the summer, aren't we?
Oh, Christ, I know.
I know. I dread to think what it'd be like watching Championship football in that new stadium.
I don't know. I just don't know what to say about it all at the minute. It's all a mess.
I hope Everton stay up though, because it'd be
Thank
weird
you,
not
mate.
seeing them in the Prem.
And we need the derbies to keep us going, even though this is music to Mike's ears, but we are shit every derby pretty much.
Yeah.
Derby?
Like Derby Day, mate.
All right. I thought it was something like the Grand National for a minute.
Yeah. I fucking hate that fixture.
You're not a fan?
Merseyside derby.
I dread it,
me
man.
too, mate.
Yeah, that's fair.
Again, Mike's probably pleased to hear this.
Yeah. Mike's just like, 3 points. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Not always. There's been quite a lot of draws, like in the last.
Yeah, there have. Yeah,
especially in Goodison.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Liverpool are just a better run club than us. They're better looked after.
Absolutely, mate.
Just better run. Yeah.
Do any of you remember that Phil Jagielka goal against Liverpool a few years back?
Oh, it's a fucking screamer.
Mate, I was honestly, because basically at college, there's a couple of people supported Liverpool, and I'm an Evertonian.
Back in the sack.
No worries, Pete. Sorry about all this football talk. I don't want to follow them. But I was honest, because I thought I was going to get so much stick because we were going to lose that game, and I was proper shitting myself, really thinking we're just gonna, again, I'm gonna have to go months with like loads of like obviously stick and it's banter, of course, but but Jagielka, that is probably one of the best goals we've ever scored in a derby. That ends Graham Sharp in 1984 at Anfield as well. Do you remember that goal, Andy? Have you seen that goal?
No, I don't think I have.
Yeah, because I think we won the league in 1985.
I think so. You did, yeah.
Yeah, last time we won the league was, I think it was 87. I know, Andy.
Well, I just wouldn't give to just be in contention for the league. You know what I mean? Even top 5 or top 4.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Mate, it's just fucking disgraceful what
Yeah, it
Rashi's and Kenwright's done with the club. I mean, we've just wasted a lot of money on so much dross since we sold Lukaku to Man United.
Yeah.
Sorry about all this football talk, by the way, Pete.
No worries. The TV just went off, so I just had to do it. I've been enjoying Football Focus tonight. It's quite interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The mid
Well, yeah.
2000s weren't too bad for Everton, though. That was probably the best period
yeah.
of the recent times, I would say, for Everton.
Probably the last good season for me, Scott, was probably when it was Ronald Koeman's first season and we got 7th. That was probably the last good season for me.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. But no, mate, I hope Chelsea pick up as well. Yeah, because as I said, I think in the summer they just need to branch out and have a clean slate, don't they?
Yeah. I find it funny we spent so much money in the one player we needed a striker. We didn't even get a striker. It's just so bizarre.
It's weird seeing Diego Costa at Wolves now, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Has he even scored a goal for him yet? I don't think he has.
I think he might have done. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, no, sorry, Pete. We'll continue on with the comments.
No worries, no worries.
Yeah.
I was getting enthralled into the match of the day talk. I'm just like, I'm learning stuff here.
Just one more quick question, Pete. Guys, is Gary Lineker back on Match of the Day now, by the way?
I think
There
he
he
was
is.
on
Yeah, I
Saturday.
think he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was only off for a week and then they got him back on.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on, we have Rhodey here saying, never understood the hype of the Blair Witch Project. I found YMS review of Unfriended better than the actual movie. We have Joe here saying he watched I don't know what there is. He didn't actually say. He must have caught the comments. Kurt Russell comedies. One of them is Used Cars. Cracking little film, very funny. I've heard it's quite good. We've got Rock and Roll House saying different strokes for different folks. Absolutely.
Absolutely, mate. Yep.
Nicholas says found footage can work, just needs to be people who have passion. Fair enough, mate. We all have different tastes. I find action movies a total ballfest. That's absolutely fine there, mate.
Fair enough, mate.
Joe says watched the last broadcast earlier. Thought it was shite. Haven't heard of it. Anybody else seen it?
Yeah,
it's bad.
Yeah. It's awful. It's don't waste your time with it.
Okay. Right. Josh says I say Celine. There you go. You got some lovely words there. I'm not going to pronounce them or I'll butcher them. Celine Scaramanga, Julia Dukowski, and Chris.
Fucking man with the golden gun.
And Christoph Kalowski. I think I got the last one okay.
You did get that one right.
Yeah.
Well, 1 out of 3, I'll take that. Jackson says License to Kill is fantastic. Top 5 Bond for me. Yeah, it's a great film. The Classics Erase says you realise J.K. Rowling is a TERF, right? What is a TERF? I've only heard of TERF like grass. Josh says, has anyone seen The Favourite by Yorgos Lanthimos? It's such a hilarious film, but it's also quite sad at the core. Is that the one with Olivia Colman in?
I believe so, yeah.
I haven't seen it, but I've heard it's quite good. Anybody seen it?
I haven't.
I haven't watched it, no.
I liked it. Yeah.
Oh,
Actually, Andy, I just remembered because you showed it in your Blu-ray update. What did you think of Empire of Light, by the way?
What did I think of which? Sorry.
Empire of Light.
Oh, I loved it.
Me too. I thought it was
it,
fantastic.
Yeah.
I know it got a lot of
Great
hate,
parts.
that movie. Yeah. And it got a lot of hate, that movie, but I loved it.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Yeah.
We do have Jackson saying some more of his favourite foreign directors. Joe picked up the 4K version of Texas Chainsaw today. Can't wait to watch it. Awesome. I'm hearing some very positive things about that. We've got Josh here saying, I'm so glad you like Julia Dokaranu's Gasping Away is fantastic too. His stance on filmmaking can be questionable. You're darn right there. Rody says, different tastes for different people. My film taste is quite particular and not at all sophisticated, but I do not care one little bit. I know you like Clerks, Rody. I think that's in your top. Oh, yeah, there you go. There you go. Next comment. I've seen Suicide Squad like 10 times, Clerks 6 times, and Clerks 2 8 times.
Which Suicide Squad?
I think it is, I don't know. The Suicide Squad, so the new one, I imagine.
Oh, okay.
Fun film, to be fair. I like that one.
Yeah, it's really good.
Josh says, I like Batman a lot. I just felt the third act ruined the tone of the rest of the film. It went from average Marvel movie. It went very average Marvel movie ending. He's saying Rhodey's seen Clerks about 5,000 times. If you know, you know. It's 37. Minhaji watched Deep Rising. Heard of that or seen it? Is that the one on the boat, the monster movie on the boat?
Yeah.
I like that. That's really good, and it's got a great cast in it as well. Had a fun time with that one. Mike?
Yeah, same. It's been a long time since I've seen it, but I remember liking it.
Andy?
Yeah, I think I watched it at Christmas, but I really liked it.
And Scott?
Yeah, really enjoyed it. Thought it was a really fun monster movie.
And Sam, have you seen that?
No, I haven't, mate.
Matt Chat says, okay, I just bought both Addams Family films. All the talk about them here, I had to get them. Oh, brilliant. Well, I hope you enjoy them, mate.
Not the animated ones, I hope.
No, the animated ones, I've heard they're not so good.
Yeah.
Joe Darkin says, Black Rain and Misery, I can watch over and over again. Great picks there. Josh says, for Marvel, it's not the quantity of that's fatiguing, it's the quality of what they produce that is. They have been so effortless and shit recently. Yeah, you're right there, Josh. Minhaji says, and Underwater with Christian Stewart, would recommend that one, Pete, Andy, and everyone. I think I remember that came out in the cinemas. That came out just before COVID, I think. I've heard that's not a bad little film. Anybody seen it? Underwater with Christian Stewart?
No,
I haven't, mate.
Liam says the issue with Marvel is there's too much of it and it requires you to watch most of it to understand a lot of its story arcs. Absolutely. Split between the TV shows and the films. Too much to catch up on. Matt Chat says, and Dawn of the Dead and Rocky are my most rewatch. And yes, License to Kill is the best Bond film. DVD and Film Bloke says, I agree with Marvel. Actually, while I don't mind expanded universes when you need to engage with them, then I'm not interested. We've got True Action Star saying, glad to hear you enjoyed Mario, Pete. Knew you'd like it. The wife said you'd be jizzling in... What the fuck? Jizzling in your...
oh,
God. Shame it wasn't for her. Fucking hell. My mum's in the other room watching this as well. Bradley says, I don't like Marvel output generally, but I suppose you're going to have an expanded universe. It needs to have continuality. But Catch-22 maybe. Yeah. Right, we have DVD from Film Black saying, also my indicated titles have finally been dispatched about 4 weeks after I ordered them. So yes, I think I've heard a few people that haven't got theirs yet. I think Nige is still waiting for them. I'm sure he said.
I was just going to add to that, Pete. I ordered mine nearly 3 weeks ago, and it took a while, but it got dispatched the other day, and they should be coming tomorrow, so that'll be good.
That's good to hear. I think it's just because of the Easter holidays. That's like messed up the post and that. And apparently the sale was very popular and they sold loads of stuff.
Did you order any, by the way, Pete?
Unfortunately, no. I decided to give it a miss this time. I thought the sale wasn't as good as it was last autumn, but I'm going to wait until the autumn sale and see what there is and pick up a few then.
Okay.
We've got Nicholas here, or Rhodey, saying favourite action movie. For me, it has to be Predator, which also is my second favourite movie. Guess the first. Clerks. What about you, Mike? What's your favourite action movie?
There's a few that come to mind. So Terminator 2 is definitely one of them. But I'd also say Police Story, the first Police Story with Jackie Chan. And I'm also going to give a shout out to Sudden Death with Jean-Claude Van Damme. I just have a blast with that movie.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice. Andy?
Yeah, Terminator 2 or Hard Boiled.
Great ones. Scott?
Terminator 2 for me, but I love Die Hard as well. I think that's
Yeah.
great.
Sam?
I was just about to say what Scott said, actually. Yeah, Die Hard. But I think for me, because that would be up there, but I think for me, maybe, what is it? Oh God, I just had it there. Well, I was gonna. There we go. Leon. Does Leon the Professional count?
Yeah.
No, it's an
I'll probably
action film.
go with Leon then. That's a really good one.
Awesome. For me, there's quite a few. Die Hard. I like some of the Steven Seagal films. Police Story's a lot of fun. That in the line of Duty 3, that was amazing. I had a great time with that one. I can think of a few others. Right and Wrongs is a really good one. Con Air, and I really like something. Arrow. What's it? Arrow? Burning Arrow?
Broken Arrow?
Broken Arrow.
Broken Arrow. Broken Arrow. Burning Arrow. Where did I get that one from?
Broken Arrow's a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's a great fun film. Bradley says, least like genre or sub-genre, vampire movies are snooze for me. For me, I'd probably say sports because I'm not really into sports as a whole. Mike, what about you?
I'm not really a big fan of costume dramas and period dramas. I'm just not really a big fan of them.
Yeah, I can get that. Andy?
Although I do like some movies in the genre, I'd probably have to say musicals.
Yeah.
Probably musicals for me as well, but I do really like some musicals.
And Sam?
I'd have to go with what Andy and Scott said, musicals, but yeah, I would probably say any rom-com that's been coming out in the last 5 to 10 years, probably, because there's a lot of the rom-coms today are just not the same as they were.
Yeah. We've got DVD from Film Bloke here saying, I mean, the network sale does intrigue me. I'm looking at the Hitchcock films in the collection, but I will wait until the next one. Also, Liam has horror stories from Network on there, which has put me off. That's fair enough. Network is a quality place, and they do send them tracked and all that. Ryan bought a load the other week, and they all came, but there's some good sales. Check out Amazon as well. I agree with both of those. I think Django is the only Western I like. That's a good one. James says, I also have to go with Die Hard as well as Pulp Fiction. Brilliant. Still need to see that. We have Liam here says, I ordered from Network a few years ago, yet they never dispatched. Mind you, it was a while ago. They do send them very much like HMV now, so you get like a little notification. They normally dispatch and you get them within a couple of days. We have Traction Star saying, what's your favourite Cat Stevens song? Matthew and Son, that's the only thing I can think of.
I think it's
that-
is it father and son, Pete? Did you say Matthew and son?
Matthew and Son, yeah.
Yeah, it's a good
Yeah, it's
song
Matthew
to be
and Son.
fair.
Oh, is that what it's called?
There
It
is
is Matthew.
another song, yeah.
Matthew and Son, yeah.
Oh, is it? Oh, sorry, mate. I thought it was father and son.
That's another song that he done as well.
Did he?
Oh,
Oh.
yeah. Oh, really? Oh, sorry then, Pete. Yeah. I didn't know you did two. You know, like obviously songs with obviously like pretty much the same title.
We've got Moon Shadow here, says Liam. Anybody else got any Cat Stevens songs? I'm at a miss here.
He done another song called "I'm Gonna Get Me a Gun," which is quite a fun song as well. Do enjoy that one.
Andy and Mike.
Yeah, I think there was Matthew and Son, and didn't he have another one called "Morning Is Broken"?
Think so.
That was
Yeah.
quite a good one. Yeah.
Right. We've got Winslow here looking into watching more slashers. What are some of the best that aren't the obvious answers? So underrated slasher films. That is a good question. Do you want to go first, Mike?
There's one I really like called Hell Night. It's got a young Linda Blair in it. I think that one's pretty good. I think 101 released it on the Black Label range. But yeah, I thought that was a pretty good one.
Cool. Andy?
Yeah, the first two sleepaway camps.
Very good picks there. Scott?
I'd probably have to go with The Last Matinee, to be fair. I thought that was a really great slasher film.
Awesome. And what about you, Sam, if you're here? Oh, he isn't here. But I'd say Sleepaway Camp as well, Andy. That's a great film. Don't know. He must be having internet issues. We've got True Action Star saying thoughts on the film Renfield, and you guys going to check it out. I'm looking forward to that one. That does look really good. Nicolas Cage is Dracula. I'm sold. Mike?
Yeah, I'll check it out. Yeah, I'm not like overly like excited for it, but I'll still check it out.
Andy?
Yeah, same as Mike. I'll get around to it eventually, I think.
Yeah. And Scott?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to checking it out. I might go to a cinema to see it next weekend if I can be asked to go.
Oh, great stuff. We have got Joe here saying Renfield looks good. We can see it at the weekend. Awesome. He also says, what's your thoughts on Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer? I'm not the biggest fan of it. It's all right. I wasn't impressed with the Arrow transfer of it, but it was never going to look amazing. I think it's a bit overhyped, but that home invasion scene, that's brutal. What's your thoughts on it, Mike?
I personally really like it, but yeah, I do understand that it's not going to be for everyone. It is quite a disturbing watch, but yeah, I quite like it.
Awesome.
Sorry.
Andy?
Yeah, I think it's an okay movie. It's just the violence is a bit too full on, I think, for me.
Yeah, I get that. Scott, have you seen it?
Yeah, I really liked it. To be fair, I thought it was a really good, well-made, sort of gritty and grimy film. But there is a scene that definitely goes way too far. But
Yeah.
other than that, I really liked it.
Awesome. And Sam, have you seen it?
Just to quickly say, mate, so sorry that I cut out then. It was just
No worries.
the voice mic. I don't know if anyone else got it, but the voice mic went really slow-mo.
Could be internet connections. There's been a bit of hiccups on my
Yeah.
side tonight, so don't worry about it.
And sorry to interrupt Auntie just there, but I haven't seen Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer.
All right. We've got Rosso here saying a friendly reminder to watch more Hitchcock. Radley is a fan of Henry, the Portrait of a Serial Killer. Edward says, what's your favourite Brian Cox movie? I haven't got a clue. Gonna have to check up. Have you guys got any favourite Brian Cox films?
He's in a Halloween movie called Trick or Treat.
Oh yes, I've heard.
Yeah, his story is probably the best one in that movie 'cause it's like an anthology movie. But yeah, that's a pretty good one.
Nice. Andy?
I might have to say Manhunter.
All good pick. I'm looking at it, and he's been in some of the Bourne films, so I'm gonna say the Bourne series. Oh, and he's in The Long Kiss Goodnight as well, so I'll pick them ones. Scott, what about you?
I'm going to have to go with Manhunter. That's a really great 80s film. Like that one a lot.
Yeah, James is saying the same. And what about you, Sam?
Just looking on his filmography now, actually, Rise of the Planet of the Apes is fantastic. Then you've got Fantastic Mr. Fox. I thought Match Point was a really good Woody Allen film, actually. But just reading this, yeah, I'll probably go with Rise of the Planet of the Apes. There we go. I'll probably go with that one.
Awesome. We've got Minhalju saying, I also love my Grudge Duron collection on Blu-ray. Such a beautiful set. The packing is quite nice. Have you guys got that one? And do you guys prefer the original films or the American remakes? He prefers the remakes. I've seen one of the remakes. It was all right. I've seen the Duron one, the one everybody knows about. And yeah, it's a creepy film. The Arrow box set does look really nice, but it's still a bit pricey. So I'll probably give that one a miss. What about you, Mike? You got the Duron box set?
Yeah, it's a really nice box set. Really enjoy the movies. I've not actually seen the remakes, to be honest. So yeah, can't really comment on the comparison.
No worries. Andy?
I'm exactly the same as Mike. Got the box set for the original movies. Watched them all. Really like them. Haven't seen the American remakes.
Awesome. Scott, what about you?
I haven't seen any of them, but I wouldn't mind picking up that box set because it does look really nice, to be fair.
Awesome.
But I'm going to head off now, Pete, if that's okay.
No worries, Scott. You got a stream on Friday night? Do you want to promote it?
Yeah, sure. So obviously, it'd be the same 5 guests as always. You, Nige, Andy, and Josh, and our first-time guest will be Elliot from IMO Review. So it should be a great night.
Going to be brilliant. Can't wait for it. 8 o'clock as always.
Yeah, and it will end at 11 as always.
Awesome. Can't wait.
And next week, I think I'm going to try and get Sam on as well.
That'd be
Brilliant.
fantastic, mate. That'd be awesome to get on one of your streams at some point.
Yeah, definitely. It'd be great to have you on, Sam.
Thank you so much, mate.
Yeah, no worries at all, Sam. But yeah, see you guys.
See you later,
Take
Scott.
care, Scott.
Bye.
See you, mate.
Take care, Scott. And then there was 4.
Apologies for that interruption earlier, Pete. I really don't know what went on with that the mic there.
No worries. No worries. There's no need to apologise. Live streams, there's always technical issues somewhere. No need to apologise.
No worries, mate.
We have Delboy here. Says, hi to the panel and the guys in the chat. I had a blast last week. Mentioned it on my weekly blog on Sunday. Hype for the chat tonight. Hopefully I'll have a question in me. Oh, thanks for that. I appreciate that. Ian says, what's your favourite H.G. Wells novel film adaptation? I think the only thing I can think of is The Invisible Man. That's a H.G. Wells, isn't it?
Is the Time Machine one?
Yeah, that is one. Yeah, I think it is, yeah.
I've never read any of his books, so I couldn't really...
Nor have I. I've just, honestly seen it.
Pick an adaptation, yeah.
Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've read any of his books, but didn't Malcolm McDowell play him in Time After Time?
That's a great film. Yeah,
I love that film.
Yeah, it's not technically an adaptation, but yeah, I'll just say that.
Yep. And Sam?
I was just reading in here. I think to be honest, I haven't seen the original War of the Worlds. I really want to check that one out. And the Time Machine as well. But obviously, probably, as I say, whilst it's not adapted like from one of his books, Pete, I'd probably say a film involving H.G. Wells, as Mike said, time after time, because that's a great film.
Great stuff there. We've got Joe here saying watched Mortal Kombat Annihilation the other day. Cheesy fun. It's a daft one. It is with a bigger budget than Mortal Kombat original. It looks worse, but it's not the greatest, but it's fun. We've got Rosso here saying, gotta love the Ring and Grudge originals remakes. Both sets of the originals are appreciated by the early 2000 horror fans. Yep. We've got Andy like stuff here saying, happy Wednesday, lads. Did any of you check the Star Wars celebration of the weekend? I caught most of it and definitely looking forward to Ahsoka series, especially if they use parts of Heir to the Empire story. I haven't checked it out, but I did see some of the announcements. Star Wars very hit and miss at the moment, but Ahsoka looks kind of cool. But I'm not excited really for anything. What about you, Mike?
I'm the same, really. I didn't check it out. I've lost track of all the Star Wars announcements and all the projects. I think they're doing a few too many for my liking these days.
It does feel like it, yes. Andy?
No, I'm kind of sort of done with Star Wars now.
Yep. And Sam?
Yeah, same with Andy, mate. I'm just not interested in what's going on with Star Wars these days. I think Star Wars to me will always be the original trilogy. When it comes to Star Wars, that's all I need, really, the original three.
Yeah. We've got True Action Star here saying, did you guys have a nice Easter and what Easter eggs did you get? Yeah, quite Easter. I didn't get an Easter egg. I bought one in the sales because I'm a tight cunt. Oh, sorry. I bought a... I bought an Easter egg from M&S for £1, and it wasn't an egg. It was a chocolate carrot, but it's nice, very nice. What about you, Mike? Did you get any Easter eggs?
I did get one from my boss, but I can't remember what type of Easter egg it was, to be honest. But yeah, that was the only one I got.
Andy?
Yeah, I got 3. I got a Twill orange, a Malteser one, and a Terry's chocolate orange white chocolate one.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
What about you, Sam? Did you get an Easter egg?
I did. I got a Cadbury's white chocolate and a Milky Bar egg as well.
Oh, very delicious. David Even Bumbo says, coincidentally, the first tape I tried in my new VCR, I used a blank tape to test the transport mechanism to see if it eats tapes, was Dirty Dancing. It was a junker tape that was in good shape. Okay. Delboy says, H.G. Wells, you say, not a novel per se, but the actual character in the film. Time after time, where Jack the Ripper steals the time machine, such a great film and screenplay from Nicholas Meyer. Yeah, fantastic film. Liam says Brosnan's only line in Long Good Friday is hi. It's very little, he does say, yeah. James says, yes, I know I've seen using Dirty Dancing to see if my new VCR player actually worked. Pete and Andy know the details of what I bought. James says, Time After Time is a wonderful film. Yep, you introduced me to that one, James. Russell says, have you watched anything more than once in a short period of time recently? Have I watched a film more than once in a short period of time? Not really. What about you guys?
No.
I think so, no.
Probably in terms of the last probably couple of months, just did because I watched the original Planet of the Apes for the first time back in January, and since then I watched it again. So probably something like that, maybe.
Yeah. Jackson says I got the Shinya Tasayuka box set. I butchered that during the RSL. 10 films for $40. That's a really good deal.
Yeah.
What's your favourite Irwin Allen TV series of the 60s?
Couldn't place him.
I haven't got a clue.
Nah,
No.
I'm gonna have to pass on that one, Pete.
Yeah. We've got DVD from Filmblock saying about his Panasonic VCR DVD combo, so I can do a VHS DVD transfer. Brilliant. We've got Delboy here saying, question, Look It is not a great film, but it's as fun as a sci-fi popcorn flick. What film considered mediocre by many is a guilty pleasure of yours to watch? Isn't Look on the H&B premiums?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, they're quite good. So, what's a guilty pleasure of yours, Mike?
Oh, Super Mario Brothers from the 90s.
Yeah,
Hands
good
down.
pick there. Andy?
Maybe the Flintstones.
Sam?
Well, as I said, probably like earlier on, I did say Stuart Little too, because I just have such nostalgia for that movie. I'm trying to think of like I think probably I'm trying to think maybe another one would have to be. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Quite like probably something like I just was looking at my shelf there. Probably if that film was it Warm Bodies or something like because I didn't mind that film, and probably in terms of being considered mediocre by a lot of people, I really loved The Souvenir. Thought that was fantastic.
Yeah, good picks
Oh.
there.
Yeah, thank you, mate.
For me, I'm picking the Tom Cruise Mummy film. I have a soft spot for that one. And I don't mind the Twilight films. We've got True Action Star saying, give me some of your favourite Bill Paxton films. Fantastic actor there. So, Mike, do you want to go straight ahead?
I really like Tombstone. It's got an amazing cast. Probably one of the best casts ever in a movie. But yeah, Bill Paxton's great in it. And yeah, probably True Lies as well. He's very funny in that movie.
Great stuff. Andy?
Yeah, just what Mike said. Simple Plan, amazing film.
Yeah.
Titanic. There's a movie called Traveller, which I really like. Doesn't get talked about enough. Near Dark as well. Yeah.
Oh, great film there.
I need to watch that one actually. To be fair.
For me, Near Dark, Aliens, True Lies, Weird Science, Twister as well. He was good in that one.
Yeah.
What about you, Sam?
I'm just reading up. I actually didn't mind the film Brain Dead. I thought he was pretty good in that, and then I think he makes a brief appearance in The Terminator. And probably, and more recently, I think in about 2014, he make a brief appearance in Nightcrawler, just from what I read up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll probably go with them.
Good stuff. Got Radley here. Question for Andy or anyone really. Have you ever started watching a movie on streaming and thought this is really good and stopped watching and ordered the Blu-ray? I've done it a few times.
No, can't say I have.
I've done a couple of times. I've actually watched the film, then ordered it off Amazon or whatever. What about you, Mike?
There's definitely been times where I've watched a movie on streaming and then bought it, but I don't think I've ever stopped in the middle. I think I've always gone to the end of the movie before I've picked it up.
Yeah, same here. And Sam?
I actually no, I can't remember it. Not on top of my head, really. I mean, probably. Well, I guess a film that I did really like was obviously Free Guy on Disney Plus, and then I obviously bought the Blu-ray months later. So probably just something like that, maybe.
Awesome. We've got Sai here saying absolute quality. Awesome. Yeah, that's no worries, Andy. No worries.
Yeah, I'm gonna head off now, guys.
Yeah.
All
right.
You take care, Andy.
You too, guys. See you later.
Yeah,
See
see
you
you
later.
soon,
Yeah.
mate.
Bye.
Bye.
See you after. Bye.
And then there was 3. So yeah, Andy's links in the description down below. So go and give him a sub if you haven't already. Let's see if we can get through these comments quite quickly. Just give quick replies because I think we're quite behind. Steve says, "Hi guys, off to watch Sabaton in London this weekend. They base their songs on historic events. Awesome. Heard of the band?
No.
Nah.
DVD from Film Bloke says, seen what happens if you find a stranger in the Alps. The Classics Array says, I've read that the Coen brothers wrote the made-for-TV dialogue themselves and made it purposely ridiculous. Larry, have you ever fed a stoner scrambled eggs? The Big Lebowski. Dalboy says, question, as a long-time collector of media, I used to love Luc Besson as a director all the way from Big Blue and Subway, La Femme Nikita, Fifth Element and Leon. What's your personal favourite? I haven't seen a lot of Luc Besson. That's unfortunately not. I've only seen some of his recent ones. I'm not the biggest fan of his recent stuff, but I did like Lucy. But I definitely want to check out Leon. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I think Leon is definitely my favourite, but I do quite like the Big Blue as well. That's pretty good.
Sam?
Probably the Fifth Element, mate. I thought that was absolutely class. Probably second would definitely be Leon. Yeah, there'd be my 2 picks there.
We've got True Action Star here is saying, what are some of your future videos on your channels, guys? Well, I was hoping to get a Mario review up, but it'd probably be either a game review or a Blu-ray haul or something like that. Mike?
I'm not sure at the moment. I'll have a pickup video at the end of the month, but in between now and then, I'm not too sure, to be honest.
Yeah,
It could see. Sorry, Pete.
No, just saying it's sort of spur the moment thing, I find.
Yeah.
And Sam?
Nothing in the pipeline, mate. I don't have obviously a YouTube channel currently. Yeah. But I was going to say, Mike, it would be awesome to see something music related. You know, like when you did that favorite albums video, I absolutely loved that. So it'd be great to see something else music related from you in the future.
Yeah. I'll definitely keep that in mind. Yeah. I need to do more of that.
Yeah.
Sinjin says Odie from TerraVision played the wolf from Fright Night 2. Awesome. We've got Sai here saying rewatch Argento Deep Red the other day. It keeps getting better and better for me. Has anybody seen it? I've seen it. I like it, but I definitely do want to rewatch it. Mike?
Yeah, it's one of those that the first time I watched it, I thought it was okay, but it's definitely gotten better on a rewatch.
I do want to rewatch it. I see the 4K box set of it. It's only 20 quid in H&B, so I'm going to try and see if I can get hold of it. We've got Dalboy here saying, question, I have collected soundtrack for 45 plus years. I love the main composers, Goldsmith, Horner, Williams, but favourite more obscure composers is Georges de la Rue. Do you have a favourite obscure one? For me, I don't really know. That's pretty out of my depth there. I'll let Mike go and answer this one.
Just trying to think on the spot is hard. I can only think of like the big names. One that probably comes to mind is Michael Kamen. I know he did the music for License to Kill, but he did a lot of other great movies. He's probably a bit more well known, but yeah, he's pretty good. That's
a great one. And Sam, what about you?
Well, if we're talking Doctor Who, then definitely Murray Gold, and hopefully Murray Gold we can get back for Doctor Who in the future. But I was going to say, Mike, who was it that composed was it the soundtrack for 2001?
I don't think there's actually a composer for that. I think Stanley Kubrick just took already existing pieces of music and just kind of put them in the film. I think that's how he tended to score his movies.
Yeah.
But I did love some of, obviously, the classical soundtrack to that movie. It's phenomenal.
Yeah.
And Sam, I think you'll like this next one. True Action Star says, "Wow, is Sam a stunt double for David Tennant? He's a spit of him."
I get this all the time. Because I remember, Pete, when you commented that I should be a David Tennant impersonator, and you know what? I think I'm definitely heading that way.
Well, give us your best Alonzi impression or whatever it is he says.
Alonzi!
Awesome. Yep.
You-
David
you're not-
Tennant's in the house.
Definitely. You're not a Doctor Who fan, aren't you, Mike?
I'm not, no.
Yeah.
We have Sai saying watch party. So it seems like I may be doing my first watch party. We'll do I can't remember what the film was, Poltergeist now. So yeah.
Big Lebowski as well.
Yeah. Well, I think we'll do a one-off watch party, see how that goes sometime.
Yeah.
Probably in
definitely.
the bank holiday or something.
Yeah.
We've got True Action Star here saying, "Me and the wife would just like to thank you chaps for all these streams. They're super fun, uplifting, and the chemistry between you and the guests are brilliant. You put a lot of effort in, guys. Thanks." Thank you.
Thank
for the
you,
comment.
mate. Cheers.
Dalboy says, "Question: You wisp away back to the 90s in the UK, and Laserdisc is taken off. What would be your first title to buy on this format? Any film up to 1990, of course." I would run into Blockbusters and buy an SNES or something instead, or Mega Drive. But for films, probably something like Back to the Future or Star Wars on Laserdisc. I know it's like a common film, but they're the only things I can think of. Mike?
It would probably just be something like License to Kill or Batman. Just some of the classics from the 80s.
Sam?
What Mike said, probably the 89 Batman. I definitely would go with that one in a heartbeat.
Great stuff. We've got Josh here saying, "The trailer for one of my most anticipated of the films came out yesterday. The film is called Sanctuary. I know Sam might like that film. Will you be watching it? Haven't heard of it, but I'll check out the trailer." Mike, you heard of Sanctuary?
I haven't, to be honest.
No, I'm the same. I'm the same, mate. But no, thank you, Josh. I will check out the trailer for that one.
Dalboy says, "Question: A film I watch every year. Some like it hot. Do you have a film that you watch every year, not including Christmas films?" Not really. I just watch a film as and when I feel like it. If I want to watch an action film, I will have a certain list of films I want to watch, but not a film that I watch religiously every year. Mike?
Yeah, I'm the same, really.
And Sam?
I'm gonna say probably every New Year's. Well, I've got a lot of films I watch every year, but one I watch every New Year's Eve for the last few years now has been 500 Days of Summer. I love watching that film.
That's a good one.
Every New Year's Eve to wrap up the year. It's one of my favourite movies ever as well, Pete. I absolutely adore it.
That's a quality one there, Sam.
Cheers, mate.
Dalboy saying lots of stuff on Doctor Who. My first Doctor was John Pertwee, by the way. Yep, I'm that old. That said, for many years, films are not canon. What are your thoughts? My favourite Doctor is Trowan. I think we did talk about our favourite Doctors earlier on, didn't we?
Yeah. I think David Tennant, and then I'd probably say Patrick Troughton would be my second favourite.
We've got Sai here saying Tigerland by Joel Schumacher is good and it has an early Colin Farrell performance in it. I've heard that's really good. I need to check that out. You guys seen it?
No.
We have Rock God Nige here. Good evening, you beautiful, sexy bastards. Why, thank you, Nige. I have two questions. What's your most favourite and your least favourite Friday the 13th film? And two, what on earth can be amusing Andy? Oh, I think I know. Well, I can't say what my least favourite Friday film is because I've only seen two, but my favourite is probably the second one, but it's very close between the two. And I suppose you've been playing some games with Andy, sending him some pictures, I should imagine. What about you, Mike?
My favorite Friday the 13th is probably part 2, but part 4 is a very close second. And my least favorite is part 9, Jason Goes to Hell.
Awesome. And Sam, what about you?
Another sin to confess, mate. I've never seen a single Friday the 13th film, but
No.
I do need to get onto it. I did really like Mike's ranking of the films actually a while back.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah.
We've
Thanks.
got Dalboy here saying Bad Taste and Meet the Feebles were very influential to me back in the late 80s as Peter Jackson flicks. What are your thoughts on Peter Jackson today? I think he's a great director, but it'd be nice if he went back to some horror. Sorry about that. I tried to mute myself before I sneezed, but it didn't work. But yeah, he's a great director. It'd be nice if he goes back to some of the horror stuff I've seen. To be now, he's going for more documentaries because he did We Shall Not Grow Old and then the Beatles Get Back. But he's a great director. He's come a long way. Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like apart from the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit, he hasn't really done all that much in the last 20 years or so. But I kind of feel like it's gotten to a point where he doesn't really have anything else to prove. He's kind of like he started from nothing and he went on and made these amazing big budget movies, and I kind of wonder what more can he do. But yeah, I still think he's a great director and he's got a lot of great movies to his name.
Awesome. And what about you, Sam?
I really don't know, mate. I don't know what Peter Jackson's got in the long run, in the pipeline, really. But I do want to check out Bad Taste and Brain Dead because I know they're meant to be like hidden gems, and I've heard. I think some of you guys have talked about them in past streams, so yeah, I probably will check them out at some point.
Awesome. We've got Minhalju here saying any of these franchises worth checking out. House, Demons, The Gate, The Amityville Horror, Demons, Toys, Puppet Master, The Curse, Exorcist, Alligator, Return of the Living Dead. I have seen the first Demons, that's really good. First Exorcist is really good. I've heard the third one's good, but I haven't seen none of the others. Mike?
Yeah, I've seen the House franchise. It's pretty decent. Demons 1 is good, and Demons 2 is okay. Haven't seen The Gate. Amityville Horror it's not bad. Haven't seen Demon Toys or The Puppet Master or The Curse. First Exorcist is great. Alligator's good, and Return of the Living Dead is awesome.
Great stuff. And Sam, have you seen any of these?
Yeah, I've seen the first House film. I haven't seen any of the Demons films. The Gate. I have seen the original Amityville Horror. I'm going to be honest, guys. I wasn't a big fan of that film on first watch, but I would give it another viewing, of course, at some point. I already like the title Demon Toys. I'd definitely check that out for sure. I haven't seen Puppet Master the Curse. I've seen The Exorcist. And I haven't seen Alligator, Return of Living Dead. Nah, I haven't seen them.
We've got Sorry here saying the Stone Roses documentary by Meadows is so good. I do agree. That is a very good one.
It's great.
Brody says Clerks 3 had me crying up like a bitch. It had me crying too, Rody. That was very emotional. Norwich says, yeah, I cried at Smile. The shittest birthday present I ever got.
I know he's not a fan of that film in EP.
Yeah. We've got Steve-O here saying, hi guys, watch The Last Truce from Sabaton. It's amazing. Oh, I will check it out. We've got Josh here saying, the comments have gone weird. It's cliche, but After Sun, the film that affected me the most last year, I can't stop thinking about it. Yeah, this is the film that really got the whole community talking, didn't it? After Sun.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. I love that film.
We've got True Action Star saying, give us a good Audrey Hepburn film. Heartburn film? Audrey Hepburn?
Have a quick look, actually.
The only thing I can think of is Breakfast at Tiffany's. That's the only one I've seen. I do want to watch that one that's on the H&B Premium editions, but I can't think of anything else. What about you, Sam? Mike, should I say?
I'll probably just have to say Breakfast at Tiffany's as well.
Sam?
I've not seen any of her films, May, but I do want to check out Breakfast at Tiffany's and My Fair Lady, and I think Charade is on Criterion, so I'll look out for that one at some point.
Yeah. We've got Lisa here saying you managed Marley and Me twice, Andy. I was broken after the first watch. Yeah, that is heartbreaking stuff. And next up, we've got Delboy saying, question, you all have great collections like myself. A new media comes out called 8K holographic disc. What's your first film purchase on that media? Depends on what actually comes out. And to be honest, I think after 4K, I'm done now. It's just going to be an expensive game to rebuy these films time after time again. What do you think, Mike? Same?
Yeah, I mean, how much better can we get than 4K? Like, really, I just feel like we're at the end of the format now.
What about you, Sam?
Yeah, I agree with Mike. I don't think we really need to go any further with it. I think 4K just does the job as it is, and some of the films, like obviously the original Willy Wonka and I don't know, films like even Get Carter are like injected with new life, really, and they look impeccable in 4K. So I'm just happy with how they look. I don't think they need to be any more clear than they are at the minute. The 4K's just done it justice as it is.
Yeah, I agree. Got Menhalju saying, has Andy seen Phantoms yet? Unfortunately, in here, so you'll have to ask him on Friday night. We've got Josh here saying, worst person in the world is one which affected me too. The full circle ended and the existentialism hit me deep. Minhaju says, I love my sci-fi horror in particular, but overall I like sci-fi as a genre, my favourite go-to. It's a very good genre there. Lisa says, I cry at flipping everything. Odd as I'm not a crier in real life, but I think big screen is my release, I think. Yeah, I cry all the time at some films. At games, I'm a bugger for crying for some reason. Sai says, Big Fish gets me every time. That's the one, the Tim Burton film, isn't it?
Ewan McGregor.
I've heard it's quite an emotional film.
Andy's not a fan of that film, I don't think, in Mike.
No, I'm not a fan of it either.
I haven't seen it in years.
No, I ain't seen it, unfortunately. I see it's come out in 4K, but I've never been interested to pick it up. We've got the Viva Drew saying, what's your favourite Queen song aside from Bohemian Rhapsody? I do like the song Too Much Love Will Kill You. That's a pretty good one. Mike?
There's a song on the Night of the Opera album called 39. It's one that Brian May sang. That's one of my favourites. And I do have a soft spot for Fat Bottom Girls. It's just such a...
Oh, yes. That's a guilty pleasure. That's a fun one.
Yeah.
And Sam?
Probably Brighton Rock. Love that song.
Great one. But James saying, When the Wind Blows, and Mary and Max come to mind for emotional. Lisa says, Flip James, I cried buckets when he lost Wilson too. Wow, we must be ages behind. Minhaj saying those decades are good. I agree. Sinjin says, Wilson! Yeah. We've got Delboy here saying, question, Copycat and Seven both came out nearly the same time, with Seven being the most memorable and considered hit. What's your thoughts on Copycat? Underrated? Haven't seen it, but I do like Seven. Nobody else seen it?
No.
Nah.
Lisa says, favourite Queen song is Prophet Song or Hood, Old Fashioned Lover, Boy Drew. Great stuff. We have Minhalju here saying, when did you guys start collecting physical media and what's your favourite DVD, Blu-ray and 4K? I think I started when I was 6 years old, but I have over 3,000 movies on physical media. It's been in the works since a kid, 30 years in the making. Well, I've had films ever since I was a kid. Christmas time was the main time. I used to get loads at Christmas and used to pick up a few throughout the years, but it was really lockdown when I really started collecting. As for favourite films in my collection, I can't really think off the top of my head. What about you, Mike? When did you start collecting?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of the same. Like, I since I can remember, there was always like VHS tapes in the house, and I think as soon as I was old enough to start getting pocket money from my parents, I'd spend it on movies. So yeah, it's been been doing it for a very long time.
And Sam?
Yeah, probably since I was, a lot younger. Obviously, when I obviously had a VHS collection, probably when I was about, it's probably 20 years now. And then obviously I'd go to DVD, and then in the last couple of years, Blu-ray, and the last year and a bit 4K. So pretty much near all the formats in the last 20 years.
We've got Josh saying Green Book shouldn't have won. Roma was miles better. I've heard Green Book, there was quite controversy
Yeah.
about that one. And thoughts on the movie Air? Haven't seen it. Nobody else has seen it yet.
No.
Shakespeare in Love over Private Ryan. Jeez. Yeah, I know. We have True Action Star saying, so when will you be presenting the lunchtime show on Radio 2, Pete, and tell Jeremy Vine to get on his bike? This is news to me. Hello there, and welcome to BBC Radio 2 with me, Pete Playtendoguy, bringing you all the hits from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. There you go. Minhalji says, sorry, I meant what's your first ever movie you ever owned on physical media? That's a good question.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Anybody think?
DVD. Sorry, Mike.
No, go on. It's fine.
DVD wise, probably it could have been the SpongeBob movie or the original Willy Wonka when I was on DVD, probably when I was 7. Blu-ray, my first ever Blu-ray, I think was either Juno or Despicable Me.
Yep.
I'll probably just go with them for and 4K. Can't think what my first ever 4K was now. Could have been. I think it might have been the Goonies. Actually, I'll go with that one.
Good pick. And Mike, what about you?
The earliest movie I can remember owning on VHS was the first Ace Ventura. Yeah, I remember watching that when I was like 4 or 5 years old, and I think a lot of the jokes just went completely over my head in that movie, but I still liked it as a kid.
Yeah, I think one of my first ones was probably something like Snow White or something, like one of those Disney ones. DVD, Lord of the Rings, Two Towers, Blu-ray, X-Men, First Class, and 4K was actually Doctor Who Twice Upon a Christmas.
Twice Upon a Time, yeah. It's a good
That's the
episode.
one, yeah. Goodfellas stands out as a film that should have won Best Picture, A Beautiful Mind as well. Yeah. What's your favourite genres of movies? I think we did talk about that one earlier. What's the first ever movie you've seen at the cinema? Mine was Spiderwick Chronicles and Chronicles of Narnia. Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban for me. Mike?
Mine was the 90s Flintstones movie.
Great one. And Sam?
It was probably when I was about 2 years old. It was probably the Tigger movie. And
I remember that, yeah.
And I really like that. That's another guilty pleasure of mine, P. And probably, whilst it's not a particularly good movie, but I've got nostalgia for it. Thomas and the Magic Railroad, when I was 2 years old.
I know a lot of people really do have a lot of nostalgia for that one. I never actually saw that one.
It's okay, mate. It's fine for what it is, yeah.
Gareth says as good as Forrest Gump was. Shawshank should have won it. Yeah, Shawshank's great. Cowboy says, I'm so old, mine was Aristocrats at the cinema club when kids went to a cinema on Saturday afternoon for stupid prices. Yeah, my mum used to talk about those cinema clubs as well. Lisa says, agreed over Shawshank. Have you guys heard that Cineworld will be doing £3 tickets for IMAX? I've heard of that, but I don't have a Cineworld near me. Anybody going to take advantage of the offer?
Nah.
Probably not. Nah.
Lisa says, Empire Are Ours is my favourite Renee Zellweger film. Oh, Empire Records. That's what it is. Cool. Minhaji says it's such a shame that Evil Dead won't be in IMAX. It's a shame, but I think it probably wouldn't do that well in IMAX. But we should get 4K, hopefully. Lisa says Judy is great. I see that's on Disney Plus, so we'll have to check that out. We've got Winslow saying Renee Zellweger was also in Dazed and Confused, also my favourite, although it's a smaller role. I didn't even realise she was in that.
Neither did I, actually.
Sai says Empire Records is an underrated movie with Renee Zellweger. Has anyone seen it? I haven't even heard of it. Have you seen it? No? Sam?
I think I did. It was about 10 years ago, but I couldn't really get into it for some reason. But I'd be up for rewatching it again. I know it's pretty similar to film that I really love. Actually, what I just said a name in the title in the sentence there. Love Actually, but a film that I actually, but related to a film that I actually love is High Fidelity. I think it's kind of
Great
similar film to, great film, similar to Empire Records. So I'd give that one another watch.
I'll check out Empire Records. Sounds interesting. We've got Edward here saying, why is H&V going down the H&V shop route nowadays or later? Every single one of the original stores will be a H&V shop. I guess they're just moving with the times and what is selling and what is most popular. They got to do and keep with the times, unfortunately. If it means less films on the shelves, it's a sacrifice that has to be made to keep them on the high street and keep people in jobs, unfortunately. But at least you can still order online, get them delivered, or just pre-order. What about you, Mike?
I'm thinking the same as you, Pete. Yeah, they're just going with the times.
And Sam, what about you?
What was the comment? Sorry again, Pete.
It was just about like H&V going to the H&V shops, selling all like the bits and pieces they do.
I don't know. I don't really know what to make of it, to be honest. I think did you say last Wednesday, Mike, that the H&V in Liverpool, they had their shelves like refurbished and stuff refurbished and that?
Yeah, so they closed for like 3 or 4 weeks for refurbishments, and before it closed, they had the whole first floor was all DVDs and Blu-rays and etc. And now, since they've reopened it, that floor is now where all the vinyls and CDs are, and the Blu-ray DVD section has just been like relegated to like a small corner of the store. And it's just I was just like gutted when I went in. It's just such a shame.
Yeah, I get that as well, mate. And you don't really get like a big 4K selection. Not in my H&V in Newcastle anyway.
Yeah, they really look like they've downsized on the physical media stuff.
I get that, definitely.
Right. I'm just scrolling through the comments and we have got an astronomical load. We are actually 4 hours behind.
Oh, wow.
Pete, I'm probably going to have to get off now.
No worries, Sam.
It's been absolutely fantastic being on the street and talking to all you guys earlier. Really, really did love it, mate. Thank you for inviting me on.
No worries, Sam. It's been an absolute pleasure. You're always welcome on again. It's always a joy chatting to you.
I'd love that, mate. Thank you. See you guys. Take care.
Take care, Sam.
See you. Bye.
And then there was 2. Wow. I can't believe how behind we are this evening.
Yeah.
Right. Try and get through as quickly as possible. If you leave, I'll go through them myself. I'll probably be here when you get up. Right. Ross says, what's your favourite book to movie adaptation?
I don't really tend to read that much, so I probably can't really answer that one, to be honest.
Same here. The only thing I can think of is probably something like a Roald Dahl book, like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Yeah.
Got Dalboy saying, I sometimes like to go back to the 20s and 30s with Laurel and Hardy films. Music Box my favourite. So have you got a favourite film from that era? Chaplin, Harold Lloyd Keaton. I haven't really watched many films from the 20s and 30s. Only one I can think of is like the Universal stuff. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I need to watch more from that time, but I do like a lot of the Charlie Chaplin stuff.
We've got True Action Star saying Snog, marry, avoid. Anna Taylor. Anna? It's Anya. Anya Taylor-Joy, Jenna Ortega, Scarlett Johansson. Or do you have to answer that? Marry Anya Taylor-Joy, probably snog Scarlett Johansson, and regrettably avoid Jenna Ortega. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I think I'd avoid Jenna Ortega just because I think she's probably a little bit too young for me, and she kind of still looks a bit too young, even though I know she's, I don't know, she's like 20 or something. But the other two, it's really difficult because, yeah, can I just have both of them?
You can have both of them. Gary says, good evening. Good evening, Gary, or should it be good morning? The things I like about these streams is that new YouTubes, I now get to sub. Thank you, guys. You'll be in my blog on Sunday. Oh, well, thank you ever so much, mate. Really do appreciate it. And it is all about getting everybody onto the stream, different channels, and just have a fun evening. I mean, we've done this for like 4.5 hours, and that's completely fly by. Gary says, Inland Empire is a mess. Question, I watched the film archive for the second this week. Very much an old Bruce Willis film, which I won't ruin. Have you seen the film and what's your favourite twist ending? Not a shock. I haven't seen it.
I haven't even heard of that one.
No, I haven't. We've got Dr. Impossible here saying, on high in Blue Tomorrows is the plot of Inland Empire. Lynch pitched another film plot to create his rather simplistic and indentable plot. Sounds like a Twin Peaks evening or morning, Doctor. True Action Star says, ooh, Ashley Judd, she was great in Heat. Absolutely stunning woman. I bet you like her in Double Jeopardy.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, I'm not a great fan of David Lynch. Lynch has 1,001 plot lines and interplay lines that lead into further interconnecting storylines. Lynch has the feelings and thoughts. Mac Chat says, Inner Space is a good Joe Dante film. Haven't seen that one, but I've heard good things. Delboy says, people don't talk about Roger Corman much lately, the guy who never released the first Fantastic Four film and classic Little Shop of Horrors and The Man with the X-Ray Eyes. Your favourite film from him? I don't really know. I'll probably just say Little Shop of Horrors for me. That's the only thing I can think of off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Delboy says, Spider-Man's my hero, been collected for 53 years, from 77 to 2001, was agonising. Do you have a hero that has not been brought to film as of yet? I think they've all been done.
Yeah, I feel like all of them are being done now.
It feels like it. Sai says, have you watched the TV series Succession? The writing and acting is absolutely brilliant. I've heard fantastic things about it, but haven't. No. You?
No.
And also, I've had a massive spoiler thanks to one of the front covers of the newspapers when glancing at the newsstand this morning. They thought, oh, that's a good idea to spoil it and put it on the front page. Dr. Impossible says, I've often wondered if Lynch has autistic traits. He's very driven by complex storylines that he only knows the reality of. Other people have connected the dots or made some sort of logical sense. Dalboy says, 3 Colors Red, 3 Colors Blue are about to come out on 4K. What's your anticipated old film that you're excited about this year? This is not allowed. I'm such a git lol. I think the next big release I want to get on 4K that's an old film is probably Rebel Without a Cause. What about you, Mike?
I'd like to see a 4K release of True Lies.
Absolutely, that would be a great one to see. We have True Action Star here saying, Pete and Scott, you need to get Ryan of Let's Get Kickin' Fame on the stream soon. I guess he's busy with all the bookings in the old folks' home singing Show Me the Way to Go Home and We'll Meet Again. Okay, I have no idea what this is, but good for him if he is. Should Spaceballs have a sequel? The Quest for More Money. I've never seen the first one.
They should have done it at the time the original came out.
Yeah. Then Halju says, I can't remember exactly, but I do vaguely remember you mentioning, Nige, that Fright Night Eureka Blu-ray was missing a particular scene. It's the soundtrack. It is on the 4K. Soundtrack on the 4K. Josh says, I'll remake New Mutants, make it about mutants from Logan and On the Way to Eden, the place where they were going at the end of Logan. Yeah. Now, the Blu-ray is fine, mate. The Blu-ray is fine. Underrated Peter Sellers films. I'm all out of clues. The only thing I can think of is like Pink Panther or Doctor Strangelove.
Yeah, I'm the same.
I've just noticed, but you guys will have to watch on playback. But both Mike and Andy both drank from their cup at the same time. Cool.
Fair enough.
Yep. Fright Night, I think, is 85 was expanded score by Brad Fiedel. I know the newer version has a soundtrack. Is your best bet for that one? And they put the mug down at the same time. Wow. Dr. Impossible says it's a shame that Dante's The Hole from 2009 didn't exceed his earlier work like Gremlins and Matinee. Some of his TV work is decent. I've heard of The Hole, but I've never seen that. Are you?
No.
Have you guys seen a movie From Beyond, that sort of gross one too? No?
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of it, but it's very similar to Society.
Oh, is it? Oh,
yeah.
I'll have to check that out. Is it on Arrow by any chance?
It was Second Sight. They just released it's like a standard Blu-ray, but I think you can still get it.
I'll have a look online.
Hmm.
Home Alone with Scott, my word, we are behind. Lego Movie. Yep, I'll check that out, Drew. We all love that you can't go wrong with Home Alone 2 with Scott McAllister. Link. Combat Shot is disturbing. Yeah, I remember Andy talked about the ending of that. Have you seen that?
I haven't, no.
Liam says it's the type of film that makes you want to take a shower afterwards. That plink plonk synth score. Minhaji says, I can hear Nigel's voices echoing saying, you dirty bitch. Going to be a fun stream next week with Nigel on as well.
Yeah.
Liam says Eraserhead was inspired by the birth of Lynch's daughter. Yeah, I think we were talking about that. We've got Bad Lieutenant saying, hello, peeps. It's Stavros, isn't it? We've got True Action Star saying, Sam's wife legs are open and ready for you, you charming man. Well, he's gone now. Bit late. Bad Lieutenant says, what about The Whale for highlights of the year? I haven't seen it. Have you, Mike?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was pretty good.
I know it seems to be a bit controversial. Some people like it, some people don't, but I'll give it a shot when it comes out. We've got Edward saying, what's your thoughts on the movie Scum? Yeah, I like it. It's a tough watch. It's not a film you're going to watch all the time, but it's very good. Ray Winston's early role, done a very good job with it. What about you?
Yeah, same. Yeah, it's a tough watch, but it's a good movie.
First own film, Naked Gun. And he's on about Scream, Scum, saying it's still hard to watch. Lisa says, night, James, while we are behind. Dalboy says there's a kid extra for a second in Doctor Who, Stones and Blood, and an extra in the film Apocalypse by Tony Jopia in 2014. Have you ever been an extra before? Have you, Mike?
No.
I have been close to one. I just watched and filmed it instead. It would be nice to be an extra or an actor, but I've never had the chance yet. You never know. We've got Lisa saying Blood Plane. Yeah, it's a fun 90-minute film. Turn your brain off action flick. I'm named after Effect on Me. It's a cult classic though. Winslow says Gerard Butler is Scottish. He's Scottish. Well, his accent wasn't very good in the film. It was just like, honestly, his accent, I didn't even know he was. And he just kept, throughout the film, he just kept saying, oh, by the way, I'm Scottish. I'm just like, yeah, we know you're Scottish. It's like, It's like he's getting into the action scene with his gun. And he said, "Oh, it's not like this in Scotland." Okay, just stop telling us you're Scottish. Josh says my top 5 of the year: Rye Lane, Close, Women Talking, Infinity Pool, and Bruiser. Very nice. Seen any of them?
I've not seen any of them, no.
Dr. Impossible says, I was going to ask the panel a question relating to an ultra-violent Spanish called Mutant Action. Saw the film back in 1993. Tarantino eat heart out, quite literally. I haven't seen it.
Haven't even heard of it.
No. David says, what's your top 10 movies of all time? Can't think off the top of my head for that one, David. You'll have to ask us next week.
Yeah.
We've got Danny here from This Is My Life saying, hi, Pete, Evening Pete. Hi, all. Been watching Star Trek Discovery Season 4 all night. Great stuff, mate. You're probably in bed by now. Ever heard of Fist of Jesus as an over-the-top violent zombie short worth a watch? I haven't heard of that one.
No.
Andy says, what franchise have you watched good or bad all your life? Mine, Doctor Who, Star Trek, James Bond, Star Wars, Batman. Been watching them 40 plus years. Can find good in all of them. I think I agree. All them I've watched. What about you?
Yeah, same.
We have got Bad Lieutenant given a load of his. Minhaji says, I really do love your channel, Pete, and you always have great content. I always support your channel, and the same applies for Scott and everyone. Thank you, Minhaji. David saying, what are your favourite live action movies, guys? Amazing live stream tonight, Pete, and all you guys are amazing. Live action, what Disney stuff? I think the only decent one is probably Beauty and the Beast or Cinderella. Even then, I prefer the original ones. I can't really think of one. You, Mike?
I haven't really seen any of them, to be honest. I've never really had much interest.
You're not missing much, to be honest. Cowboy says, nice one, Minhaji. There's a 2-minute version and a 30-minute cut. Mutant Action. Dalboy says, The Thing. How many copies of that film have I got? Oh, it's a cracking film, though, so it's a great one to have multiple copies of. There's a bit of a conversation going between Dr. Impossible and Lieutenant, so I'll just show them but won't speak about it because we're so behind. Sorry about that, guys. About time The Fly had a 4K collection set release. My old DVD collection is getting old. That would be good, but it is owned by 20th Century Fox, so will that happen? Probably not.
Yeah.
Gary says 70s Giallo films are great. I agree there.
Yeah.
Bad Lieutenant says, I have 3 copies of Driller Killer, one from the box of the band, 2 DVD set with a couple of Abel Ferrera's early short films, and the Steelbook with the pre-release and theatrical cuts. Nice. We've got Sai saying, what modern day films do you think will go down as classics in 30 or so years' time? I don't know. I think Top Gun will. Top Gun Maverick, probably.
Yeah, Top Gun Maverick, probably.
That's the only one I can think of.
Yeah, same.
Bad Lieutenant says Joker. Yeah, probably. That does get a lot of hype. Liam says, I have the Dirty Harry on both DVD and Blu-ray. Got the Blu-ray set of all 5 recently. My DVD copy is the one that would have been released with one of those magazines you got from newsagents. Yeah, I can remember that. Yeah, the Clint Eastwood part works from 15 years ago. Can't beat a bit of Dirty. I say all the first 3 films are all classics. I have a soft spot for the Deadpool. I think that's just over the top and daft.
Yeah.
Sam says, from what I understand, Joker takes too much from Taxi Driver and King Comedy. That seems to be the thought. Classic music scores, as well as Lalo Schifrin is a master. I'm butchering that name. I love Lalo's score to Bullet 2. Bullet, what a classic film there. DVD and film bloke? No, Dr. Impossible says, Severin dished out a decent transfer for Mutant Action. I saw a film a while ago. Great stuff. DVD and film bloke says, I want to see Joker, but that puts me off a bit. It's the fact that they feature Gary Glitter song, so they paid royalties to him while he was in prison. He never even got a penny of it. There was something about it in the paper. He never got a penny of it. Liam says, in fact, Bullet and Dirty Harry would be a great double feature, both cop movies set in San Francisco. Yeah, there's some good car chases in Bullet as well. And they're going to remake it for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah, Bullet is great, James. You definitely need to check that one out. Liam says, I need to watch Enter the Dragon again. Unfortunately, I saw A Fistful of Yen from the Kentucky Fried movie first, so I struggled to take it seriously. Right. Ever heard of a TV series called Sledgehammer? It's a Dirty Harry spin-off, bonehead cop who uses extreme violence to get his man. I've heard of it, only because Gareth of Video Tasties has got like some VHSs of it and showed some clips of it. Have you seen it, Mike?
No.
Not forgetting David Schreier's pulsating jazz score to the Taken of Pelham 1, 2, 3. Absolute classic film score, Bad Lieutenant. Remember, Boo Boo, we only have one weakness. What that rat think? The bullets. Okay. Double says, I do like the score to Enter the Dragon, but as the score to Dirty Harry has more themes like Harry himself, Scorpio, and you could say the main track is a homage to San Francisco itself. Minhalju says, have you guys seen Vanilla Sky with Tom Cruise? I remember it vaguely. Being a good film, I need to revisit that one. I've seen it many years ago, can't remember much about it. Was Penelope Cruz and Cameron Diaz in it?
Yeah, they're in it, yeah.
Yeah. Isn't it a Cameron Crowe film?
It is, yeah. I really like it. It's probably one of my favourites from Cameron Crowe.
Oh. I'll have to pick up Blu-ray or if there's a 4K come out of it, I'll have to check it out again.
I think there is a 4K coming out.
Oh, that's good. Score to Get Carter is very good. I agree. Same with Who Dares Wins. Black Panther 3 needs to star Armless Tiger Man. No idea. Daryl Boy says Roy Budd did a great score to Flight of the Doves. Fear is the Key and Diamonds. Yes, Fear is the Key is a very good little thriller. On about Get Carter. And Dr. Impossible says you can't go wrong with Get Carter, and I do agree. You've seen it, Mike?
Yeah, I have, yeah. It's good.
Dalboy says it's a shame more scores for Roy Budd are not available. There's quite a bit, but not a massive amount. I think, like Ron Goodwin, a lot of his works are only now kept as music sheets and not recorded music. Liam says, been meaning to give my Blu-ray of Get Carter another spin. Highly recommend getting the BFI version and the 4K if you can. Very nice edition there. Oh yeah, Get Carter remake with Stallone, though what's his name does appear. Michael Caine does pop up for a cameo. Dr. Impossible says, pisses me off that Roy Budd never did a James Bond score. He had talent and was a child prodigy. Yeah. We have Del Boyce echoing saying about the Get Carter releases mint. Guy saying hey to everyone. Hey Guy, if you're still watching. We've got the 4K lowdown here. Says, can't say, just want to say hi guys, smash that like button. All right, back to work. Thanks ever so much, mate. Join them. Thoughts on tonight? UCL results up the Blues. You any idea what that is?
Football, I think.
Not the Sideburn motor car race. Dr. Impossible says, absolute shite. Sloan did the Formula One film called Driven for Warner Brothers. Never even heard of that one.
No, not seen it.
Dalboy says, tell you a good score. Omega Man. I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it. What about you?
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh, cool. We've got Bad Lieutenant just brought that on Blu-ray, though it looked good next to my Blu-rays of Logan Run, Demon Seed, and Soylent Green. All on the premiums. Very good score for Mega Man. That'll fit well in. From Planet of the Apes, his dystopian future films are ace. Awesome. Guy says you need to watch John Wick now or else. It's a very good film, but I can understand some people may not want to watch it. Dalboy says, yeah, I agree, more foresight back then, I think. Marvel fan said, we're nearly at the end of April, which is a good thing because the Late Late Show with James Corden would be ending by then. Awesome. I don't watch it. Main reason is James Corden. What are your thoughts about the soundtrack for Cannibal Holocaust? Haven't seen it, unfortunately. You?
Yeah, same. Haven't seen it.
Bad Lieutenant says, what about Goblin soundtracks with Dario Argento Giallo films? I do like them. I think they're great.
Yeah, they're good.
Tenebrae to Phenomena, they're all great. Yeah. Dalboy says, I know more Westerns for honest. Great composer, though sadly miss. Dr. Impossible says, watch Steve McQueen in MGN, the Connecticut Kid. No, Cincinnati Kid. There you go. The other night, McQueen still cuts the figure. Film barely gets mentioned now. Never seen it. You?
No.
Yeah, Charlton Heston in Planet of the Apes is brilliant.
Yeah.
Monty Kane, I think, is my most famous soundtrack of his. Delboy says, oh, Planet of the Apes will be here for 10 hours talking with Rod Sterling being my hero for screenplays back in the day. Nice. Delboy on about Cannibal Holocaust. Haven't seen it, unfortunately. Delboy says, true. Liam says, only Argento films I've seen is Suspiria, which I love, and Ball Flies on Grave Alpha is on Prime, so I might watch that soon. Haven't seen that one. You?
Yeah, that one's pretty good. It's quite underrated.
That's one of his earlier ones, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it came out. I think it was the next film he did after Bird with the Crystal Plumage. I think it was after that one. Yeah.
Oh. Dalboy says, I grew up with soundtracks. I have so much and always recommend that person as a composer. If you ever want to hear something melancholic and different. My throat is getting ever so dry from the constant speeding through the comments. Liam says, Giallo is a genre that really interests me, but I haven't really seen anything of it. Oh, there's some fantastic stuff. Best thing to do is start off with the Argento stuff. It's really good. I think you'll like Tenebrae. That is great time.
Yeah.
We've got Coro here saying, hi, everyone. Watch Argento's Deep Red. That got me into the Giallo genre. Yeah. I still need to see, is it Cat of Nine Tails? I have that, but I haven't seen that one yet.
Yeah, it's not one of my favorites, that one. I think it's one of his lesser films for me.
I've heard it's quite slow.
It is quite slow, yeah.
Yeah, Bad Lieutenant's brought up a load there. Profondo Rosso, that's Deep Red, isn't it?
Yeah.
Rich and Famous Man for All Season and Rejected Score, Something Wicked This Way Come. Dalboy says, well, this chat has me distracted from the guys, but oh yeah, so addictive. No worries. I'm glad to hear that everybody's having a good time chatting away. Cora says, who's the guest? Well, we did have JT from JT at the movies, and Sam is a good friend of ours. He is on Facebook and Instagram. He has a lot of shared interests with like Josh and Scott and that. Cowboy says, oh god, yes, Interlude, Still, Magnolias, classic stuff. That CD set was brilliant. Man with No Name trilogy. Yeah. Dr. Impossible says, Interlude is stunning by Delrune. A Little Romance is another score that completely gets missed, plus the film. Liam says, also need to watch more Mario Bava, as I saw Danger Diabolic off film 4 a few years ago and really enjoyed it. Another great Morricone score there. Haven't heard of that one. Have you seen it?
I've heard of it, but no, I've not seen it.
Watching Love. Got so many CDs coming to mind. And he's humming them all. That's good to hear. We've got Dr. Impossible saying her alibi, Tom Selleck. Sorry says Man Bites Dog is a personal found footage favourite. Have you seen it? I haven't, but I've heard of it. You seen it?
Heard of it, not seen it.
Yeah, it was one of America's first. AC Milan played great tonight. Did they? Yeah, it is. Not forgetting Luis Enrique Balaclava, another highly underrated film composer. Ever heard of a German film called Suicide? It's about a couple going around filming people's last moments and their eventual deaths. Never heard of that one. I like Django. Yeah, great Western scores. Oh, that's good to hear. We have Dale saying Amy Adams, Helen Bonham Carter, and Julianne Moore. I ain't got a clue.
Yeah, I'm not. They're not really. I don't know. They're not really my go-to girls, if I'm being totally honest.
Two girls. Probably Snog then Avoid.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Just three random. I never really thought of any of them. I have to be honest.
Yeah.
Still very low down a film. Herman did a couple of Hitchcock scores. North by Northwest. So many though. So Psycho's the main one with its themes. Yes. Lot of chatting between the guys, so I'm skipping and only showing a few. So sorry about that, guys, because all the comments to get through. Yeah. We've got Tear is a great box set and a cheap called Bernard Herrmann film scores Phase 4, worth getting. Cool. Some Ray Harryhausen there. First Men on the Moon is a childhood play. Never heard of that. Need More Love for 4K. Cool. Some about John Morris there. Still have my Ray Harryhausen stuff on Laserdisc. Wow, that's cool. Makes you feel so old saying that. Joel McNeely conducted the Royal Scottish Orchestra with a new recording of my favourite Bernard Herrmann score, Vertigo. Awesome. Mel Brooks stuff. Yeah. Check out the brain on Del Boy. Yes, he put the music into Blazing Saddles, the producers, Springtime for Hitler in Germany. Cool. I've got the Burbs today. Oh. We do have this one here. I don't know what the heck you're talking about there, mate. This is to do with football. I've got McNeely did a number of re-recordings. Awesome. Can't say much, but I know from memories. Also got some more. All right, we've got on about football knowledge. Brighton are great. Yeah. We've got Norwich here saying fucking shut up about soccer youth. I think we're finally catching up a bit now. Oh, I was just saying that. I had no clue what half of the guys were on about. We have another one here from Dale saying Blake Lively, Emma Watson, or Natalie Portman. Now that's a bit better.
I think I'd avoid Emma Watson because I don't know. She seems a bit stuck up sometimes, and I don't think. I think her personality would clash a little bit. I'd probably snog Blake Lively and marry Natalie Portman.
I think I agree with you there. I do agree with you about Emma Watson. I find her a bit stuck up a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree there. Got Goldsmith and Salvador, the Rambo expanded stuff is immense. Learning about a lot of this jazz pop stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know what this guy's on about. Goldsmith signed my silver screen LP of Alien when he visited London at the Royal Opera House. Oh, cool. Did China go? Yeah, this is a good one here. Liam says the soundtrack to Long Good Friday has become one of his favourites. The sax absolutely rips. Yeah, that's a great soundtrack there. Rock and Roll House says, need Nigel here to break up this football talk. Sorry about that. Stop talking about buckets. I'm just hearing it how Nigel would say.
Yeah.
Oh, Driller Killer bootleg. Yeah. Guy says Nigel wouldn't have this footy talk. Hey, sorry about that. Well, guys, they wanted to chat about the football. It doesn't matter. Mrs. Rockgod says Nigel sat screaming at the telly, stop talking about soccer. Oh dear. No, it isn't interesting, Pete. You're all lucky I'm not in. Oh dear. Yeah, I've got a few things, not a lot, so work around these eras. Hi, Nige. Dalboy says Silver Screen, such good stuff from my Lawrence of Arabia was my go-to recording back then. Awesome. Have a few of his albums he did with Sky, claim to fame, spoken to Herbie Flowers a couple of times. Awesome. Hope you're feeling better. Yes, I hope you are feeling better, Nige. And Mrs. Rock God said he's red from the face shouting. I can imagine it now. Oh. I'm trying to write down these suggestions, so sorry if I go quiet. Awesome. And we've got D'Anthony here saying, hey, Rock God. Awesome. Just going through all these. Dalboy says, I don't think they got to my questions tonight. Well, that was at 8:30. We did get through most of your questions, mate. We're just very, very behind. And I think we were a little bit late to join him.
Yeah.
Hi, Marvel fan buddy, and anyone who said that. Hi, I said I didn't see. I've screamed myself into a foul move with this fucking football bullshit. Don't worry, Nige. I'm not the only one who isn't a fan of football. I need to get up a bit earlier than usual. I'm usually a deep sleeper, so I'm going to head off now. So, night, Liam. Thanks for joining me. We'll get Guy saying, can I have an autograph? We've got Traction Star says the wife has absolutely demolished the bottle of wine. I've had quite a bit of whiskey. Nothing wrong with a little drink, all three. Certainly seems like it in your house. Going out with us tomorrow. Going out with us is a good time, I'll tell you. All right. I think he's pissed.
Yeah.
Dalboy says Monty Norman. Oh God, that's the main theme. Who's the best James Bond? I think I know what Michael say.
Yep. Timothy Dalton.
Timothy Dalton. Yeah, Timothy Dalton. Sean Connery. For me. Don't mind Roger Moore. We have got David saying about Paul Gascoigne. Yeah. Good footballer. Some albums there with David Bowie, Mark Bolan, David Essex, Lou Reed. Yeah, some great singers there. Matt Chat says, hope you're feeling better. P.S. Don't infect the chat with whatever it is you have. David Beach, you're wrong. Timothy Dalton and Connery. Craig can spin in my tumble dryer. I was just thinking, was it Clive Owen? He would have been a great Bond.
Yeah, he would have been good.
I was watching him on Children of Man the other night, and I was thinking, God, why couldn't we add him instead of Craig?
Yeah.
Well, definitely a shout out this weekend for tonight. I had a great conversation. Cheers, guys. thanks ever so much, Star. We really do appreciate it. And if you ever like to come on the stream, just message me. You'll see links to Instagram. Just message me on there. Thoughts on Joker 2? I'm looking forward to it, mainly because Lady Gaga is Harley Quinn. I think it's going to be good. But we'll have to wait and see. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, same. I'm looking forward to it.
Iconic music, iconic series. Would reserve judgment until I see it. There's a major uphill task trying to top the original Joker.
Yeah.
We all know John Barry and Wow What Collection. Somewhere in Time is a beautiful score. Dr. No. Oh wow, this is how far we're behind. I think we're getting to the comments from 8:30 now. Well done. Right, we've got so much to keep track of. Don't know. We've just had some stuff about soccer, football. I love talking to you, Nige. Oh, how the hairy one. Yeah, football is a mystery unknown to me as well, Doctor. Rock God, though, thanks very much, buddy. Yeah, it's a chest infection. Wow. Hope you feel better soon, Nige. Not well at the moment. I thought I was getting better, but went back over again. Thinking of you, mate. Hope you have a speedy recovery. Yeah, and I do agree with Bad Lieutenant here. Your unboxing of Texas Chainsaw Massacre was great. Did an amazing job there, and your video's done very well, over 1,000 views, I think. Dalboy says, thanks guys for a chat. I think I have about 30 minutes more into me than bed. Long old day, but great soundtrack chat tonight. Great stuff a highlight for me. Glad you enjoyed yourself. Rock God has seen Wolf Creek TV series worth getting. I'll have to check it out. Yeah. On about musicals. Sky says, thoughts on the movie Goon with Sean William Scott. I love Goonin. I've seen it many years ago. It's all right for what it is.
I've not seen it. Never seen it.
I think it's about like a ice hockey team. They did a sequel, surprisingly.
Oh, wow.
Ordering it now. Awesome. Another great hockey film is Slapshot with Paul Newman. Never heard of that one.
No.
Dalboy says, don't get me wrong, I love Charlie and Chocolate Factory and Willy Wonka, which became a theatre production, but most of the musicals are theatre to me. Yeah. Guy saying hey to everyone. Hey, Guy. Nice says, underrated slasher. He Knows You're Alone. Tom Hanks' first film, The Burning, The Last Matinee, and My Bloody Valentine, the original. Awesome. Have you seen that? He Knows You're Not Alone, or He Knows You're Alone.
I've heard of it, but no, I've not seen it. I didn't know it was Tom Hanks' first film.
I have heard about it, but I've never seen it. Marvel fan says, Pete, when is Terrence coming back as your guest? It's been ages since he's been on. Yeah, we've been hoping to get Terrence on for a little while with Curly Girl at the movies, but because she's in America, it's all like time differences and that. But definitely, I will ask Terrence. I'll pop him a message and try and get him on for May. Been wanting to get Terrence back on for a long while. Dr. Impossible says HUD was a Paul Newman classic. Melvin Douglas is HUD's long-suffering cattle farmer father. Brilliant. What's our thoughts on Harry Potter being turned into a TV series? We did talk about this earlier. Not needed at all. Maniac and Eyes of the Stranger for underrated slashers. Some more Paul Newman films there, and another great Brian Cox film there, Manhunter. Nige says those films are great. Awesome. The Verdict and Absence of Malice were two films that struck me as undervalued. Twilight was pretty good thriller with Paul Newman. Haven't seen any of them, have you?
Nope, not seen them. I've heard of Twilight.
Matt Chat says, oh yeah, New York Ripper, what a cracker. Donald Duck runs amok. I have no idea. Nige says, love New York Ripper. The last horror film was alright. Not a patch on Maniac though. Yeah, would love a Maniac follow-up. That'd be good. Got the Ring box set on Arrow. That's cool. That's a very nice set.
Yeah.
Right. There's some in the Newman catalogue that left a lot to be desired. Winning was one of them, says Dr. Impossible. Yeah, a lot of chatting going on, so comments have gone weird. So I've got Tom Horn with McQueen saying was exceptional. Warner Brothers needs to release that film on One Archives. Yeah, I think all McQueen films have been 4K to death, of course. It would be about a vampire aquatic bird. You could call it, wait for it, Fear of the Duck. Or do a long time Lee Marvin films. Yeah, that'd be good to get some Lee Marvin films on 4K. Dalboy says, I have a hankering to watch Our Man Flint tonight. Don't know why. Darn phone ringtone. Never even watched it. Never heard of it. Are you?
Nope.
Got some more here. Prime Cut was a great pain in the ass to track down back in the day. Still have my Paramount DVD though. Great release. We'll have to check that out. I haven't seen it. Are you?
No, not seen it.
Have you pre-ordered the Arrow video edition set?
Is that big set they've announced?
Yeah.
No, I've not pre-ordered it. I looked at the films and I don't know, they don't sound that great. I don't know. Maybe if it doesn't sell out and it ends up in a sale, I might get it.
Yeah, I need to research the films myself. None of them really shout out to me, but
No.
I'll check the trailers, see what I think, and if I like them, I may get them, but I'm not in a hurry.
Yeah.
Traction Star says, me and the wife are out shopping tomorrow, so prepare for expense and the wife looking stunning as usual. So night chaps. Dan Tootin, I have. It looks awesome. Can't wait for it. Lee Marvin in those roles looks like he's kind of the guy who kicked crap out of someone. Still like Marvin in Robert Alterit's Empire of the North. Plus Marvin was brilliant in The Iceman. Come on. Yeah, just getting through some more of these comments because a lot of people are chatting between themselves. The horse stole show. Look, the horse stole the show, but Marvin played second fiddle. Okay. Comments have gone absolutely haywire now for me. Why they're so technically all over the place. Right. A lot of people chatting between each other here, so I don't know why there's such a delay with it. So we have Bad Lieutenant saying this here. Cat Bialoo is pretty good all round. I've never heard of that one.
No.
A lot of chatting between Bad Lieutenant and Rock God here. Oh dear. I suppose I talk about films of Doctor Who being canon. Oh wow. Cool. A lot of comments talking here. Dirty Dozen. That's a very good film.
Yeah.
Right. Has anybody watched Peter Jackson's Heavenly Creatures, based on a true life schoolgirl killer, Juliet Hume and Pauline Parker? Have you checked out that one?
Yeah, that's quite a good movie. I think it was his first like serious movie. He made it after what was it, Brain Dead? I think it was the first movie he made after Brain Dead, and it was a lot more serious, based on a true story. But yeah, it's pretty good. It's got Kate Winslet in it.
Oh, I'll have to check that one out. I've heard of it, but never really passed me by. So
It's pretty good, yeah.
We've got Danny here saying, right off to bed, have a good one. Night, Danny. The sequels I never bothered with. 2001 did have a composer, but his score got rejected. Alex North.
Yeah.
Talking about all the different scores. My bed is just behind me. Okay. Dalboy says, I'm off to bed myself. Thanks all. I've had a real blast. We'll shout out my blog on Sunday. Have a great one all. Thanks ever so much, mate. You take care. Dr. Impossible said, I don't mind the sequels. MGM made them, but the first film is a maestro. I don't know what this one is. I think it was called something like Second Rate Stravinsky when he scored for The Exorcist. Well, we've got Nige here saying, right, I'm off. Good night, everyone. See you all on Friday on Scott's stream. Night, Nige. You're already in bed by this, but thanks for joining. We've got one here saying, Bad Lieutenant saying, other star-studded 70s films is Kelly's Heroes. That's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Bad Lieutenant's told Nige to watch out for the killer ducks. Dr. Impossible says, good film, Kelly's Hero. MGM seems to be on the roll with these war films. Did you ever see Brass Target? No, never heard of it. Bad Lieutenant has blubbered at Brief Encounters a couple of times. Right, we have, what about a film with James Garner called Tank Bad Lieutenant? What a film.
Not seen it.
Nor have I. First film owned a naked gun on videotape. Feels like I was saying that. Oh. Right, the first film I got on VHS rental was Preset called Carnal Knowledge. Clash of the Titans was the first film he's seen. Oh, Pastor Rennies, I'm suffering from bad Audrey heartburn. Yeah. Superman the movie, Superman movie 2, back in the 80s. Awesome. Matt Chat says the first film in the Flicks Police Academy, but Big Trouble in Little China was second to make up for it. Sounds like a very good time. Audrey Hepburn, can't remember the name of the film, but she plays a blind one. Alone in the Dark, Somebody Alone in the Dark. Yeah, that's the one on the H&B premiums I want to get. 80s, 70s was a very productive times. 80s wasn't too far behind. Horror musicals war. 70s good choice. Superman films preferred to. Terrence Stamp is camping it up as Zod. Dr. Impossible likes his 50 films. Rebel Without the Causes from there. What's your favourite Roger Corman film?
I don't know if he directed like quite a lot of the Vincent Price, like Edgar Allan Poe movies. I'm sure he had something to do with them. I don't know if he directed them, but if he did, I'd probably have to just say them.
Yeah, seems like he's done that. It says he's done Silence of the Lambs as well, so I don't know whether that's true, but I don't know. You can't trust Google. Vera Cruz, nice 50s Western. Was ruining a Western called A Ballad of Cable Hogue, which looks interesting. I have an obscure Western called Blind Man starring Ringo Starr. Oh,
wow.
Now you said Ringo Starr. That could be interesting.
Yeah.
Blake Edwards downbeat Western called Wild Rovers. Original 310 Tiana. Bad Lieutenant says Gerard Butler is to Scottish what Sean Connery is to Russians. Yeah, and Bad Lieutenant says Gary Glitter sold the rights to his music in the mid-90s, so he doesn't profit from his music. Yeah. We've got Brett here saying, watch your guys, finally got my internet working again. Yippee. Great to see you, Brett. Hope you're doing well, mate. We've got Minhalju saying, good night, Pete and Mike and everyone. I've enjoyed the stream as always. From beginning to end, enjoyed every second of it. Well, must be off. It's been an amazing fun stream. Yeah. Minhaji says, "Go to girls killed me. I'm finished." Haha. I think what did it for me is when I asked Scott which of those actresses do you want to do. I can't believe I said that. Brett says, "I rewatched Hitcher a few days ago. Rewatched the 2007 version as well. Love the both, but I prefer the 2007 version. But after a rewatch, I prefer the original." Awesome.
Cool.
I know you're a big fan of the original, aren't you?
Yeah.
We've got Minhalji saying, one more question. MCU, Phase 5, Deadpool, Blade, Captain America, Thunderbolts. Are these any of your anticipated ones? I say Captain America because they've all been pretty solid. What about you?
Yeah, I quite like Captain America. So, yeah, I'd say that.
And he's also saying for Phase 6, Fantastic Four, Avengers, Kang Dynasty, and Avengers Secret Wars. Haven't got a clue. Probably Fantastic Four because I'm intrigued to see who they cast. What about you?
Yeah, probably Fantastic Four, and hopefully they get it right this time.
Hopefully so. They should wrap it up after Secret Wars. Yes, hopefully that'll be the stop of the MCU. Bad Lieutenant says best Bond is Roger Moore. Timothy Dalton, the Spit Lord. Bad Lieutenant said, would like to see Tom Hardy or Jason Statham as the new James Bond. I don't know. I would like to go for somebody a little bit unknown, I'd say. What about you?
Yeah, I feel like Tom Hardy would be too similar to Daniel Craig, and I don't know, Jason Statham, I can't
Too
really
old.
picture. Yeah, too old, and I think like his association with like martial arts movies and The Expendables, I just can't really picture him as Bond.
Oh, I can. Matt Chat's been an extra and directed some shorts too. Okay, brilliant. I'd love to hear more of it, Mac. And Harju says, okay, I'm signing off. I have one eye open and the other one is closed. Okay. Minhalju says, night, night, lads. See you on Scott's stream. Looking forward to it. Night, Minhalju. We've got Marvel fans saying good and had a sequel, but I think it went straight to DVD. Only no Blu-ray release, as I know. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Right, we have Marvel fan off to bed now saying good night, guys. Good night, Marvel fan. And Sai saying nighty night, guys. Night, Sai. We've got Brett saying, are any of these arrows any good? We have Untamed, Empathy, Deadly Games, Yucha, How High, Island of Death, Incredible Shrinking Man, Deadly Blessings, Sleep, Edge of Sanity, and Girls' Night Out. Please. Seen any of them?
I've only seen, well, I've seen Hell High, and I mentioned that before. I wasn't a fan of that one. Deadly Blessing's good. And the only other one I've seen is Girls' Night Out, and that was okay.
I haven't seen any of them. I do want to get Girls' Night Out. I've got Sleep. I think it's a German film. I've heard some pretty good things about that, so I need to check that out. And Edge of Sanity looks really good. That's like a
Oh, is that the Anthony Perkins one?
Yeah, that looks quite good. Sinjin says Lewis Collins would have made a good Bond back in the 80s. He definitely would have done. We've got Sinjin saying good night, lads. It's been great. Good night, mate. And the final comment, it's got to be from Nigel, and he says big hairy sweaty ones. Night night.
I thought you'd gone to bed, Nige.
Yeah, I thought you did. He's probably been watching. He's like, I'm going to be the last comment.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's going to do it for tonight. I'm sorry that I skipped through a lot of comments. There was a lot of chat between people, and we were so behind in the chat. But thank you ever so much to the 16 people still watching and all the people who watched earlier on this evening. I'd like to thank Mike, Andy, Scott, Sam, JT. It's been an absolute blast. And we do have Brett just quickly saying, is Harry Potter really being turned into a TV series? It doesn't need a TV series. That being said, Lord of the Rings didn't need a teleseries or Hobbit prequels. Money, unfortunately, Brett. That seems to be the root of all evil when it comes to Warner Brothers. They want that Harry Potter money.
Yeah.
And Nige says, I watched an episode of Hammer House of Horror, then came back. Awesome. You'll have to tell us about that because I'm thinking about picking up the Hammer box set. So anyway, that'll do it for tonight. Thank you ever so much, everybody, for watching at home. You take care. You have a great time, and we'll see you all next week. Well, our special guest will be Liam from the Classics Oasis and Nige from Rock God 2004. And for the last word, Nige is saying, so I'm going to imagine he's going to put a cheeky comment up. I'm expecting shy or something. I'm sitting here with anticipation to see what he puts up. But don't forget to check out Scott's stream on Friday night, because that's going to be an excellent one as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we're going to end it on there now. I'm waiting. Yeah, it is. We've got Dalboy saying wrong. So we've got Nige saying balls. Okay. We've got scrotums. Okay. Nige. And the best of all, tuppences. Okay. I've heard them be called loads of things, but not tuppences.
Yeah.
And Minhalji's saying, hope Nige have a speedy recovery and go now, quick. Okay, so see you all next week, guys. You take care and have a great weekend. Bye.
Bye.